these storms. And again, that is a relative value. Anything over 5 is significant, okay? Anything really over 2 is significant, but if you start seeing a BTI that's over 5, that becomes something you have to watch pretty carefully. And again, there's the clear circulation right here. And again, this is the Tombigbee River. And I will say this, the radar beam is pretty high. Whether we see this from Birmingham, Columbus, whatever radar, the beam is going to be several thousand feet off the ground. That's why spotters are absolutely crucial. The only way for us to know what's happening down at ground level, it's basically you and your eyes and your camera. So again, that's the situation there. Want to show something really quick. Let me check it real quick before we do. Yeah, let's take WEX 05 real quick. I wanted to show, this is that storm, Taylor, that this is a Snapchat video that was taken from Selma. Wow. And again, you can clearly see the rotation that is currently well to the north and east of Selma. But again, I'll play this one more time. Again, that is a severe thunderstorm that came through Selma earlier. And that particular thunderstorm is now located up into the northern part of Autauga County. All right, let's go back to WEX 05. And again, we're going to focus on this storm that is in Greene County. If you're just joining me, this is James Spann with Taylor Serrallo. And let me just say that we want to thank our radio partners. We are now on radio in Tuscaloosa. We are on 95.3 The Bear, Alt 107, and 92.9 WTUG. They have helped us so much over the years by getting out a message to mobile folks that are in their cars. So we're on the radio, and if you're listening to us in the city of Tuscaloosa, this tornado that we're watching on the Tombigbee River that separates Sumter from Greene County will not be affecting the city of Tuscaloosa. This will be passing south of the city of Tuscaloosa. The main concern is going to be the northern part of Hale County. So, and again, we stress Hale County is not under a warning at this point. The warning, it is for the southern half of Greene County. And technically, the polygon does not include the city of Utah. In fact, let me expand this out, Taylor. I want to show, Utah and Tuscaloosa to give you an idea for those watching on the television side, and expand this out a little more so we can see Tuscaloosa. So here's your polygon right here. This is the city of Tuscaloosa. This is Greensboro and Hale County. And you can see that polygon warning includes the southern part of Greene County. This does not include Demopolis or Marengo County. This is for southern Greene. And if this thing stays on that same track, and most of these tornadoes today will be steady state, this will be basically over northern Hale County, maybe close to Moundville, but probably between Moundville and Greensboro, and then maybe clipping parts of Bibb or eastern Tuscaloosa counties later. But that's on down the line. We just don't know if it's going to stay intact for a long period of time. But these warnings are issued based on short-term motion here. So the warning we have, a tornado warning for extreme eastern Sumter. In fact, in a matter of minutes, it'll be out of Sumter County. In fact, I would say this thing is over the Tombigbee right now as a water spout. When a tornado crosses a body of water, even a river like the Tombigbee, for a moment, it's a water spout. And that water spout will be moving over into the Greene County side. And again, we're going to be watching that very carefully. But the concern here, it's US 43. We want no travel on US 43 south of Utah, from Utah all the way down to the King Bridge, north of Demopolis, the William Rufus King Bridge there. So there's your tornado right here. So Taylor, I'm going to let you go on camera for just a second while I do a couple of configuration items here, and I'll be right back.
Okay. I will go ahead and I will give us just kind of a quick overview of what we got going on. We're going to go back to reflectivity here. I'm going to take us out to the DMA view. At this point, we've got a lot of thunderstorms north of I-20, so likely hearing thunder, very heavy rain, but nothing severe at this point north of I-20. It's these storms that are farther south where we have that more warm, humid air, where we've got some of those warnings going on at this point. And right now we have two separate tornado warnings to our south that we're watching, one in Autauga County and the one that is crossing over into Greene County at this point. So I'm going to take us back down to this Greene County storm here. This is south of I-20 at this point. So if you live along or to the north of I-20, you are not included in this polygon, this storm here that's moving through Greene County. And this is likely going to pass just in between Forkland and Utah, the center of rotation at this point. So it's raining right now in Forkland and you are in the polygon, so you should be in your safe place and stay there. But if this storm here continues on the same track, it's going to take it near Bragville, High Cut.
Let me interrupt, Taylor. I'm sorry. Apparently, sirens are sounding in Tuscaloosa, and I don't know why.
That is, if we take a look over here, we do have some storms, but nothing severe.
Right. It's got to be some kind of malfunction. So if you're listening to us by radio or watching us on television, and if you are hearing a siren in Tuscaloosa, there is no tornado warning. I just want to make that perfectly clear. So I'm sorry, Taylor, back to you.
That's okay. And so this, I'll show you here right now what's going in Tuscaloosa. If you are hearing those sirens, you do have some thunderstorms around you, some showers, but nothing severe at the moment. So that is a mistake in terms of that warning process right now. But as we move farther southward, there is a tornado warned storm moving just to the south of Bowligi and Allison, and moving in the general direction of Walden Quarters. And if this holds together, it will move towards Wedgeworth and Evansville. I want to put on the velocity here and take a look. And as James mentioned, we're looking really high up in this storm, so it's hard to get a really clear picture of what's going on at this surface. But we are seeing that broad rotation showing up here. Just to the south of Bowligi, moving towards Bragville. I'm going to put on some of these skits here. So this can give you a general idea of where you live, and this is including Utah, but at this point, the motion of this storm is taking this a little bit farther due east. So be on guard if you live in Utah, but at this point, you are not in that warning polygon. I did want to show everybody, we haven't done it in a little while, just kind of the overview of the tornado watch and what's going on with that, because many of our counties are included in that tornado watch at this point. So I'm going to take us to that watch here. And we do expect this watch to continue on through 7 p.m., but I want to caution you. You hear that this watch ends at 7 p.m., but this is just the first round of storms. We are expecting another line of thunderstorms that's going to move through overnight that could require either an extension of this watch or a new tornado watch to be issued. So just because this is set to end at 7 p.m., that does not mean that your threat for severe weather ends at 7 p.m. But you can see all these counties here covered in the yellow, and that includes almost all of our counties. But at this point, our northeasternmost counties, you've got a little bit more stable air, but we do expect that air to destabilize. So just because you're not included in this tornado watch right now does not mean that you will not see a threat for severe weather. I want to move us down just a little bit farther to the southwest because I kind of want to show you what's going on. We do have another tornado warning over Choctaw County at this point, and one right across the border in Mississippi. And as you can see here, these clusters of thunderstorms are going to cross over into Alabama. So we've got more thunderstorms on the way. Here is really that overview across the southeast of what we got going on. And this really tells the story in terms of that second round that will be coming later. At this point, we've got thunderstorms developing out ahead of this main line here. And these have the potential to become rotating supercells. And that's why we have seen these tornado warnings at this point. We could also see the possibility of some large hail with some of these storms. But this second line here will arrive later in the evening, overnight. And as that happens, we're still going to see a threat for some more severe weather with that line overnight as well. So that's why we don't want you to let your guard down just because you're seeing some severe weather at this point. There will be a second round later. I want to take us back to the maps here, and we'll take another look at some of those tornado warnings that we have going on. I wanted to show us here this Choctaw County tornado warning
again,
here
let me
as
address
well.
these sirens. I don't know why they're sounding in Tuscaloosa County. They shouldn't be testing them today, but there is no severe weather in Tuscaloosa County. Again, there is no severe weather in Tuscaloosa County. Why these things are sounding, I have no idea. You're under a tornado watch, absolutely. And all of Alabama has a significant risk of severe storms and tornadoes through late tonight. But again, right now, there is no severe thunderstorm activity in Tuscaloosa County. There is no reason for the sirens to be sounding. And what you see here in Greene County, that particular storm is moving into Hale. It's not moving toward Tuscaloosa County. It is not moving toward Tuscaloosa County. So understand, if you're in northern Hale, absolutely, you might come under a tornado warning. But the bottom line is for Tuscaloosa County, this will stay south of you initially. It might clip maybe this far southeastern tip of the county down here below Duncanville. But the city of Tuscaloosa, there's no danger from this. And I just don't know why those sirens are sounding. So let me show an image off WEX 05 real quick. Taylor, this is going to be what that storm looks like in Autauga County. Whoops, hang on, let me get back on the screen here. That's that's a very significant tornado, and that apparently is that passed north of Highway 14. That's what's coming up through Autauga County right now. So let's go back to the radar. And again, we're bouncing back and forth between these various thunderstorms. This is the circulation you saw right here that's crossing over US 82. And again, the circulation is going to be passing just to the south of Billingsley. By Billingsley, I'm talking about the town itself, the Baptist church, the school here. And here's your new tornado warning just issued. This is going to be for northern Autauga and for southern Chilton. So we have a tornado warning in effect now for southern Chilton County and for northern Autauga County, and also for a little corner of Elmore County. So in Chilton County, you can see Clanton is right here, and we're going to be looking at that Clanton skycam, Taylor. I want to point it down to the south. From there, this is Interstate 65, and Interstate 65 and US 31, they're clearly in this polygon. The town of Marbury is right here. You've got Boone's Chapel, which is right here. Again, Clanton here. Verbena is located right here. So downtown Clanton technically is not in the polygon, but if you're just south of downtown Clanton, like Peach Park, you are in the polygon. That's how close it is to Clanton. And if you're in this polygon warning, now is the time to go to your tornado safe place. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. You put on a helmet, and you will not want to be in a mobile home or trailer. You've got to go to a shelter right now. Go to any site-built structure, okay? So again, this is a look at the approximate arrival times back here. And again, you can pick out your hometown. And again, these are approximate times. We've got Marbury at 1:45. We've got Mountain Creek at 1:45. Wadsworth at 1:47, Cooper 1:44. These are all communities south of Clanton, down in the southern part of Chilton, the northern part of Autauga counties. And Taylor's drawing that polygon based on the current tornado location. The current location of the tornado is maybe about 1 mile south of Billingsley School in Autauga County, and that's moving northeast, and that will be crossing Highway 65. So nobody should be driving now along Interstate 65 from Clanton down to Pine Level. Nobody along Interstate 65, nobody along US 31 from Clanton down to Pine Level. That's the deal there. So this is the new tornado warning in effect for southern Chilton, northern Autauga. Let's go back to our storm that is in Greene County in West Alabama. And the way we do it, we bounce back and forth between the storms. We work them equally. We've got 2 counties in our TV market now under warnings. Let's go to the reflectivity product, kind of look at a broad view of this thing. And again, the structure maybe is not as good as it was maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago, but we can say now for Sumter County, the danger is ended there. The tornado is crossed over into Greene County, and that's going to be crossing over Highway 43 about maybe 5 to 10 miles south of Utah, down toward Forkland. And from there, we'll see how it behaves. The next boundary is the Warrior River right here. This is the boundary between Greene and Hale counties. But again, a possible tornado that's located to the east of the Tom Bigby that'll be crossing over US 43 near or just north of Forkland, and then crossing over the Warrior into Hale County. The warning is for Greene at this point, but that's the warning in West Alabama. Taylor.
And James, we are getting confirmations from emergency managers that there is a tornado on the ground currently in Autauga County.
Yeah, and again, let's take WEX 05 real quick, and I'll show it to you. This is what that tornado looks like. Again, that is coming through north of Autaugaville, and that is what is moving up in the direction of southern Chilton County. That's the reason there's a tornado warning in effect now for northern Autauga and southern Chilton. So we'll go back to the graphics. Taylor, back over to you.
Okay, so I wanted to zoom us back down and show us, because within the last couple of scans here, we are getting a better, more clear picture of where exactly that rotation is, and that tornado likely is on the ground. We have reports that it just crossed over 82, and just to the south of Billingsley, where we have these reds and greens lining up here, that is where we are looking at that rotation. Really evident here in the velocity here. So this is going to continue moving northeastward, and it's going to be moving towards Enterprise, Verbena, Midway, Cooper, White City, New Prospect. If you know any of these cities, if you live in one of these cities, around these cities, you are included in that polygon, and that does mean that you need to be sheltered in that safe place. So you've been making your plan the last couple of days. Well, now's that time that you need to be putting that plan into action. So this will eventually be crossing over into southern Chilton County. So as we zoom down, I want to show you some of these roads. Autauga County Road number 19, County Road 49, 53. A lot of these are county roads. But Big Springs Church Road, That is very close to where the center of circulation is, and it's going to continue moving northeast. I'm getting a more clear picture of that rotation sometimes here on this on the reflectivity as compared to the velocity, but you can see right here is where we have that pretty clear hook of that that rotation there. I want to try the correlation coefficient because we have received reports of that tornado being on the ground. And as you can see, when we're looking at this debris tracker here, this is giving us a picture of the different items that are up in the atmosphere, their shapes, their sizes. And when you have a lot of items in the atmosphere that are the same size, you get the pink colors. But right here where we're starting to see that yellow develop could indicate that we have lofted debris, different items of different shapes and sizes that have been picked up from what is likely a tornado on the ground. So I'm going to switch between this radar here to the Montgomery radar and see if we can kind of get a better picture. This here is not a super clear indication of a debris signature. This could just be some noise, but no, we have confirmation that there has been a tornado on the ground in the recent past with this system here. So everybody included in that tornado warning needs to be taking this very seriously. So it will be crossing over into Chilton County here pretty soon. I do want to take us back to that Greene County storm and see if we can see where exactly that rotation is at this point. Looks like it's showing up near Braggville, but I do want to put back on that reflectivity here to get a more clear picture. A lot of heavy rain right now in Boligy, but I'm showing the indications of where that rotation could be near Braggville and High Cut, not necessarily in Boligy, and you're not necessarily included in that tornado warning. This is going to continue moving northeastward here at about 30 miles per hour. I want to put some of those storm tracks on here. And this here, this skit, I'm going to take this off. I'm going to draw my own storm track for you. This is going to be from the center of rotation. So it might be raining, it might be loud at your house at this point. You should be in your safe place if you're included in that polygon anyway. But if this continues on the same track it's on right now, this would put this system near Utah at 147. So you've got a couple of minutes here. You're not necessarily under a tornado warning yet, but you could be in the near future. So that means you need to be getting things prepared just in case we do see that tornado warning issued here pretty soon. It's also going to be moving towards Wedgeworth by about 1:54 p.m. And I want to remind you, these are very approximate times. Don't necessarily look at the exact minute, but we like to give you kind of an idea here of how quickly the system's moving and when it will arrive where you live. Also on the same path would take this system if it holds together towards Akron, and then eventually if it still holds together farther from that in Moundville. But we're going to have to continuously watch this system. We do have that potential for long track storms today. And just north of this, I want to point out we've got some very heavy rain, likely some hail falling across parts of Pickens County just south of Aliceville, and then through portions of Greene County near Ridge, also Fair Oaks and Clark. So you can see these pinks here. That's indicating to me some very heavy rain and likely some small hail falling. There is not a severe thunderstorm warning for this at this point, but we'll be monitoring that because we are starting to see those indications of a little bit of strengthening with that storm and the potential for some hail. Let's move over to Tuscaloosa County because that is where we have heard that those sirens have been going off. I want to remind you at this point, we do not have any severe weather in the city of Tuscaloosa or in Tuscaloosa County. You've got some heavy rain, likely some thunder, some lightning, but we do not have a severe warning in Tuscaloosa at this point. So if you're hearing those sirens, just know that there is not a severe warning for you at this point. And as we look towards downtown Birmingham, we were dealing with that really heavy rainfall that caused some flooding, but that has since moved off to the north, moving through Trussville, about to cross over into St. Clair County. And we do not have any other warnings across the area at this point. We're dealing with 2 tornado warnings, which I want to go back down to and focus on. One that does include portions of Chilton County in our area.
I'm sorry, Taylor, I want to go to WEX 05 real quick, if we can. WEX 05, all right, so this is the tornado crossing US 82. This is in Autauga County, and again, you can clearly see that. That is rapid rotation. That is a tornado. That is the storm that is in northern Autauga County along US 82, a little south of Billingsley. That's an excellent video there from Josh Pate, just south of Autauga County Road 187. And again, let me re-rack this, and we're going to watch this together. This is the tornado that is, this is why we don't want anybody out there driving on US 82, and hopefully people were not on the road at this point. This was taken a short time ago, a little south of Billingsley near Autauga County Road 187. And again, that is the reason we have a tornado warning in effect now for northern Autauga County and for southern Chilton County. And again, you can see a pretty rapid rotation. I can't detect debris with this, but I would imagine it's down. We don't have the condensation funnel all the way down. That looks like a multiple vortex tornado crossing 82. And remember, down here in Alabama, this is about the best shot you're going to see right there with all of those trees. So that is the tornado that is now moving into southern Chilton, northern Autauga. So let's go back to the graphics, and let's go to the skycam if we can, that Chilton, Clanton skycam. Let's put it set. That's looking west. We're going to go south and point it up and get a little wider view of the sky. Probably need to zoom out just a little bit if we can. Again, I don't think we're going to see much. That's the Clanton City Hall down below. Let's tilt up and get more of a sky view, and maybe go back a little to the right. This is going to be looking into southern parts of Chilton County in that tornado-warned storm that is coming through the southern part of the county. And again, a lot of these are going to be rain wrapped today. We can't see a lot, but I just wanted to show that real quick. So let's go back to the radar with me behind it. Again, we're looking down into this zone right here. The video you saw was from US 82, which is right here. All right, that's this tornado crossed over Highway 82. Tornadic circulation. Maybe a half-mile east of Billingsley. And again, where you see the word Billingsley, that's pretty much where the school is located. That's kind of the heart of the town of Billingsley. And that tornadic circulation is going to be coming up pretty close to the county line here. From Billingsley, County Road 37 goes up to Alabama 22 up toward Fairview. This is the town of Enterprise in southern Chilton County, and obviously people should be sheltered. There's a good shelter, by the way, a tornado shelter in the community of Enterprise, but people should be sheltered right now. And again, nobody should be driving along Interstate 65 south of Clanton, north of Pine Level. All right, nobody. Same thing for US Highway 31. We don't want you out there. It's a very fortunate situation that you saw the tornado crossing over US Highway 82 that we did not have any, to my knowledge, didn't have anybody injured or no damage at that point. So let's go back to our Greene County storm, if we can, Taylor. And again, we've got 2 tornado warnings we're working today. We're going to bounce back and forth between the 2. This is the second one. And again, this circulation looks awfully broad here. And again, that's a little tighter. And I take that back. That's you must have been looking at the Montgomery radar.
That was, yeah. Okay, I was trying to look at that other.
Maxwell Air Force Base. So this is a lower view of this storm. And again, evidence of tornadic circulation right now getting close to Highway 43. This will be crossing US 43 between Utah and Forkland. So again, the call to action here for Greene County. Nobody should be along US 43 from Utah down to, let's just say, Demopolis. Let's just make that whole stretch. That's about a 20-mile stretch right there. Nobody should be on 43, US 43 from Utah down to Demopolis. And again, that tornadic circulation is going to be crossing Highway 43 north of Forkland, south of Utah. Quite frankly, it's pretty broad. And I've heard of no reports of damage from this one. Taylor, have you?
No, not yet. I've been monitoring our different chat sites. I've been monitoring social media. At this point, I have not heard of any damage from this tornado warning. All
right, and understand that a lot of the tornadoes we've been seeing today, they're over a sparsely populated area, which means we're not going to, a lot of folks aren't going to be able to see it. There's not a lot of folks that live there, and even if they do live there, because of all of the trees and other things that we've got in the way, you're just not going to be able to see a lot of that today. But again, we clearly saw that tornadic circulation crossing over US Highway 82. But the message here for Greene County, it's very clear. We want you to be in a safe place in southern Greene County from Utah south for about the next 15 minutes. And if you're in Hale County, keep a close eye on this thing. Wedgeworth, Sawyerville, Akron, Moundville. This thing is going to be crossing over the Warrior, the Black Warrior, which is right here, into northern Hale County. So that's the situation we've got there. It's coming up on, let's see, it's 1:33 right now, and this is James Spann with Taylor Serrallo and the crew. We are working a severe weather outbreak. It's going to be a very long afternoon. It's going to be a very long night tonight, and we're just going to take one storm at a time. That's what we do here. It's like a college football coach, one at a time. and we'll get through this thing together. But we have 2 tornado warnings in effect in our market. We have 1 tornado warning in effect for southern Greene in West Alabama, and you can see the approximate track of that tornado, which will take it south of the city of Tuscaloosa. There's a lot of buzz. But for some reason, sirens went off in Tuscaloosa, and people thought that things headed toward Tuscaloosa. I don't know why the sirens went off. But this is going to be passing south of the city of Tuscaloosa. The other tornadic circulation is moving into extreme southern Chilton County, and that's going to be crossing over into Coosa County here soon. So all of this up here north of Birmingham, it's just rain. There's no severe weather. You might hear thunder. There might be lightning. It might be raining heavily. The winds might be gusty. But again, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and points north. It's a cooler, more stable air mass right here. You can clearly see the ripe air mass, if you will, is down to the south and west of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. Let's go back down to our Chilton County storm. We'll take these one at a time. And again, this is a storm that is clearly producing a tornado. And again, I'll show you the video in a second. But we've got a hook, which is right here. There's your hook. Again, this is Autauga County. This is Chilton County. Clanton is right here. This is going to stay south of Clanton. There is absolutely no reason for you to be sheltered if you're in downtown Clanton. This is all south of you. If you're south of Clanton, yes, be sheltered. Verbena, Enterprise, Cooper, Marbury down here in northern Autauga County. And that tornado is going to be crossing Interstate 65 soon. So in terms of travel, nobody should be driving along Interstate 65 from Clanton down to Pine Level. Nobody should be on US 31. This is US 31 from Clanton down to Pine Level. Let me just say this again, to get your reference, Peach Park is right here. The Alabama EMA headquarters is right here. This thing's going to be awfully close to that Alabama EMA headquarters, but that thing is a bunker. They're going to be okay in there. That was built to withstand storms like this. But again, from Peach Park, Alabama EMA south, you got to be sheltered. That is a wrapped up potential tornado. And one more time, let's go to WEX 05. I want to show what it looked like. This was the tornado crossing US Highway 82 near Billingsley earlier. And from the looks of this, it is a multiple vortex tornado. And we also saw an image of this thing when it came through north of Autaugaville, north of Alabama Highway 14. But that is crossing over US 82. And that is now the tornado that is moving up into the southern part of Chilton County. And that's some great video there. And again, we know that when people see this video, they're going to respond. When they see radar, they don't respond that well. So the video that you send us today is of great assistance. But we don't want you to be in a dangerous place to do that. A lot of people, if you've not been trained as a spotter, you got no business being out there shooting video like this. And you know, I've seen it where people go out there and they try and get YouTube videos of this. And what are you going to get? Google AdSense money, $30 or $40. Your life's not worth it. Just don't risk it today. But if we call out a highway, please don't be traveling. We don't want anybody traveling on these highways we're calling out today, because we've obviously got some tornadoes, and this is not the first tornado of the day. It's not going to be the last. So once again, we're focusing at the moment on southern Chilton, northern Autauga counties. In a minute, we're going to switch back over and take a look at our Greene County storm. But a dangerous thunderstorm with a possible tornado is now on the Chilton-Autauga County line near the town of Enterprise. This is not Enterprise, Alabama, in Coffee County. That's way down in the southern part of the state. This is a smaller community of Enterprise, a lovely group of people that live down here. This is in southern Chilton County. And again, that tornadic circulation is pretty close to the town of Enterprise, and it's going to be crossing over I-65 in a matter of minutes. Do not travel along I-65 south of Clanton or north of Pine Level for the next 15 minutes. Don't even think about it. And if you're listening to me on the radio, just pull off. The next exit, pull off, go into a gas station, convenience store, fast food restaurant, going somewhere and shelter there until this thing passes. And this is US 31. Verbena's here. Verbena School, that's the main point of interest in the town of Verbena, is right here. And again, that thing is going to be moving right up toward Verbena. So again, Enterprise, Cooper, Verbena, the southern part of Clanton. You got to be sheltered from Peach Park and the Alabama EMA headquarters south down into Marbury, which is in extreme northern Autauga County, Boone's Chapel. So again, that's your tornadic circulation here near Enterprise. Again, Cooper, Verbena, you got to be sheltered. Nobody on I-65, nobody on US 31. Let's go back to Greene County. We're going to bounce back and forth between the two storms we've got, and I'm thankful right now we just have two. We've had days here where we've had many more than 2 going on at the same time. But this is storm number 2. And let's see, is this BMX?
This is BMX.
Good. It doesn't look as intense as it did a while back, which is a good thing. Let's see here.
We also wanted to let you know that Tuscaloosa County EMA has tweeted, let me find it here, explaining why the sirens were going off earlier in Tuscaloosa County. And at this point still, we do not have any warned systems in Tuscaloosa County. Let's see here if I can get this.
Right, but again, the bottom line is there's no danger in Tuscaloosa County right now. So just a very small polygon for this circulation in Greene County. And I would imagine, Taylor, if this does not improve, if the appearance does not improve, the warning will not be extended into Hale County. But still, if you're up here in Akron, Havana Junction, Wedgeworth, Moundville, keep a close eye on that because it might be cyclic. It might come right back up. This is going to be a day where every shower you see on radar, it's going to try and spin. Some of these things will spin like a top, and some of them are going to drop a tornado, and some of them might drop a violent tornado. All right, so just be aware of that, and we're going to watch this storm. It's crossing over Highway 43 basically right now, about 7 miles south of downtown Utah. Downtown Utah is right here where you see the word Utah. That's, again, US 43, US 11 here. This is US 11 going south down toward Bolaji. That's 43 and 11 that they merge and come up toward Knoxville and Ralph and Foster's and Tuscaloosa. But this tornadic circulation, if it's there, and again, it's very broad. This is not a really tight circulation here, but that thing is crossing over Highway 43, again, about 7 miles south of Utah. That'll be crossing over the Black Warrior, and we'll see if the Weather Service opts to extend that tornado warning. So let's go back to our Chilton County storm. Law enforcement in Autauga County, they are confirming via a deputy up in the northern part of the county that the circulation has entered Chilton and is no longer in Autauga. And I think that's clearly correct here. So again, you can see that tornado is basically at Enterprise. And again, let me stress, to avoid confusion here, this is not Enterprise in Coffee County, Alabama, okay? This is Enterprise in Chilton County, a small community which is south of Clanton. And that tornadic circulation is going to be crossing Interstate 65 in just a matter of minutes. And then US Highway 31 really close to Verbena. You've got to be sheltered if you're in any of these towns we've been calling out down here. Verbena, Cooper, Enterprise, Midway. Even if you're in Marbury, that's near the county line, I would be sheltered. If you're close to the school at Marbury, you want to be sheltered. And from there, it's going to cross the Coosa over into Coosa County, the Coosa River and Lake Mitchell over into Coosa County, and we'll see how it behaves. And it looks very well organized. Let's look at the velocity if we can once again on this Chilton County tornado, Taylor. This is the reflectivity. And again, it's still there. This pretty good rotation right there. Is it the tightest signature we've seen all day today? No. But again, we've got pretty good tornado signature here coming right up toward I-65, US 31. Peach Park, my finger's on it right here. The Alabama EMA headquarters is located right here. And to give you a point of reference, that thing came through Enterprise. So, Taylor, I've seen no damage so far from any of this stuff, to my knowledge. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have not seen any so far.
So far, I have not seen any reports at this point. The only damage reports I've seen, a couple trees down in Dallas County from the same cell, and then back into Mississippi, some reports, and then also into Sumter County. But other than that, I have not seen any reports of damage, at least in the recent history from this system. But we do still keep getting confirmation from people on the ground in this area of this rotation on the ground. So we got to take this seriously. It is a tornado on the ground, and it's getting ready to cross over I-65. So I hope nobody is traveling on I-65 right now in southern Chilton County in between Clanton and Cooper. This system is headed towards Verbena. So if you live in Verbena, you should be in that safe place. Eventually, this is going to ride right along 22 here in southern Chilton County. So strong indication still near Enterprise of this rotation ongoing. And I want to change it here to this reflectivity because we're getting a pretty good indication here of that rotation based on this reflectivity here. So also worth mentioning, there are not plans at this point to extend the Greene County warning. because that rotation has weakened. So at this point, that will likely be allowed to expire as it's supposed to. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that does cover portions of Tuscaloosa County and portions of Pickens County. So this was that storm we were watching earlier, and it does show some large hail at this point. So likely there is some large hail falling to the northeast of Aliceville. This is near Hickory. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning. You are not under a tornado warning at this point, but you do have a very strong thunderstorm moving through your area. This is going to include Noland, Kirk, Gordo, Brownville, Buell, and then Coker, you're right on the line here. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. It is not a tornado warning, but we are looking at the possibility of some large hail and some strong winds with this system. And you see those bright pinks and that dark gray color that indicates hail likely over 1 inch. So we're going to have to watch this. And with all of the thunderstorms we're watching today, they have the potential to rotate. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on this. But yes, we do have a severe thunderstorm now that does include portions of Tuscaloosa County. So if you are hearing the alerts go off on your phone, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Moving back to that Chilton County storm here, still showing really strong indications of rotation. Still looks to me like we likely have pretty tight rotation with this system here. So I'm going to zoom us down. This is
a debris ball.
Yeah, it looks like a debris ball to me.
I'm telling you.
We're not seeing the correlation. Let me see if I can change this here.
It might not be a debris ball, but whatever, that thing's wrapped up.
This is the view from the Maxwell Air Force Base.
But still, listen, if you're in Verbena, being a safe place. Cooper, nobody on 65, nobody on 31. If we can go to Rim 3, we've got a live shot coming from Moundville. And if we can maybe get a little more of the sky, that would be good. If we can tilt that camera up. We're looking for the sky, not the ground in these shots. We're near that storm that is coming out of Greene County, moving into northern Hale. And again, this is what it looks like. And again, we'll get that shot tilted up. There we go. Thank you very much. So again, we're just going to be watching that shot. Let's go back to the radar if we can. We'll take a look at that storm, and that thing looks pretty good. I was about to say, this looks like a tornado now.
That's starting to tighten up.
That's in Pickens County. So
that's very high up, though. This is from the Montgomery radar, so that's very high up, but it's tightening up at the surface as well. This is from Birmingham.
Yeah, I think the Weather Service is going to pop a tornado warning on this any minute now. So if you're in Gordo, be in a safe place. Gordo, be sheltered right now. If you're in the town of Gordo, go into a small room near the center, lowest floor, no windows. Helmet right now. In that technically you're not under a tornado warning, but again, that circulation is really ramped up, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see this go tornado in just a second. So as a course of least regret, if you are in the town of Gordo right here, you want to be sheltered right now as this storm comes in here. You could see some large hail as well, but again, that is a dangerous storm coming right up on Gordo, and this might cross over into the far northwestern part of Tuscaloosa County. And again, we stress there is no danger to the city of Tuscaloosa here at this point, none whatsoever. We've had some sirens going off and some other odd things today, but this is a problem exclusively right now for Pickens County in West Alabama. So again, there's no tornado warning, and we don't issue tornado warnings. We don't want to be in the business of issuing tornado warnings, but again, if you are in Gordo, I would want to be sheltered as the storm comes on through. This technically is a severe thunderstorm warning.
And it's just with all the storms we've been seeing today, it's kind of cyclic, and every storm that we see today has the potential to rotate and become a tornado. So even if you are under that severe thunderstorm warning today, if you see a severe thunderstorm warning for your house, be ready to take that tornado precaution, just because the way the atmosphere is, we've got the potential for any storm to start rotating. At this point, rotation looks a bit more broad than it did just a second ago, but if you live in Gordo, as James mentioned, go ahead, take those tornado precautions. Better to err on the side of caution here with these strong storms that we're seeing today. And you're about to see some large hail as well, heavy rain, thunder near Nolan, and then this is going to continue moving on a northeastward track, eventually clipping northwestern Tuscaloosa County here. Not the downtown area of Tuscaloosa, not the city of Tuscaloosa, but in Tuscaloosa County near Brownville here in the next few minutes or so.
All right, so we are now at, let's see, 1:48. I'm James Spann with Taylor Serralo. And again, we're watching multiple severe storms. This is one of them. And again, if you're in Gordo, I would be sheltered. Let's go back to the storm south of there. This is the one coming into Hale County. We have a small tornado warning polygon for a few more minutes for Greene County. This is a really tiny part of Greene County south of Utah. This circulation is going to cross the Black Warrior and then move into Hale County. We don't know at this point if the warning will be extended. We're going to find out in a matter of minutes. But again, if you're in Sawyerville, Wedgeworth, Akron, Havana Junction, Moundville, be careful with this. In fact, let's go real quick back to RIM 3. This is going to be a shot we have coming from Moundville, which is looking back into that storm. And again, at this point, you're not going to be able to see much. A lot of these things are going to be rain-wrapped today. But again, this is a look from northern Hale County at a storm that is coming up from Greene County, and we'll see if we see anything on that view over the next several minutes. So we're going to be watching all of these shots coming in. So let's go back to the radar, and we're working a couple of different tornadoes. We really, maybe three. We've got one circulation coming up near Gordo.
So this is
Pickens County.
anticyclonic, so based on what we're looking at here.
You know, it actually is. But whatever, I would still be sheltered. That's the best thing to do in this case. Severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens and northwest Tuscaloosa. Tornado warning in effect for a small part of Greene County. Let's go back to Chilton County. We're going to work these all equally so everybody gets a chance to see the storm that's affecting them. That circulation is crossing I-65 right now, and it's pretty much crossing 65 and US 31. And again, that thing is literally going to come right over the Alabama EMA headquarters, the communications facility right off US 31. You can see the antennas from the interstate. Again, Peach Park is right here. The Alabama EMA is about right here. And that circulation is coming right on top of their building. It's built to withstand tornadoes. So they don't need to be sheltered. They are sheltered every time they go in that building. But again, from here, it's going to keep on going out toward the Coosa and Lake Mitchell. That's going to be crossing over into Coosa County, and we'll see how it behaves at this point. But again, we'll give an all clear to I-65 in about 5 minutes. We advise people not to be traveling along Interstate 65 still, and US 31 still. And again, Cooper, Verbena, you need to be sheltered, but that tornadic circulation looks like it's passing between Clanton and Verbena, really close to the Alabama Emergency Management Facility right there on US Highway 31. And it's getting a little noisy right now. Let's go to the reflectivity real quick if we can and take a look at that, see how that structure looks. And again, you know, you're kind of looking back in through here. This would be where you'd have something. It doesn't look as healthy as it did maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Let me try, because we are shooting from this radar here through some heavy rain and stuff. Let me see with the Montgomery. Still kind of not as organized from the Montgomery radar either.
We note that also a hunting lodge has been damaged on Autauga County Road 53 with this. We have multiple trees down, County Road 24 near County Road 37, that's around Billingsley. I'm sorry, County Road 24, County Road 34, and these are in Autauga County with this same storm you're looking at. And again, reports of some damage to a hunting lodge in that area as well in northern Autauga County. And I will say almost every tornado that we've had today on radar, they've been coming through fairly sparsely populated areas. So it's not like coming through a city where immediately you know if there's something down. Sometimes we can have trees down in wooded areas where nobody lives. Maybe it's a timber property, something like that. And we simply don't know. But we've still got to assume that we have something down right in through here. So again, there's a tornado warning for southern Chilton, but the possibility of a tornado about 8 miles southeast of downtown Clanton. Let's go back to that Clanton skycam if we can, see if we see anything here. Probably not. We're probably going to be looking through heavy rain. Taylor,
yeah, a lot of heavy rain out there.
Picture our skycam network, please.
We're looking here. I'm going to turn this wiper on again so we can kind of get a clearer picture. But at this point,
can we punch our skycam up, please?
We got some clouds out there, some heavy rain. There we go. And yeah, I mean, we're not. And these are the kind of tornadoes. It's really hard to see anything because a lot of these are rain wrapped. So, and as is the case with many of the different events that we deal with here in Alabama, it's hard to get a very clear picture, and sometimes, like James was showing you earlier with some of those Snapchat videos or videos from the emergency managers, you get a quick glimpse of it as it crosses a road or in between some trees, and that's about it a lot of the time with some of these circulations. But we're looking here and not seeing much besides heavy rain, and there's a lot of that heavy rain out there. So
let's go to it. We got an algo cam, I believe, on US 31. If we can take that back in the back, I was hearing in my ear we have a traffic cam Okay, unfortunately, with all of these traffic cams, that's what they are. They're traffic cams designed to show traffic. We can't really see the sky. This is in Clanton, I think, and again, the circulation is passing south of Clanton. So let's go back to the graphics here. It is now 1:53. I'm James Spann. We have a potential tornadic circulation that's crossing over US 31. And let's give an all clear to I-65. So I-65, all clear. We had asked people to stay off I-65 from Clanton down to Pine Level. That circulation is now east of I-65 on US 31. A new tornado warning in effect here. This is in West Alabama. This will include Demopolis, okay? We've got this circulation that is crossing out of Greene County. Here's our new tornadic circulation. And Demopolis is squarely in the polygon here, as is Greensboro. All right, so we have a tornadic circulation right now on the Tom Bigby. This tornadic circulation is just a little to the east of the Rooster Bridge, crossing over the Tom Bigby. This is US Highway 80, and that'll be coming right up into Demopolis. So we've got a live camera in Demopolis. If we can punch up Bill Castle's camera, if we've got Bill's camera at this point. All right, let's see if we can get Bill, if Bill can ring him up and get that reestablished. In that we, unfortunately, our skycam at Demopolis has had an error where it's stuck in an up position. We can't do any tilt control on that, but we got one of our, Bill Castle, the legendary Bill Castle. He's in Demopolis, and again, as soon as we establish his video, we're going to go to that. But again, here's the urgent message right now. If you are in Demopolis or Greensboro, anywhere near these places, you got to be in a safe place right now. Here's your storm track, the arrival times looking on your screen. Demopolis at 2:03. And again, these are smaller communities that are between Demopolis and Greensboro. So again, the urgent message here is that if you are in the city of Demopolis, the city of Greensboro, get into a safe place right now. Nobody should be driving anywhere around Demopolis or Greensboro. Isn't that we've got a tornadic circulation coming right up on here. This is your polygon, the red flashing line. And if you're in the polygon, you respect the polygon. Respect the polygon. Okay, we're going to say that a lot today, and we mean that. Every storm today will mean business. We're not fooling around today. This is serious stuff. So once again, let's go back to the velocity, and that's going to tell a better story on this. And again, there's your circulation right here, and it's basically on US 80. All right, and again, that's going to come right up toward Demopolis. This is the conjunction here of the Black Warrior and the Tom Bigby. The Demopolis Civic Center sits about right here at my finger. Again, you've got the Demopolis Lock and Dam, which sits right there. That's the Lock and Dam. Downtown Demopolis is here. This is US 80. That's 43 headed south down toward Linden. And that thing is coming right up toward downtown Demopolis. So again, if you are in the city of Demopolis, North Marengo County, be sheltered now. All right, no mobile homes, no cars. If you're in a car, you're hearing me on the radio, get out of your car. Go into a gas station, fast food restaurant, something. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it is a site-built structure. Get in there and stay there until this thing passes. Now, if you're in Greensboro, you got some time. All right, it's going to be about 20, 30 minutes before it comes up here to you, but now's the time to be sheltered. You've got time to get into a safe place. And if you live in a mobile home in southern Hale County, you've got time to get into to drive to a shelter. You've got a few minutes to do that. You've got about 10, 15 minutes if you're near Greensboro or places like, in Hale County down here toward the old Sunshine High School, near the river, be in a safe place. But again, right in the path of this thing is Demopolis. Do we have Bill shot yet, by any chance? Back in the back? Okay.
And it's worth noting, I just want to point out, we've got some more tornado warnings that have just been issued farther to the southwest, and these are going to be traveling on a very similar route. So if you're heading to your safe place, you might be there a little while.
So that's Choctaw County, and that's all of these are moving northeast today. And again, let's move it a little farther to the north, and we've still got this little tornado warning in effect for Greene.
That was actually, I think that was canceled.
Yeah, it's moved over into Hale, and it looks like there's not much of a tornadic circulation there.
Yeah, it was expired.
Okay, so the tornado warning for Greene County is expired. It's off the board. The warning now in West Alabama is for northern Marengo, the far, far, far eastern part of Sumter and the southern part of Hale counties. And again, that corridor between Demopolis and Greensboro. And that's where we've got to be sheltered right now. It is urgent that we do that, all right? So if you know anybody, if you have friends or relatives, be a hero. I want you to call them right now. If they live in Demopolis, if they live near Demopolis, if they live in Greensboro, and tell them you're under a tornado warning and you've got to be sheltered right now. Tell them you know what to do. You've been listening to us for a while here today. Call them or text them or get the word to them. you can be a great help to us today, because a lot of people these days don't watch the weather on television. They're going to be watching something else. Okay, so be sure that you let them know that there's a very dangerous storm with a possible tornado coming right up into the city of Demopolis. Just for the fun of it, let's punch up that skycam at Demopolis. I want to see where that thing is stuck. You never know.
It's looking straight up.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to see much. Again, this is at the Demopolis Civic Center. And again, you guys back in the back, if y'all can just stop Bill wherever he is, get him in a safe place. Don't get him in a dangerous place, but let's get that video back on there. If he's got a dash cam, I'd love to see that. That's pretty urgent. Okay, if he's got a dash cam, let's get that thing reestablished. But he really needs to be in Demopolis, in a safe place. One thing about, you saw the lightning on that camera. Let's go back to the graphics. Again, we're going to stay with this. So
this is moving very close to downtown Demopolis.
Right. And again, this is the William Rufus King Bridge over the Black Warrior River. The Black Warrior merges with the Tom Bigby right here. That's the Tom Bigby. This is Commissioner Street. This is the Demopolis Civic Center. Demopolis High School sits right down here, the baseball complex. And there's a good chance this is going to stay north of US 80. If you're south of US 80, the danger is not as great. But still, if you're in the polygon, respect the polygon and be in a safe place. But again, clearly you can see this storm is most likely going to be moving maybe just a little north of downtown Demopolis. The old yacht basin, I forget what they call it now, but the long timers, you know where that is. It sits right here. And again, this is the King Bridge coming over the Warrior River. And from there, it's going to be coming over here, maybe toward the Greene County steam plant, which is over here.
I think do we have another tornado warning? Let's see here, sorry. We've got a new tornado warning for that same circulation that we had a warning on earlier for northern parts of Greene County and also into northern Hale County, including Akron and Moundville.
So let's expand this out a little bit. We got so much going on here, and it's going to be one of these days. So everybody take a big deep breath. We've got multiple tornadic circulations. First off, we've still got the tornado warning in effect for southeastern Chilton County, Verbena, back over toward the Coosa River, Lake Mitchell. Be sheltered over here. We've got a new tornado warning in effect now for the northern part of Hale County. This includes Moundville. And again, we're going to go back to that live shot in just a second, but that's a tornado crossing the Black Warrior coming up toward Havana Junction in Moundville. We have a tornado approaching the city of Demopolis that will be moving toward the city of Greensboro. We have a possible tornado that's going to be coming out of, or actually right here. This is what they're warning for here. This is coming up on Linden. Linden is on US 43, about 18 miles south of Demopolis. So again, that is a possible tornado that's going to be crossing Highway 43 near Linden. So we have multiple tornado warning polygons lined up south of Tuscaloosa. Northern Hale, this includes Moundville, Havana Junction. We've got a tornado warning for Demopolis and Greensboro. We have a tornado warning in effect for Linden. These are for multiple storms, okay? Multiple storms. They're all different, and they're all producing tornadoes, and it's going to be that kind of day. 1, 2, 3, and there's another one back here behind it, back in Autauga County. And again, we have this one over here in Chilton County. So again, if you're hearing us on TV or radio, we want you to take immediate action. Take every single storm today seriously. Every storm, all right? I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's not that dangerous. Every storm today is going to be dangerous based on the atmospheric profile. So let's zoom in a little tighter for this storm. First off, the one that will take them from north to south. And I will say that Tuscaloosa is not involved in this. Tuscaloosa County, there is no danger. There is no warning right now. So you don't have to do anything if you're in Tuscaloosa County. So let's go to our, this thing is tightened up again. All right, so here we go. So this is Moundville right here. That's Highway 69. This is the split. This is Havana Junction. My dear friend, my mentor, J.B. Elliott, grew up here. He worked for the Weather Service Birmingham for so long. Highway 60 goes down to Akron and then down toward Wedgeworth. Highway 69 goes down to Greensboro. Violent tornado circulation now is ramped back up, and again, you can see that that's going to be passing near the town of Akron, coming right up on Moundville. And again, we do have a live crew in Moundville. We still got their shot. Okay, so tell me exactly where these guys are now. Do we know? Okay, so since we don't know their location, let's go back to the radar. And again, back in the back, if you guys can help us coordinate with the locations and where these guys are. But this is a very dangerous tornadic storm coming up toward Akron and Moundville and Havana Junction. So if you live in any of these places we've called out, you've got to be in a safe place. Could this ultimately clip Tuscaloosa County? It might. It might later, but again, for now, the warning is in effect for northern hail.
We also have a new warning just pointing out from that Clanton storm as well. That's been extended farther into Coosa County.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let's go down the line in West Alabama first. So that's the tornadic storm coming up on Akron and Moundville. And again, if I call out your town, be sheltered, okay? So let's move down to the south, and we'll take a look at our second storm. This is the one coming up on Demopolis. Again, the rotation not as tight as it was, but still, we could have a tornado down. Don't fool with these things today. That'll be crossing really up here around the King Bridge north of downtown Demopolis, and that'll be coming over into Hale County. So still, if you're in Demopolis, you got to be sheltered. Greensboro, you're in the polygon. Greensboro and Hale County, be sheltered. Let's go down to the next one, the one south of there. This is the one that includes Linden. We have a possible tornadic circulation right here. This is near Myrtlewood. Half Acre, Nanophilia, Sweetwater. This is all in southwest Marengo County. That circulation is going to be coming up in the general direction of Linden, maybe up here toward Providence, which is right here. That's 69 going up toward Gallion, 43 going up toward Demopolis, the town of Linden here. That's the county seat of Marengo County. So a tornado circulation there. Let's go to Coosa County. All right,
this one is confirmed on the ground.
Which one? I'm sorry.
The one for the Coosa County, the one that
Okay.
the one that has been on the ground for
Okay.
part of its history already.
So again, you can see now that we have the tornadic circulation moving out of Chilton across the lake into Coosa County. Let's expand this out. Let me show Rockford to give folks a point of reference here in US 231. So this is US 231 right here. This is the town of Rockford. This is the county seat of Coosa County. That's the tornado. And again, this is moving to the northeast, and that's going to be staying initially areas west of US Highway 31. Rockford is not in the polygon. Understand, if you are in Coosa County, that doesn't mean everybody's in the polygon. Here's your polygon right here. This includes places like Gold Branch and Bentleyville, Hillwood. And if you're in any of these communities in Coosa County, be in a safe place. This thing has been producing a tornado for a long time. This thing got on the ground near Selma, came through parts of Autauga County, came through parts of Chilton County. Now it's into Coosa County. This could be a long track tornado, probably is. So again, if you're in that part of Coosa County, be sheltered. Taylor, and I got to go back over to you to change some batteries real quick.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll just keep going through all of these different tornado warnings. At this point, we have multiple tornado warnings across central Alabama. So the one that we were just talking about is this system here moving over from Chilton County into Coosa County, Quincy, Hillwood, Gold Branch, Bentleyville if it holds together, and Weogufka if it holds together as well. So this tornado at times has been confirmed on the ground. So anybody in this polygon, safe place, helmets on, cover your head, make sure you remain in that safe place until we give you that all clear. Moving back to some of the systems that we have a little bit farther to the west, we have this other tornado warning here that is moving has moved through the Utah area. It's moving towards Akron now, and this is going to continue towards Oak Village, towards Stewart, towards Cypress, towards Moundville. And let's move down to our next tornado warning. So the northwestern portion of Hale County here included in that tornado warning. And then we have another tornado warning that does include portions of, excuse me, Greene County, including Demopolis, with this rotation starting to cross very close to Demopolis at this point. And this will move towards Arcola, Cedarville, Millwood, the city of Greensboro, and Rosemary in Hale County. So another tornado warning there as well. So much of Hale County at this point included in tornado warnings. And then a little bit farther to the south towards Marengo County, we've got a pretty good indication of rotation here near Myrtlewood that will continue in the general direction of Pinhook, Linden, Jefferson, and Old Spring Hill Road. So this here is a pretty good indication of some rotation near the Myrtlewood area. So if you're just joining us, I want to give us a DMA view, or rather a view of the entire area. So for those of you who are joining us right now, north of I-20, we don't have any tornado warnings at this point. We have one severe thunderstorm warning for portions of northwestern Tuscaloosa, portions of Pickens County for some hail. It's really the south of I-20 where we have a lot of those thunderstorms that have become severe and are producing tornadoes at this point. And we have a tornado warning for portions of Coosa County, multiple tornado warnings for portions of Hale County, and then southern Greene County near Demopolis. So let's go through these storms again. It's going to be raining and thundering in other locations, but if you are not under a tornado warning at this point, you don't have any severe weather going on. We're going to be focusing on, I know it's loud in other locations, but we're going to focus on the storms that we have that we know are producing tornadoes at this point. So this storm here that's crossing over into Tuscaloosa County has had a history of having tornadoes on the ground, and at this point could very likely be producing a tornado. So we don't tell you that to scare you. We just want you to take this system seriously. So if you are in Tuscaloosa County, and this, as James mentioned, is going to be crossing north of the city of Rockford. So if you live in Rockford or southward, at this point, you are not included in this tornado warning. This is going to include cities like Bentleyville, Gold Branch, Weogufka, Hillwood, Quincy. And you can see this indication here. This is what we call a hook here. So we're looking at this storm. This is that hook right here. So this is where we have likely that rotation ongoing. I want to change this over to the velocity, and this is going to give us a clearer picture of the wind speeds and direction inside the storm. So this is where we look for that rotation. And right where I drew those symbols where we were looking at the reflectivity is where we are seeing those indications of that rotation in this storm. I want to switch over. I'm switching radar sites here. So if you see the colors change, it's just because I'm trying to get different views, different vantage points of this storm. And at this point, I think we're getting a more clear picture from the Birmingham radar here. The rotation, at least in this latest scan, a little bit harder to pick out where exactly this rotation is. But if you are in this polygon in Tuscaloosa County, this system has had a history of producing tornadoes, so you need to be in that safe place. Let's go back over to some of our other tornado warnings in southwestern parts of our area, still showing those indications of rotation here, moving into northern Hale County. I'm going to switch radar sites here. Let's see if we can get a better view from, not really, from the Columbus radar site there. So we're going to go back to BMX, our Birmingham radar site, and we are going to point out here, this is likely where we have that rotation ongoing, near Oak Village, passing just to the north of Akron. And I'm going to zoom this down. Cypress, Moundville, you need to be in that safe place. Stewart as well. And if this storm holds together, eventually it could move into southern portions of Tuscaloosa County. At this point, if you live in Tuscaloosa County, you are not under a tornado warning. But if this storm holds together and continues on this same path, this will likely move towards Moundville and then cross over into Tuscaloosa County, likely remaining south of the city of Tuscaloosa. So at this point, you've got some loud thunderstorms, but you are not under a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning. We've got another tornado warning that we are watching very closely here, and it's getting kind of hard for us to pick this up on radar just because we have so many ongoing storms at this point, but we do have a tornado warning for a circulation that has been passing very close to Demopolis. Let me switch this radar site here and see if we can get a more clear picture from any of these other radars. Looks like BMX is going to be our best bet right now. So near Demopolis, this is where we have that circulation. It's going to be moving towards Arcola, near Bird Eye as well. So right in between Arcola and Bird Eye, moving towards Cedarville, Millwood, and eventually towards Greensboro. So if you are in this polygon in Hale County, much of Hale County at this point under tornado warnings, but if you live in the city of Greensboro, Rosemary, Casemore, Millwood, you need to be in that safe place with your helmet on. Moving a little bit farther southward, we do have some tornado warnings that cover portions. A couple different tornado warnings now here for Marengo County that are including the city of Linden. So two separate circulations here, one moving through central portions of Marengo County, including the city of Linden, and then one here that's in southern portions of Marengo County that if it continues on its same path will end up near Uniontown and Perry. But if you live in Uniontown, you're right on that edge of those tornado warnings. But basically all of Marengo County at this point under one big tornado warning for multiple separate circulations. So if you live in Marengo, anywhere in Marengo, I'd say be in your safe place just to be safe at this point with these multiple tornado warnings going on. And then another tornado warning back into Choctaw County. So we've got multiple systems that continue to move over some of the same areas. So if you're in your safe place now and you're in Green, Hale, Marengo, just stay there because we've got more systems moving your way as well. So let's go back over to this Coosa County storm and see what we are picking up here. Worth noting, too, it does look like that severe thunderstorm warning that covered portions of Tuscaloosa has been allowed to expire, so you're no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. But rotation here showing up near just to the south of Quincy, moving towards Hillwood, Weogufka, Bentleyville. If this system holds together, I want to try to see if we can get a more clear picture here on some of our other radar sites, because at this point, we're not seeing the super strong indicator. A little bit better picture here of this circulation right there. And this is going to be moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to pull the storm track on this just to give you a timeline here of when you can expect the worst of the weather to arrive at your location. And these are approximate times. You should already be in your safe place if you are included in the polygon. But
I want to go to WX05 for just a minute. I want to show some video from near Demopolis. I want to say this was taken out by in fact, that is the Tom Bigby. That's the Demopolis Lock and Dam. Look at that thing. That's clearly a wall cloud, and I don't know if there's a tornado involved in this thing right now. But if we can go back and look at that Demopolis storm on radar, I want to look at that real quick and kind of correlate that with the video that we're seeing. All right, and let's go live now to Bill Castle's camera. He is, I want to say that Bill is on the King Bridge. Again, okay, wow, goodness gracious. Let's hold it right there. That thing is spinning like a top. This is a dangerous thunderstorm in Marengo County. Bill, I want to say, is on top of the King Bridge. Down below him, that's the Black Warrior River. And that circulation will be crossing over Highway 43 in just a matter of minutes. This is north of downtown Demopolis. And again, you can see that thing is clearly rerotating. I don't see evidence of a tornado down at this point. But again, this is live from Bill Castle, who is on the William Rufus King Bridge on the Black Warrior River, just north of Demopolis. And Bill is looking at this structure of the storm. It looks like it might not be at the moment producing a tornado, but that's the wall cloud. And again, you could see the scud elements going up in that. We're going to stay with this for just a moment. And again, while you're looking at this, understand we have multiple tornado warnings right now. In fact, behind me, you're going to see Taylor kind of touring the radar. And if you see your community involved in a tornado warning polygon, you want to be in a safe place, okay? So again, Taylor's looking up in North Tuscaloosa County. There's no warning up
Jefferson. So Jefferson, Walker,
okay,
right along that line there.
Okay, got a brand new tornado warning in effect. This is for Jefferson County.
It's located
Can we double box me and Bill Castle's video? I want to leave both of them up right now.
We've got a radar indicated tornado located near Gorgo Steam Plant.
Right, and that's up Highway 269. And that's going to be out in the vicinity of, it's going to be south of Good Springs, south of Pumpkin Center, near Birmingport. This is up Highway 269. Alliance is out in that area. Can we double box me and Bill Castle, please? I want to keep Bill's video up. And I don't know if anybody in the back can hear me, and if not, we'll just do the best we can here. But again, we've got a tornadic circulation that's going to be passing north and west of Birmingham. This tornadic circulation is going to be coming up, crossing Highway 269 here in a matter of minutes. Highway 269 runs north out of Inslee up toward Jasper and Parrish. Again, Parrish is up here. You've got Inslee down here in Sylvan Springs, and that tornadic circulation is going to be crossing over Interstate 22, which is right here. This is old U.S. Highway 78, which is now Alabama Highway 5. That's Interstate 22 right here. So the call to action on this, nobody should be driving on Interstate 22 north and west of Birmingham. That is an urgent call right now from I-65, we'll say to the Walker County line. Cordova, you are not involved in this. Cordova's right here. But again, this tornadic circulation coming right up toward Birmingport, that's going to be crossing over Interstate 22 near the town of West Jefferson. The Alabama Power Company facility right there, you need to implement your tornado plan right now, the power generating plant. Then that'll be crossing, after crossing Interstate 22, that'll be crossing Alabama Highway 5, the old US 78 near Sayre, the community of Sayre, which is right here. And then from there, it's going to be crossing over toward I-65. But the polygon at this moment stops. So this is a tornado warning for the northwest part of Jefferson County. Please understand this does not include the city of Birmingham. It does not include the city of Birmingham. It includes areas north and west of the city of Birmingham. Again, for the possible tornado, which is right here, again, coming right up toward Birmingport, the West Jefferson Steam Plant, Sayre, and then maybe passing near or south of Corner, then ultimately toward Warrior, Kimberly, and Morris. Right now, Warrior, Kimberly, Morris, you're not in the polygon. And this warning is going to be in effect
3:15.
Until 3:15. We got John Brown.
And I've pulled up behind you some of those approximate arrival times. So if folks want to, I guess we can't see
Right,
that
and
'cause the
again,
double
what I want to
box.
point out here is the fact that we are watching on the other side of the screen a rotating storm that is north of Demopolis. That is live video of a very dangerous storm that is crossing out of Marengo County into Hale County, or southern Greene County into Hale County. This thing's awfully close to the Greene County steam plant and another Alabama Power Company generating facility. And again, Bill Castle is on that. He's got a live shot of that, and that'll be crossing the Warrior into Hale County. So that other storm you're seeing in that box, that is not the one you're seeing in the radar. It's a day where we have multiple tornadoes down. And sometimes we have to show boxes with different tornadoes. But again, that's a rotating storm that could drop a tornado at any minute. There might be one down in that other box. We just can't see it because it's rain wrapped. So if you're in the southern tip of Greene, from basically the northern fringe of Demopolis up toward Forkland, be in a safe place over to Greensboro. And again, for the Birmingham Metro, this is north and west of the city of Birmingham. We have a tornadic circulation. There's your approximate arrival times on the screen right here. This is coming right up in the vicinity of, it's over Birmingport about right now. It'll be coming up toward the West Jefferson Steam Plant, Quinton, over here towards Sayre. Bagley is right here. Bagley is in the polygon. Sayre is in the polygon. And that will ultimately, if it keeps on going here, be toward Corner, Morris, Kimberly, and Warrior. So everybody in North and Northwest Jefferson County, you need to be sheltered right now if you're in this polygon. So that's that storm. We'll come right back on that in just a second. Let's quickly go down to the Demopolis storm and look at this. Again, Bill is on the King Bridge looking north back toward Greene County. And I tell you what, let's stop right here if we can. Let's focus on this one, all right? We've got Stephen Quinn on this one. Stephen is on this storm approaching Moundville. Stephen Quinn, can you hear me? And if so, I want to know what you got there. You got a tornadic storm approaching.
Yeah, James, I can tell you we're starting to see, as we're seeing this cell move towards us, we're along Alabama Highway 69. We're looking southwestward. We're south of downtown proper, looking out westward as this cell is kind of scraping by and making its way closer. We're just about a few miles from where the radar indicates the rotation is, and you see the clouds. We're looking just above that tree line to see if we can see anything with the tornado warning associated here. The lightning is the thing that's the most noticeable to us, James. It has really picked up here in the last 5 minutes or so. The one thing that is concerning, I don't want to take the camera away from the view of the storm here, but I'm looking along Highway 69 and we are seeing people driving up and down. I know this is a main road, but certainly, as you've mentioned, this is an area where you don't want to be out in a car right now driving on those roads, as we see another bolt of lightning there as this storm is approaching closer. It looks like it's making its way close to Moundville, and we're trying to see if we can see anything above these trees right now. Can't see much, James.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. And again, we're going to check back with you. We're going to be watching the stream. Let's go back to Bill Castles. I want to keep the double box going the whole time. We're going to have radar and me in one box and live images in the other box, because we know that if you see a live tornado, you'll do something. But again, we have a tornado coming right up on Stephen Quinn's location in Moundville. And Stephen, if you can hear me, you guys might want to be sheltered right now. I don't want you guys being hurt. So my advice to you, get into a gas station, a convenience store.
This has just been extended to include portions of Tuscaloosa County. And as you can see there, downtown Tuscaloosa right on the fringe.
All right, so now the Weather Service has extended the tornado warning out of Hale County up into Tuscaloosa County. This is when you will be warned if you're in Tuscaloosa County. So again, the city of Tuscaloosa is in the corner of the polygon. We've got this tornadic circulation near Moundville, and again, that's moving up into southern Tuscaloosa County. So we have a tornado warning in effect for Tuscaloosa, the campus of the University of Alabama, those near Duncanville, Inglewood up Highway 69. The bottom line is anybody along Highway 69 from Moundville to Tuscaloosa, you got to be sheltered right now. Anybody on US 82, Tuscaloosa down to Duncanville, you got to be sheltered now. And if you're in the city of Tuscaloosa, we recommend that you be sheltered as well. So again, in one box, you're watching a tornadic storm in north, looking up into southern Greene from North Marengo County. We have a tornadic storm that's located now near Moundville. And for the producers back in the back, I want Quinn sheltered, okay? I mean, I know the video is awesome, and I wish we could show that. If there's a way they can leave their camera running and they go shelter, that would be even better. Or we can still have the video and they're sheltered, but I want those guys in a safe place. A life is not worth getting some video right here. We're seeing debris that is being lofted right now. That is a sign we have the tornado down. This is a TDS, a tornado debris signature. So we have a confirmed tornado that is approaching the city of Moundville, coming up into southern Tuscaloosa County. And again, this will be crossing Highway 69 north of the Hale Tuscaloosa County line, up here toward Maxwell's Crossroads, the community of Hull, Englewood. If you're in any of these places south of Tuscaloosa, you got to be sheltered. And again, the city of Tuscaloosa is in the polygon. Respect the polygon. If you're in that polygon, you've got to be sheltered. So Tuscaloosa, the University of Alabama, be sheltered. Small room, lowest floor, near the center. No windows, helmets for everybody, no cars, no mobile homes. And we'll see if that continues. But again, that is a strong evidence that we have debris that is being lofted by that tornado. Let's go back to Jefferson County if we can.
We've got three really strong indications of rotation. So the three storms that are showing those really strong indications are going to be that Jefferson County storm, and you can see that hook there. Also this Coosa County storm, and then that storm that's about to cross over into Tuscaloosa County.
So let's go to the one north and west of Birmingham. We'll take all of these one at a time. All right, and again, that is a very violent-looking storm coming up on West Jefferson. Violent. It's right at Birmingport, right up Highway 269, right at Alliance. And again, that dangerous tornado is going to be coming right up on Interstate 22. All right, let's go to Moundville again in the other box. All right, so we're going to take in the other box. We've got that tornado coming up on Moundville. This is currently Bill Castle's shot. I think it says Marengo County, or is that Quinn's shot? Okay, let's take down that Marengo County super, please. All right, this is coming from northern Hale County, and again, this is the storm that is coming up on southern Tuscaloosa County and Moundville. If you're in Moundville, be sheltered. Southern Tuscaloosa County, be sheltered. You're looking at that thing live right now. This is an urgent request from us to be sheltered in any of these polygons we're talking about today, and I'm having to do different storms in different boxes just to cover all of these things. So the one you're seeing visually over here, that is coming from Stephen Quinn's camera in Moundville. That is, again, whether there's a tornado down, I can't see because of the trees. That's the way it works here, but it sure looks like
some very strong rotation.
To me, it looks like there's a multiple vortex tornado down. That's what it looks like to me. So don't mess with this. Don't fool around with it. You go into a safe place. Moundville, Englewood, Duncanville, Hull, Maxwell's Crossroads, any of those places.
Are they in a safe location? Are they close to a shelter?
Yeah, I'm hearing from in my ear that they're safe and it's moving not in their direction, and they're okay. They've been trained out there.
Okay.
But again, that's what's coming up on southern Tuscaloosa County. This is a very dangerous storm on radar coming up through northern Jefferson County. Again, the urgent message here, if you're in Birmingport, if you're in West Jefferson, be sheltered. Nobody on Interstate 22 between, say, I-65 and the Walker County line. Do not travel on Interstate 22 between I-65 and the Walker County line. Don't even think about it. Nobody should be on the old US 78, Alabama Highway 5. But some of the communities out here, again, Birmingport, West Jefferson, Sylvan Springs, Sayre, Flat Top, Bagley, Corner. If you're in any of these places we're calling out, you've got to be sheltered right now. This is a dangerous storm coming into a pretty densely populated area. And again, that'll be crossing Interstate 22 soon. Nobody should be traveling along Interstate 22. Let's go back to this Moundville storm we're watching. And again, we got a visual on this from Stephen Quinn.
And that Coosa County storm as well. We'll go there in a second.
We're going to look at all of these things. I mean, we've got multiple tornadoes today. So bear with us. Again, there's the hook. And you can see that thing is coming right up on Moundville. Hook echo, velocity couplet.
Let's check that CC
Kind of
again.
Moundville right here. Yeah. Got a lower correlation coefficient southwest of Moundville. That's debris that's being lofted. So it's down. And again, you're looking at it live from our crew that's down in Moundville and Hale County. So again, if you are in Moundville, you've got to be sheltered now. Hopefully you sheltered when the warning was first issued about 15 minutes ago. And again, this particular tornado warning polygon does extend into Tuscaloosa County. It does include the city of Tuscaloosa, the campus of the University of Alabama. It includes US 82 down to Duncanville, all of Highway 69 down into Hale County. And again, you've got to be sheltered. You've got to be. And we're going to stay with this shot. And again, we're watching it live, and these guys are safe.
James, I hate to interrupt. So we do have a confirmation that the storm we were just looking at in Jefferson County, we have a tornado down there as well. So confirmed.
So again, we've got multiple tornadoes that are down. We're going to have to assume that with every storm we have today. All right? Every storm we have today, we're going to have to assume that it's tornado down. So again, that's a tornado at Moundville. You're watching that live. Let's go back to the Jefferson County storm really quickly. I promise we'll get to Coosa County in just a second. But again, this is the storm that is approaching Interstate 22 that's coming out of Birmingport and Alliance, and that'll be coming right through West Jefferson and then curving out to Flat Top out toward Bagley. You got Corner right here, Graysville and Adamsville. You are in this polygon. So again, if you're in any of these places we called out, you've got to be sheltered. You have to be sheltered. And that will ultimately cross over Interstate 65 if it stays down. And that's if it stays down. So let's go down to Coosa County real quick. We're going to bounce between the storms. And again, you're watching live a tornado that is in the storm in Moundville and Hale County that is coming up on the city of Moundville. Again, quickly, this is the Coosa County storm. We got violent circulation near Weogufka. That's down Highway 9, approaching U.S. Highway 231. Everybody that's in northern Coosa County, north of Rockford, you need to be sheltered. Again, that is a violent tornado coming up on Weogufka, and ultimately that could wind up in the southeastern tip of Talladega County, moving into Clay County. So just be aware of that. Let's go back to the storm approaching Greensboro. Okay, we've got Bill Castle on that one. And again, we've got so many tornadoes right now, we're going to have to focus on the ones that are in our television coverage. So let's go down to Hale County, the one that's below. And the good news, this one looks like it's pretty disorganized at this point. The dominant storm seems to be the one that's located to the near Moundville to the north. The storm that has crossed over into Hale County near Greensboro seems to have weakened, lost its organization, but still a tornado warning stays in effect there. So again, if you are in any of these polygons, you've got to stay sheltered. That includes Greensboro. But for the moment, that storm looks disorganized. And again, you're looking live at that storm via Bill Castle's camera on the William Rufus King Bridge on the Warrior River in Demopolis, looking north right back into that. And again, from Bill's camera, I can't see much at this point. So let's go back to the Moundville storm in northern Hale County. If we can put that one up. All right, this is the video coming from that storm in Moundville. And again, you can see that circulation is on the Tuscaloosa Hale County line. It's pretty much on the river. This is the Black Warrior River right here. And that circulation on the river is going to be crossing over into Tuscaloosa County. And again, the view you're seeing is live. And you see it? See it, Taylor? See it down?
Oh, my goodness.
Again, to me, it looks like a multiple vortex tornado. You don't have to have a condensation funnel, a big black funnel cloud like you see in these tornado specials. It doesn't work that way. They're often not that pretty. But I'm pretty sure we have a multiple vortex tornado that is down on the Hale-Tuscaloosa County line near Moundville on the river. And again, they're looking at this storm from a position to the east, and it's moving to the north-northeast, so they're safe. They're where they are. And that's going to be moving right up toward Highway 69, crossing over around Hull, Englewood, Maxwell's Crossroads right here, and ultimately maybe the southern part of the city of Tuscaloosa. That's the reason the southern part of the city of Tuscaloosa is in the polygon. Tuscaloosa is in the far, far northern fringe of that, but you're in it. And if you're in it, you need to do something about it. Hopefully Tuscaloosa will not be affected, but you're in the polygon, so you've got to stay sheltered. So again, we've got a possible tornado right now that's located on the river, the Black Warrior River, just to the west of the city of Moundville, moving northeast. And again, we've got a live camera on that, watching that. And again, the circulation is moving through the woods, and it's moving over the river, and it's going to be really hard to see this because of the trees we have here. But again, that circulation is very well defined, and it's coming right up into southern Tuscaloosa County. So southern Tuscaloosa County, tornado warning. Now, let's leave that live video up. Let's go to the Jefferson County storm. Again, we're going to be bouncing back and forth between multiple dangerous storms today. And we've got a tornado circulation at West Jefferson. It's basically going to be crossing Interstate 22, really not too far from the Walker County line, but it's in Jefferson County exclusively. And that'll be crossing it's very close to the West Jefferson steam plant. You've seen those stacks out there. If you're up on Red Mountain looking back to the north in the city, you've seen the stacks of the generating plant. And they've got, Alabama Power does a great job with safety. I've done so many Alabama Power safety meetings over the years. They're really good at what they do. So they're hunkered down right now at the steam plant out there, but that'll be crossing Interstate 22. And again, that's the urgent message here, is the fact that nobody should be on Interstate 22 really between I-65 and the Walker County line until this thing passes. It's going to take about maybe 5 to 6 more minutes. And then once it crosses north of Interstate 22, we can give an all clear. And after that, the next highway is going to be the old U.S. Highway 78. Now it's Alabama Highway 5. U.S. 78 was rerouted onto Interstate 22. Alabama Highway 5 runs up to Sayre and the Green Top Barbecue and up into Dora and Summerton. So nobody should be on Interstate 22, and nobody should be on Highway 5 up here near Sayre and Bagley. All right.
We are continuing to get reports that their eyes on the ground are seeing that this tornado is still on the ground in West Jefferson, so headed northwest. So if you're in this polygon, take this serious. There is a tornado on the ground. We don't have necessarily eyes on it from one of our cameras, but it's there, just like all these other tornadoes. Every single tornado warning today, the way the atmosphere is, just treat this as every single tornado warning is a tornado confirmed on the ground at this point. Just That's been the trend today so far. So if you live, as James has been saying, near Flat Top, near Bagley, near Graysville, at Adamsville, this is likely going to cross just to the northwest of you, but Williamsburg, West Jefferson, Quinton, Burnwell, Crestview Estates, Brent's Crossroads, near Vulcan. This is going to cross right over I-22, very close to the Flat Top area. And as I mentioned, we have confirmation that this is a tornado on the ground. So let's check that correlation coefficient again. See.
Yep, right there.
It's hard to tell if that is, it's kind of been noisy there, but that could be that confirmation.
So many reports of this thing being down. I think that probably is debris that's being lofted. And again, it's going to be crossing Interstate 22 in a matter of minutes, then crossing Highway 5 up here near Sayre. And then we'll see if it keeps on going. But if you're in Corner, Bagley, Sayre, Adamsville, Graysville, anywhere in this whole area up here, you've got to be sheltered right now because it's a dangerous storm near West Jefferson, north and west of Birmingham. And again, we stress this warning does not include the city of Birmingham. This is all north and west of the city of Birmingham in the northwestern part of Jefferson County. But there's the hook back in the back of the storm, the pendant back there, and that's your possible tornado. The city of Birmingham is down here. This will not affect Fultondale. If you were hit by the tornado on the 25th of January, this will not affect you. So that's the storm north and west of Birmingham. Let's go back to our storm that's south of Tuscaloosa right now. And again, we've got our guys, the video you're seeing, they're coming back up Highway 69, kind of coming up on the back side of this, and that's what you want to do. That's the safe way to do this. Most of our people have been trained in Skywarn. But again, you've got the hook echo right here. And that possible tornado is now north of Moundville. That's basically on Highway 69 near the community of Hull. That's about 10 miles south of the city of Tuscaloosa. Moundville is about 12 miles to the south. The tornado is about 10 miles to the south. And that's going to be crossing Highway 69. Basically, it's crossing Highway 69 right now. And again, we're looking right up into this thing with that live camera from the south. All right, they've got a great vantage point to see if there's anything there. But remember, a lot of the tornadoes down here, they're rain wrapped. They're not pretty ones like you see in the storm chaser movies and all this kind of stuff. It just doesn't work that way. Sometimes it can, but it doesn't typically work that way down here in the deep south. We have very high precipitable water values. They're rain wrapped and they're really hard to see. But we try to get these things on camera because we've learned from social science studies that we got damage right now. All right, looks like the tornado has come through this spot right here. And it looks like that's near the Hale Tuscaloosa County line. Right there just south of Moundville. So again, on the Hale Tuscaloosa County line, you saw the damage there from our crew, and it looks like we have law enforcement in front of them where it looks like this tornado might be crossing or is in the process of crossing the highway right now. So again, we're going to stay with that live video, and again, you're watching the radar of this, and that tornado is located about 10 miles south of the city of Tuscaloosa, moving to the north-northeast. It's got a pretty good northward component here, which has increased the threat to the southern and eastern part of the city of Tuscaloosa. So again, if you're out here, Englewood, the southern part of the city of Tuscaloosa, Jerusalem Heights, Dreamland Barbecue, the original Dreamlands out there, be in a safe place. These are approximate arrival times. That's for our Jefferson County storm. This is not for the Tuscaloosa County storm.
Well, that's not good.
We'll get the Tuscaloosa County numbers here in just a minute.
I'll pull my own. We're not going to do the automatic. We'll pull
okay.
our own.
And again, Taylor's going to put some of the communities and the approximate arrival time on here. And again, we're watching in that camera. And just so you guys know, I do believe that Quinn is in Tuscaloosa County at this point. He's crossed over out of Hale into Tuscaloosa County, and you can see a large tree down that is blocking the road. This should be most likely Alabama Highway 69, if I would imagine that's where Stephen is. And have we got Quinn's audio by any chance back there? Can we bring him in?
James, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. I got you now. Go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay, sorry about that. Yep. Just reiterate what you're seeing in those pictures, James. This is an area where we just saw those vortexes that moved through the area. We're seeing the damage now. We've got multiple power lines that are down, and this is the view. This is Alabama Highway 69, as you see someone out here. We're looking headed northbound towards Tuscaloosa. Police have been frantically trying to go through. You got to imagine trying to see if there's any kind of injuries or anything like that. I should point out, let me pan the camera over real quick. In fact, I'm just going to take it off the ledge so you can see here. We're seeing some roof damage over here. This is what it looks like again on Alabama Highway 69, just north of downtown Moundville. Those are the storms we were looking at. We were up on that hill coming through here. They've moved through, as I said, power is out, and right now I think the police are certainly trying to check on everyone in this neighborhood. This is the most significant damage. We're going to try to get over there just to see what it looks like, but this is the result of those storms that we saw just a moment ago. So it's tough to get around here. I don't think we're going to be able to keep up with the storm as it makes its way. We're going to have to try to find a way to navigate, because also some of these other back roads have trees down as well. So we certainly have some damage from that tornado here in this portion of the county, just north of Moundville. As you see, people are out now trying to figure out what's going on, getting to other people, and I apologize for the camera angles here, but this is where we are, and this is what it looks like. So certainly some damage, James. No reports yet of injuries. You got to think that's what's first and foremost on the mind of police, just to make sure that everyone's okay.
Look at that now.
Okay. This is a really, really wrapped up storm with a beware, bounded weak echo region, and you can see the damage this thing just caused in along Highway 69 near the Hale Tuscaloosa County line, and that's coming right up Highway 69. So again, everybody in Tuscaloosa, you got to be sheltered. The eastern part of Tuscaloosa, this includes Alberta City, this includes Cottondale. It does not include Holt. You're not in the polygon right now, but it does include Tuscaloosa, Cottondale. It includes areas out here toward Coaling. Coaling is right here on the verge of this polygon, but nobody should be along Highway 69. Needless to say, you can't get through there even if you tried right now because of the damage we've got out there, and that's going to be crossing US 82 pretty soon north of Duncanville. Duncanville is on the far edge of the polygon. This will probably cross US Highway 82, maybe about 5 to 6 miles south of downtown Tuscaloosa. I am going to want that DCH camera looking south. We got a pretty good view south from the DCH camera, so if we can go to the DCH skycam, we're going to go to that in just a second. It's going to be hard to see anything from this. Okay, that's the courthouse camera. We get the.
I don't know if I can connect to the other.
Okay, and if we don't have DCH, we'll take the courthouse. That's okay. We'll just take the courthouse camera. So we'll take the Tuscaloosa County courthouse camera on top of the courthouse, and that's Birmingham. So yeah, we'll just stay with Quinn's live shot with the damage down there, and as soon as we get that established from the courthouse, we'll take a look at that. So again, very dangerous storm coming up through southern Tuscaloosa County. Be in a safe place. Okay, there's our courthouse shot, and let's go back to the left a little bit if we can. We want to look right down Lurleen B. Wallace Boulevard and Interstate 359. And again, I don't think we're going to see much at this point, but let's go back to our Jefferson County storm. We've got so many tornado warning polygons here.
And just a reminder, we do have also a confirmed tornado on the ground in Coosa County. That warning now extends into Clay and southern Talladega counties. So everybody, if you get that notification on your phone that you're under a tornado warning, assume that there is a tornado on the ground, because every warning right now that we have, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Right.
And whatever you do, if you get that warning, don't wait on us. There are so many tornadoes down right now. You've got to go to a safe place. Let's look at this one really quick. This is the one that's near Sayre, that's come out of West Jefferson. And again, you can see that this is West Jefferson is right here. Let's put the velocity display on here. That's Interstate 22 right here. That's Alabama Highway 5 going up toward Dora and Sumiton. Looks pretty broad at this point, but again, that'll be crossing Highway 5 out here near Sayre. This is Bagley, and this is Corner. So again, we stress on this one, this does not include the city of Birmingham. This is for areas north and west of Birmingham. Circulation looking a little broad right now, but still, that could tighten back up at any time. Stay sheltered, northwest Jefferson County. Let's go down to Coosa County. This is going to be the tornadic circulation that is moving up into southern Talladega County, and the Weather Service has posted a new tornado warning for...
And this is confirmed on the ground as well.
Right, for the far southeastern part of Talladega County, the southeastern part of Talladega County, southwestern part of Clay County, northern part of Coosa County. Again, you've got Highway 9 right here. That's Highway 231 right here. Your tornadic circulation is, that's 231 right here. Tornadic circulation crossing over Highway 231 right now. This is US Highway 280 right here. So again, that circulation is going to cross over 231, 280 near Stewartville. This is down below Sylacauga. Not far from Sylacauga. You're in the polygon if you're in Sylacauga, but the greatest danger is south and east of Sylacauga. Sylacauga's here. This is the split right here. That's 231 going down to Montgomery. That's 280 going down toward Alexander City and Lake Martin. That's the tornadic circulation crossing over Highway 231. It'll be crossing over Highway 280 soon. So again, nobody should be driving on US 231 south of Sylacauga, US 280 south of Sylacauga for about the next 15 to 30 minutes. And if you're in the community of Hollins, which is in the south Western corner of Clay County, be sheltered, and we'll see if that continues moving northeast. Ashland and Lineville are up here. You're not in the polygon yet. Right now, it's only a small part of Clay and a very small part of Talladega counties. If you're up in the city of Talladega, Lincoln, this has nothing to do with you. This is way, way, way south of there. And again, Sylacauga is technically in the polygon here. So again, the way these work, that they give room for error. So if you're in the polygon, you've got to respect that. You've got to go to a safe place. So a very dangerous tornado crossing US 231, about to cross US Highway 280. This is where Coosa, Talladega, Clay counties all come together near Hollins, probably passing north of Goodwater, coming up into southwestern Clay County. Let's go back to our Tuscaloosa County storm.
This one does look like it has tightened up even more since we've last looked at it.
Okay. Yeah. Got a dangerous, dangerous tornado that's near Maxwell's Crossroads. And again, Taylor, if you can point that camera, we want to go farther to the east, bring it around to the left. Yeah, look at the debris being lofted right here. Wow. All right, and maybe we should have a windshield wiper on this camera. If you get the wiper button, probably not. We need to replace those wipers, but maybe tilt up just a little bit and kind of scan back to the right a little bit. We want to look right back in that area here. This is coming from the top of the Tuscaloosa County Courthouse.
I think we've frozen.
Okay. So forget the video here. Understand on radar we have a confirmed tornado. We know it's down. We saw the damage from Stephen Quinn's live shot. You saw the big trees down on Highway 69, the damage to homes and businesses there. Again, that's the debris being lofted. The tornado is now east of Alabama Highway 69, east of Hull, coming up on US Highway 82 between the Skyland Boulevard and Duncanville. And that'll be coming out here toward the southern part of Hargrove Road, crossing back over toward Cottondale in this far eastern part of the city of Tuscaloosa. And if you're in any of these places from downtown Tuscaloosa, south and east, you got to be sheltered. This includes the campus of the University of Alabama. These are some of the approximate arrival times of neighborhoods. Don't take it to the bank. It might be 1 or 2 minutes earlier or later than that. But just understand this is a very dangerous thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado south of the city of Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa here, confirmed tornado here, debris being lofted, moving towards the north-northeast. That's US 82, Tuscaloosa down to Duncanville. This is Skyland Boulevard right here. University Boulevard is right here. And that tornado circulation is going to be coming right up in the vicinity of, again, the eastern part of the city of Tuscaloosa. The greater concern here would be Woodland Hills, Alberta City, and right now Holt is not in it. This is Fleetwood, this is Brookwood, that's Alabama 216 right here. So understand we're watching now, I think that's, I believe that's Stephen Quinn's video in Tuscaloosa County. Okay, and that's John Brown, who is on the Jefferson County storm. John Brown, one of our spotters, he's on the storm that is near Sayre in northern and western Jefferson County. And again, we've got Stephen Quinn along Highway 69 in Tuscaloosa County coming up from the south. That's the safe way to approach this. But no doubt we have perhaps a violent tornado that is down to the south of Tuscaloosa. Please take this thing seriously. Please.
Look at that debris tracker now.
Please take it seriously. Look at the negative value with the correlation coefficient. This is debris probably being lofted to 15,000, 20,000 feet. And we saw Stephen Quinn's video of the damage that occurred down in the Hulls community down in near the Tuscaloosa Hale County line. And next up is US 82. So clearly do not, and I repeat, if you're listening to me on the radio in Tuscaloosa, do not drive on US 82 south of Tuscaloosa between Tuscaloosa and Duncanville. Don't even think about that. You don't need to be out there. And if you're on the road, pull over to a gas station, a convenience store. Any place that's open 24/7, all right? You want to be in a good, safe place until this thing passes. This is a very dangerous tornado that is down. And next up, that'll be coming out here toward the community of Cottondale, which is right here along University Boulevard. That's Interstate 5920, and obviously, nobody should be along the interstate right now. Interstate 5920 in the eastern part of the city of Tuscaloosa. So basically from Interstate 359 back to the east, nobody should be on Interstate 5920 all the way back over toward the Coaling exit until this thing gets out of here. Let's put the reflectivity back on. Again, we're watching the debris tracker. That's the correlation coefficient. Again, you can see the kidney bean shape, the hook, and this is the pendant right back in here where the tornado is located. And we've had significant damage. We saw that coming from Stephen Quinn's particular camera that was located on Highway 69 down to the south of the city of Tuscaloosa near the Hale Tuscaloosa County line. And this is one of many, many different types of warnings we have in effect right now. So I want to jump to some of the other storms real quick. Let's go to our Jefferson County storm. So again, Tuscaloosa County, stay sheltered if you're in the polygon. We'll go up here to this storm that is north and west of Birmingham. John Brown is on that. John's got a great visual on his shot, and it looks like John is coming back into it from US 82. And let me say one thing about John. He's been trained for 12 years. He's the best of the best when it comes to storm spotting. He's very safe, and he was in the Tuscaloosa tornado. Many of you saw his video from April 27, 2011. We don't worry about John's safety. He knows how to stay safe, and he's coming up from the safe side of this. But there's evidence of a tornado, again, very close to the community of Sayre, and that's moving on to the northeast. Corner is up here, Bagley here, Sayre is right here. That's the tornadic circulation. And about, I'd say, I would still stay off Interstate 22 for a few more minutes, but we can almost give you an all clear. It's pretty obvious. The circulation is now north and east of Interstate 22, very close to the old U.S. Highway 78. That goes up to the Green Top. That circulation is near the community of Sayre. Cardiff is down here. That's going to be moving on out toward I-65, and we'll see if it maintains its circulation. If it does, the Weather Service will expand the warning out to include Kimberly, Morris, and Warrior. Right now it stops from Corner back down to Gardendale. But that's the circulation moving northwest, and again, that's moving right up in the direction of Kimberly, Morris, and Warrior, and you might be under a tornado warning polygon soon. So let's go back down to Tuscaloosa County, and again, there are other tornado warnings in effect, but we have to focus on the ones in our television market. So this is a very dangerous storm. I mean, really dangerous. This is located south of Tuscaloosa, only about maybe 6 miles due south of downtown Tuscaloosa. You check that courthouse camera, Taylor. If you've got a shot of this, let me know.
Okay. A lot of rain. I'm seeing
right.
a lot of rain. It's
right.
so
and
hard.
Again, you're seeing the Tuscaloosa County shot. That's our crew coming in from the south that is totally wrapped in rain. Not every tornado outbreak is going to feature these beautiful tornadoes where you can see them. Particularly down here, it doesn't work that way. It never has and never will because we're so close to the Gulf of Mexico and those PW values are really high. But sometimes you can, but you just have to trust me. There's a tornado down. It's very dangerous. This is about 6 miles south of downtown Tuscaloosa, about to cross US 82. And again, to get your bearing straight, this is Cottondale, where you see Jerusalem Heights. This is McFarland Boulevard right here, US 82, McFarland Boulevard. That tornadic circulation is going to be in Jerusalem Heights. The most famous location there is the original Dreamland Barbecue. And this tornadic circulation is going to be crossing maybe about 4 miles south of the Dreamland Barbecue location coming up toward Cottondale. If you're in Cottondale, again, you need to be in a safe place. And I think this warning clearly will be extended to the north and east. Right now, the polygon stops about Alberta City and Cottondale here. But again, Alberta City, Cottondale, the eastern part of the city of Tuscaloosa, you've got to be sheltered right now. The old JVC plant out here. This is Skyland. This is Interstate 5920. The Baggett's Big B truck stop, what do they call it now? It's located right here, and that circulation is moving in this direction. Let's flip this back over to the correlation coefficient, the debris tracker if we can, and see if we still got that lowering. It's not as intense as it was, but it's still there. So again, I think we still have a tornado down. And again, we're watching Quinn's camera. He's in the upper box, the Tuscaloosa County camera. That's Stephen Quinn coming up into this from the south, totally wrapped in rain, which is the way it's working today. John Brown's box is the Jefferson County box. He is on that storm that is near Sayre, and he's trying to get in a position to see that. And looks like that storm might be a little drier than the one in Tuscaloosa County, but obviously the Tuscaloosa County storm, they're just in driving rain right now. But clearly everybody, Cottondale, Alberta City, down toward Duncanville and points in between. If you're in that broad zone we're talking about, you've got to be sheltered right now. Again, the old JVC plant here off Interstate 2059, and this warning will probably be extended northeast. The next communities out here, that's Alabama Highway 216. This runs from Peterson, Fleetwood, back over to Brookwood, then back up toward Lakeview in eastern Tuscaloosa County, and we'll see how it behaves after that. This might wind up affecting the same general area of maybe northwestern Jefferson County, maybe Walker County. We'll just see. But there's clearly a northward component of motion here with these things. These are not really veering to the right at this point. They're pretty much in a steady state path. So we've got debris down. Let's go to our Coosa County storm, or I say Coosa County. This is actually involving parts of Talladega, Clay, and Coosa on the eastern side of the state. And you can see the polygon here. There's your Hook Echo, just below Sylacauga. Right there. It's crossing over Highway 280. It's crossed over 231, and that's the split. 231 here, 280 here. 280 going down to Lake Martin, 231 going down toward Wetumpka. There's your tornado, about 4 miles south-southeast of downtown Sylacauga. moving northeast. That's going to be kind of hugging the line here. This is Talladega County and this is Clay County. Community of Hollins sits right here. Ashland and Lineville, they're back over here behind me. And again, that'll be kind of hugging that county line. So if you're in that broad zone between Sylacauga and Millerville, you want to be in a safe place until this thing passes. So another dangerous storm located just southeast of Sylacauga, maybe 3, 4, 5 miles, moving northeast, riding the Clay-Talladega County line. Let's go back to Jefferson County, and then we'll go back to Tuscaloosa County in just a second. We're going to ride these things, the dangerous storms. On a day like today, I don't have time to show you where it's raining, because understand, we've got multiple dangerous storms here. This particular thunderstorm that is dangerous is located again near Sayre, which is right here. Cardiff is here. Brookside is down here. Gardendale is right there. That circulation is moving northeast. So again, it's crossed over Interstate 22. We can give an all clear to Interstate 22. You're good to travel right now. We can give an all clear to Alabama Highway 5, the old US 78. You're good to travel right now. The next concern is going to be Interstate 65 and US 31. And again, we'll see if the Weather Service opts to expand the warnings out. So Taylor, back to you for just a second. Let me collect some of the video here.
Okay, I'm going to zoom this back out and kind of give us an overview. For those of you who maybe are just tuning in, we have multiple tornado warnings ongoing across our area, and if you are under one of those tornado warnings, if you are included in one of those polygons, you need to be in your safe place, and you need to be treating this situation as a very dangerous situation. It is. We've got multiple reports of tornadoes down on the ground, so if you're under a tornado warning, just assume that there is a tornado on the ground in your area. At this point, one of the really potentially strong tornadoes that we are dealing with has a history of damage moving through portions of Tuscaloosa County. Now, at this point, that rotation is southwest of downtown Tuscaloosa, but we've got likely some very heavy rain and some hail falling near Hillswood. This circulation here moving through the Jerusalem Heights area has passed through Englewood, and it's crossing over close to 20. At this point, near Cottondale, it is raining very hard. It is hailing there at this point. And if you are driving on 20, if you are hearing us and you are on Highway 20 headed into or out of the city of Tuscaloosa, you need to be finding a shelter, getting out of your car, and getting to a structure at this time, at this point. I wanted to put on that velocity here so we can kind of get a better idea of where that rotation is. It's crossing over State Route 6 at this point, and it's just at this point now crossed over State Route 6, and it's headed towards Woodland Forest. So if you live in and around Woodland Forest, there is likely a tornado on the ground, and you need to be in that safe place. That's going to include roads like Hargrove Road. If you recognize that road name, you live in or around or on Hargrove Road, you need to stay in that safe place, as the circulation is going to pass very close to you in the Woodland Forest area. After that, it's going to be crossing over I-20, and here we go. We've got that new tornado warning as expected. The National Weather Service has extended this tornado warning a little bit farther to the north and west, or rather east, excuse me, and it's going to go right up to the Jefferson County line. So this now includes the city of Cullman. Cullman, you are included in this tornado warning, but it does look as if this tornado, this tornadic signature is going to be crossing closer to Cottondale. So Cottondale, Peterson, Brookwood, and then if this holds together, eventually into the Kellerman area here in the next few minutes. So this includes Fleetwood, Arcadia, Hillswood. This signature here, this tornadic signature, is going to be crossing over I-20 here very soon. So if you are driving anywhere through Tuscaloosa County, east of the city of Tuscaloosa, you need to be off the road at this point. You need to be finding a shelter, either whether that's a gas station, a truck stop, a Walmart, any structure. You need to be getting off an exit and getting off of the road as this tornadic signature continues to cross over I-20 here pretty soon towards the city of Cottondale. So I'm going to pull a storm track here on this tornadic signature. What we've had is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's moving roughly northeast at 30 miles per hour. And I say roughly because this is a rough estimate. Don't look at this time and wait to the very last minute. If it says it's coming to your city at that minute, get to that safe place now. If you're not already there, you need to be there. You need to have those helmets on, and you need to stay put. So cities like Hurricane Hills, 301, Fleetwood, 308, and these are approximate times. Brookwood, 315, as this tornadic signature continues to move northeastward. And this storm looks like it has been cycling at times. We've seen that rotation kind of cycle a bit. It looks at this point with this latest scan, it's tightening up just a bit. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put on this correlation coefficient, the debris tracker, and we're going to see here if we still have indications of this system on the ground. Now, with this latest scan, we are not showing a really clear debris signature, but this has a history of creating those debris signatures. This has a history of being on the ground. So it could be cycling, and a minute from now, this thing could be back on the ground. So treat it as it is on the ground at this point. So that's the situation right now in Tuscaloosa County. I do want to go back and check on our system here moving through Talladega County and portions of Clay County. At this point, this is crossing very, very close to the city of Sylacauga on the eastern side. So near Liberty Hill is where we have that indication of rotation. And this is going to continue moving through really extreme southeastern Talladega County towards Clay County here pretty soon. If you live on Bill Nichols Scenic Highway, you've got heavy rain, but this rotation right now is near the Sunrise community moving through Liberty Hill, and this is going to continue moving northeastward. It's going to come pretty close to Sycamore. You are on that polygon line, so I'd say at this point these have had a little bit northward component. So if you're in the city of Sycamore, especially if you live on the eastern side of Sycamore, go ahead and maintain that safe place as this system continues to move.
That thing will be going right up the mountain. That is a gorgeous drive, Sylacauga to Millerville. It's a beautiful scenic drive, and again, that's Alabama Highway 148. That's the number of that road, the Bill Nichols Scenic Highway. So again, be really careful there. I want to go back to the Tuscaloosa storm real quick. We're not going to stay focused on one storm for long today, and I want to try and keep all of these different live cams up. I know that everything is rain wrapped today, which is awfully frustrating for folks that are trying to see this stuff. But again, this is not Oklahoma. This is Alabama. Storms are different here. They're rain wrapped. You're not going to see the same type thing. It's not as pretty, it's not as visual, but by golly, they're violent and they're dangerous. So even though you can't see them because they're rain wrapped, if we call out the name of your town, you're in a polygon, you've got to do something, all right? So again, right here, we've got this tornadic circulation coming up on Cottondale. Nobody should be along Interstate 20. I mean, nobody between McFarland Boulevard and, say, the Mercedes plant. The tornadic circulation will be crossing the interstate near the Cottondale coaling exit. And again, you might have some small hail falling in Cottondale right now, and that's going to keep on moving northeast up here in the direction. We have an extension of that warning. So you can see now the warning includes the northeastern part of Tuscaloosa County. This includes Brookwood, this
James,
includes
let's take
Fleetwood,
that Tuscaloosa
and Peterson.
camera if we can.
Take the sky cam.
It's very, very faint. But are you seeing what I'm seeing potentially there on that horizon?
Yep, that's probably it right there. Now, whether it's a tornado or wall cloud, it's going to be tough to see. But again, I don't think we have the hospital camera, do we? The DCH camera? And again, we'll stay with this one, right? DCH should give us a lot better view, but we'll stay with this. This is coming from the courthouse downtown. And again, you're looking at what could be a tornadic circulation that is about to come up on Cottondale. It could be a wall cloud. It seems to be cycling at this point. That's what these things have done today. They've been cycling. They come back and they tighten right back up. But this is a very dangerous thunderstorm that is approaching Cottondale. It's crossed over US 82. We can give an all clear to US Highway 82, an all clear to Alabama Highway 69 in Tuscaloosa County. And next up in line, we're going to have Peterson, Fleetwood, Brookwood, ultimately Lakeview, Kellerman, that northeastern part of Tuscaloosa County and coal country. And again, the other camera we've got is from Stephen Quinn, who is on the ground, and he's just all in the rain part of this. We're trying to get the backside of that. But again, that's your circulation, which is right there, possible tornado here. And again, Cottondale is right here. This is University Boulevard. This is Skyland Boulevard. Interstate 20 is located right here. This is Alabama 216 coming out toward Peterson, Brookwood, ultimately Abernat and Lakeview. But everybody in the eastern part of Tuscaloosa County, be sheltered. No cars, no mobile homes. Go to your safe place, small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, and you're wearing a helmet. You've got a portable air horn. You've got hard-soled shoes. All of these storms, all of them today are going to be dangerous when we call out a tornado warning. Even though I can't show you everything, they're going to be dangerous. Let's take that Tuscaloosa, the Skycam full screen if we can real quick. And again, we're looking back into this storm from the Tuscaloosa County Courthouse. And again, I can't, obviously, I don't see a tornado there at this point. And again, it could be cycling. But, so let's go back to our triple box, and I'm going to let Mr. Brassfield see if we can get the DCH camera back up, because DCH will give us a lot better view of that particular thunderstorm that's in the eastern part of the sound. So again, Tuscaloosa or Alberta City is right here. Holt is right here. This will not affect Alberta City or Holt. It's clearly going to be passing east of there. The concern is Cottondale back up toward Peterson and Brookwood. So again, Cottondale, Fleetwood, Peterson, Brookwood. Everybody needs to be in a safe place and stay sheltered right now. So Taylor, let's go down to our Jefferson County. So I say down. Let's go up to our Jefferson County storm. I want to see the one that is located north of Birmingham.
A new tornado warning extension for that
So
storm.
the Weather Service has now extended the tornado warning to include Morris, Kimberly, Warrior. It includes parts of Blount County. This includes places like Hayden and Locust Fork. And again, your circulation is right back here. It's not as tight as it was, but it's still there. And again, that's moving northeast. So we have a new tornado warning in effect for northern Jefferson and parts of southern Blount counties. It does not include Aniana, okay? The Aniana is located right here. Blountsville is here. Cleveland is here. You're just north of the polygon. But if you're in the polygon, respect the polygon and do something about it, okay? This is serious business. Every storm we have today, where there's a tornado, it's serious business. So again, some of the communities out here would include Bradford, Trafford, Massey Line, Dallas, Selfville, Warrior, Kimberly, Morris, Corner, Hayden, Locust Fork, Southeastern School up here, Pine Mountain, Rimlap. You're all in this warning, so just be aware of that. We got a possible tornado that'll be crossing I-65. In terms of travel, we want no travel along I-65 from near Gardendale up to Blunt Springs for about the next 30 minutes. Nobody should be traveling along Interstate 65 or US 31 between Gardendale and Blunt Springs. Give it about 15 to 20 minutes until this thing passes. Next in line, they'll be crossing Alabama Highway 79 and 75 out here that come up into Blount County. So again, that's our storm north of Birmingham. And again, we stress this does not in any way, shape, or form include the city of Birmingham. This is for areas north of Birmingham. So that's our northernmost tornado warning right now, is this tornado warning for northern Jefferson and southern Blount. Let's go back down to our Tuscaloosa storm. And again, we are looking at a tornado circulation that's pretty close to Cottondale along Interstate 5920. And that's moving to the northeast up in the direction of Peterson and Brookwood. Tornadic circulation right here. I would say it's pretty close to the interstate. And again, we've got John Brown is in Jefferson County on the lower right. We've got the Tuscaloosa County crew that is on the upper right up there, and we're watching the sky on both of those cameras. But with the trees and the hills we have here, the rain-wrapped tornadoes today, they're going to be really hard to show. But that's going to keep on moving northeast into rural parts of northeastern Tuscaloosa County. But again, Peterson.
I want to point out, James, too, it's not showing as great on the velocity that I'm looking at here, but on the radar scope, this storm here we got to watch as well. So that's another supercell right there that is starting to try to rotate as well. So that could be our next.
Almost every storm we have today, I mean, these things are going to be spinning like a top. Let's see, if we don't have the DCH camera, we'll just stick with a courthouse camera. I mean, sometimes cameras go down. That's just life in the fast lane. But we'll go back to our Tuscaloosa County courthouse camera. We're going to look back into this thing. Again, that's the Tuscaloosa County courthouse camera. If we can, Taylor, maybe pan that around to see if we see anything. It's going to be probably too far away from that camera to see much. But again, there's a well-defined hook echo coming up through Cottondale. Again, next in line is going to be Peterson and Brookwood. The Mercedes plant is over here. And technically, the Mercedes plant is in the polygon. And if you're in the polygon, you should implement your tornado safety plan. I do think this tornado is going to stay north of the Mercedes plant. Mercedes plant sits right here, tornado right here coming up on the city of Brookwood. But still, if you're in the polygon, take your tornado precautions. Go through your tornado plans. And if you're not, don't worry about it. You can see downtown Tuscaloosa is not, and this is clearly not going to affect downtown Tuscaloosa. This is in the far eastern part of the city of Tuscaloosa, and this will not affect the University of Alabama. I can clearly tell you that right now. So the University of Alabama is okay. Downtown Tuscaloosa is okay. The tornado is near Cottondale. This is the far eastern side of the Tuscaloosa Metro, coming up on Peterson, Fleetwood, and Brookwood, and then coming up toward Kellerman and coal mining country. And obviously, the next shot we're going to want is probably coming from Wyndham Springs. Now, I'll tell you this. Here's the deal on the Wyndham Springs camera. We've got a 2,000-foot tower, one of the largest man-made structures in the world up here. But we're looking this way, and all you're going to see is this. To see this, you got to be looking from the south. You want your camera down here. I don't have one at the moment. But if we're looking at the Wyndham Springs camera, you won't be able to see anything but rain. So I know that's not going to show much at this point, but once that moves northeast of the Wyndham Springs site, have a pretty good view of that thing. That's an amazing camera location up there. So again, we've got a tornadic circulation in Cottondale along Interstate 5920. This is the Cottondale coaling exit. If I could just pick out a spot where I think that tornado is located, that's it. Cottondale coaling exit, Interstate 5920, moving right up here toward Brookwood. So again, Brookwood, you need to be in your safe place. Be sheltered right now. The same thing if you're north or east of Brookwood, including Lakeview, Abernat, the northeastern part of Tuscaloosa County. So let's go back to our other storm in Jefferson and Blount counties. We're going to be bouncing between the two. We'll go back down to Clay here in just a minute, the storm that's between Sylacauga and Millerville. So let's go back to our storm that is currently located really near the county line up and through here. And this thing looked pretty noisy, Taylor, last time I saw it. Why don't you take it for a minute and I'll look for some images here.
So this storm up here, pretty noisy, but has had a history of being on the ground a while back when it was first warned on in West Jefferson area. So I think that's probably why we're continuing, and just with the history of all the storms we've had today producing tornadoes, it's just at this point the smart thing to do is to keep this tornado warning going. So the best indication of rotation that I can find at this point when I'm looking at our different data products here is going to be right just to the west of Kimberly Morris, about to cross over I-65. At this point, this is not a super strong indication of rotation, but this has a history of putting a tornado down, just like all of the other tornado warnings we're dealing with. So if you live in this polygon here, that does include the northern portions of Jefferson County, Warrior, Kimberly, Morris. This is going to be headed towards Pine Mountain, Locust Fort. And this warning does extend into Blount County, does not include the city of Aniana at this point. This does not include you, but keep an eye on the situation because this could be extended farther into Blount County. But at this point, if you live in Kimberly, Morris, Warrior, this rotating thunderstorm is going to cross over I-65 here pretty soon. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on this reflectivity. I'm having a hard time picking out where exactly. Let me try to switch radar sites. I don't know if we'd get a better view of this from our Columbus. No. So we'll stick with BMX. That's going to give us at least the best view that I can find right now. So at this point, Kimberly, Morris, Warrior, if you are driving along I-65 in northern Jefferson County, you need to get out of your car, go to a safe place. That means go to a gas station, go into a Walmart, go into a truck stop, any structure that you can find. You should not be driving along I-65 at this point. So it looks like this circulation is near Sardis Road, where Sardis Road connects to I-65. Going to be passing very close to Kimberly and Morris, Stouts Road, Bill Jones Road, Pritchard Road. And so you can see that just a little tightening here with this last scan, so we're getting a little bit better idea of where this rotation is. I'm going to circle it for you right there, and that's where we're watching that rotation that will be crossing I-65 here pretty soon. And it's going to continue towards Trafford, if you live in Trafford. Self Creek, near Columbus, you're going to be a little bit to the south of this rotation, but I will pull a storm track. That's what I haven't done that on this storm in a while, and it's going to give us some of the cities. I'm going to pull that to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour, and these are approximate times, so this is just giving you an idea. If you're in that polygon, you should already be in your safe place regardless anyway. But locations like Coaldale, 320, County Line, 325, Selfville at 331, and Rimlap 337 if this holds together. Rimlap, you're on the very edge of this tornado polygon, but stay there because you are included in that polygon. So I want to put back on that reflectivity, and with this storm, it's just pretty messy. So we have indications that there could still be a tornado associated with this, so stay in that safe place, but I'm having a hard time pick out where exactly that best rotation is with this.
Hey, Taylor, let's go wide for just a minute. Let's go
let's
the big wide shot because we need to do a reset here. We're after 3 o'clock, and we're probably going to be here for about 12 more hours. But I want to, kind of let you see what we've got in terms of the warnings. There is a tornado warning below our coverage area. This is down here. This would include parts of Marengo, Dallas, and Perry. We're going to let Montgomery handle that. We have to focus on the ones in our television market. We have a tornado warning in effect for a small part of Talladega and Clay County. We have a tornado warning in effect up here for extreme northern Jefferson, southern Blount, and a tornado warning for eastern Tuscaloosa County. Everything else up here, it's just rain. So let's quickly look at our storm that is to the east of Sylacauga. And again, we're bouncing back between the storms. If we don't call out your hometown or your location, we're not ignoring you. We have to focus on the storms that are dangerous today, okay? So if we can take a little closer look at this one, this is a thunderstorm that has been producing, or it shows signs of producing a tornado that's located right here. Again, that's Alabama Highway 148 that crosses the Talladega National Mountains. A beautiful, beautiful drive. Sylacauga back over to Millerville. This is Highway 9 right here. Tornadic circulation is on top of the mountain, located about maybe 12 miles northeast of Sylacauga, and it's basically coming out of this polygon. We'll see if the Weather Service extends that. For now, they have not. But again, if you're in Chandler Springs along Highway 77, this is 77 from Ashland back up to Talladega. If you're anywhere in this area right in through here, be aware the warning might be extended, but for now it's not. And basically this circulation is out of that tornado warning polygon. Let's go back to Tuscaloosa County. I'm worried about Brookwood. I want to show you this, this circulation. I think this thing is ramped up again. So this is a pretty violent circulation that is coming right up on Brookwood. Wow. Let's look at the correlation coefficient product, the CC. See if we can find a lowering here. And that's kind of noisy. I'm not totally convinced that's a debris signature at this point. Let's go to the reflectivity and take a look at that. And the last time we saw it was a very well-defined structure. Yeah, wow. So there's your hook coming right up here toward Brookwood. Peterson and Fleetwood, you're over here. Possible tornado right up toward Brookwood. This is the traffic light right here in town that goes down to Interstate 5920. The new Brookwood High School, middle school located right here. The elementary school is right here, the football field. That's a very dangerous storm. And again, please remember what we talked about as we started coverage today. You can be a hero. You can be a hero by calling people in these polygons that might not be watching. They might be watching Netflix or Hulu or something on streaming, and they're not watching or paying attention to local news, and they have no idea this is happening. They don't have a weather radio. Call them and let them know. You can be of great, great assistance to us today in helping to save lives. I mean, a really important part of this process. So if you know anybody in Brookwood, you call them right now and tell them to get to a safe place now. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. A very urgent situation here for the city of Brookwood as a possible tornado. This is east of the city of Tuscaloosa. And again, for the city of Tuscaloosa, we'll give you an all clear. Cottondale, all clear. Alberta City, all clear. City of Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama, all clear from this storm. And understand on the tweeter, about I think 1:15, I said there was no severe weather in Tuscaloosa County. That was at 1:15. Somebody said, hey, you're wrong. Understand, guys, social media messages from 3 hours ago, the weather changes a lot in 3 hours, okay? So that's why we would prefer you to kind of watch us and you can keep up with the social media on your second screen. But this is a dangerous storm coming up on the city of Brookwood. Again, this is Highway 216 going down toward Peterson. And here's Brookwood. This goes back over toward Abernat and Lakeview. Same thing, anybody along Highway 216 from Brookwood right down the highway, down toward Lakeview. You got to be in a safe place, be sheltered, and up toward Kellerman too, okay? Just for the fun of it, and again, we're looking at the skycam. This is coming from, let's pop that Wyndham Springs camera. No, it's going to be all rain. You're probably just going to see gray on that camera. But again, it's a 2,000-foot tower, and it's actually gone to black. I think we've lost it. All right, so apparently we've lost the Wyndham Springs skycam. So let's go back. We'll put the Tuscaloosa County Courthouse camera back on here. And again, we'll watch. You can see the cloud bases from a distance, and that's pretty ominous looking. We've got a Pickens, yeah, that's, okay. The other shot was coming from Aliceville and Pickens County, you see there. That's pretty dark looking. Let's go back to a wide view, Taylor, real quick, if we can, on the radar. We'll take a wide view, and I just want to kind of do a reset here and show the entire state. So the Pickens County camera is in Aliceville, which is down here in southern Pickens County. Right now, there's no severe weather there. We've got the tornado warning for eastern Tuscaloosa County, the tornado warning in effect for southern Blount and extreme northeastern Jefferson. The warning is expired, was not extended down here for Talladega and Clay. So there is no tornado warning in effect now for the storm that is located northeast of Sylacauga. There's colder air. This air is stable in here. And I think what's happening with this storm coming into Blount, it's getting back in that colder air. It's crossed over that wedge front. So understand this storm still, though, as long as there's a polygon there, respect the polygon and you stay in a safe place, okay? Let's go back to our Blount County storm quickly. We'll go back to the Brookwood storm here in just a second. In the storm down to the south, that's in the Montgomery television market. We're going to let Josh Johnson and those guys take care of that. But again, you can see a cluster of storms coming out of North Jefferson up into Blount, and there's still evidence of rotation near Kimberly and Morris right here around Bryan Elementary School. It is not especially tight, but still, as long as this polygon is flashing on that map, you've got to stay sheltered. This tornado warning polygon includes Locust Fork, it includes Remlap, it includes Hayden, it includes Bradford and Trafford, as that is moving to the northeast. We'll keep an eye on that. The environment not necessarily good for tornadoes in Blount County for now. Hopefully this continues to weaken and that warning polygon can expire. But just be aware of that. Let's go back to our Tuscaloosa storm. Oh, there's the Jefferson storm real quick. Let's go back to our Tuscaloosa County storm near Brookwood. And again, you're watching the backside of that storm coming from the Tuscaloosa County Courthouse. And that tornadic circulation is basically on top of Brookwood right now. Hopefully you sheltered 20 minutes ago when the warning was issued, 25 minutes ago. But again, we've got potential for a tornado right at the city of Brookwood. And that's going to keep on moving northeast. And most likely it's going to be passing north of Lakeview, maybe north of Abernat, coming up here toward Kellerman. A lot of this land up here is owned by coal mining companies. There's not a big population density, but people do live there. And this border right here, this is the Jefferson County border. So understand, if this thing continues moving northeast, that will prompt a warning for parts of western Jefferson County. All right, so again, we've got a tornado circulation near Brookwood, moving northeast. That might affect parts of Jefferson. Let's pull this out a little bit. Let me show you some of the cities that would be involved in the Jefferson County part of this in case we get that. We'll keep pulling it out a little more. So again, you can see circulation here moving up in this direction right here. So Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Pratt City, Edgewater. You've heard us call those towns before. So just be aware this is an analog to the track. I'm not saying the tornado is big. I don't think it is. The April 8th, 1998 tornado out here, that was an EF5. I don't think this one is. Might be. Probably not. Whatever. They're all dangerous. But it will take a somewhat similar track coming up into western Jefferson. So again, just be aware that if a tornado warning is needed, those places I called out could be heavily affected by this, the ones that were affected by the April 8th, 1998 storm. So we'll be watching. The Weather Service will be making up their mind on issuing a warning on that soon. And they probably will. All right. So again, let's go back to a little closer look at this thing. And again, we've got multiple live streams coming in. We've got a lot of spotters out in the field today. We've got Brian Peters and Evan Chick-Vera, two meteorologists in the field. And we've got a lot of other folks as well. The live shot coming from Tuscaloosa County, I want to say this might be the southern part of Tuscaloosa County with Stephen Quinn. This is where a tornado came through Moundville. Okay, he's approaching Brookwood. Okay, thank you. So I take that back. He's not at Moundville. He's along Highway 216 coming up on the backside of this storm right here. So this is Stephen Quinn looking at that storm that is producing this tornado. So Stephen, tell us where you are and what you got there.
Yeah, we are making our way. We are just south of Brookwood by about a few miles now, James, making our way into town. I don't know if you guys are able to see it. I apologize. I'm just trying to adjust the camera to show you everything. We do have police making their way into town. We followed this storm, as you saw, coming along I-2059 when we got up to Tuscaloosa. And what I can tell you is we saw some debris along the side of the interstate there where it appears that this storm, the tornado that we had seen before, appeared to have crossed the interstate. I didn't see any cars stranded. Everyone was able to pass through, so that's certainly some good news in terms of that busy area, as we're seeing a lot of the lightning that we saw again when we were down in Moundville, as you hear the thunder right there. The condition here, we can see the clouds pretty well. There's a lot of movement. I don't see a tornado yet, not to say that there isn't one, but just from our vantage point, we're making our way in here right now. But again, it does appear the storm has crossed the interstate. As you see here, these clouds, they're moving quickly, James. They're swirling around pretty good.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. And let's go back to our Skycam if we can. Take it full screen. Okay, thank you. This is the DCH camera now. If we can pan it back to the other direction, that's looking west. We need to go east with it. If we can get it to go back the other direction, and if not, that's okay. We'll just, I tell you what, let's go back to the triple box, and we'll see if we can work on getting that back to the east. The concern, it's this storm right here. We got a tornado down at Brookwood. It has been confirmed via law enforcement. Stephen Quinn, he saw some scattered damage with this thing. He's along Highway 216 coming up from behind. He's coming up from the west, which is the right way to do this, but it's in the process of leaving Brookwood right now. And Stephen's going to go into Brookwood. We're going to find out if anything happened here. You can watch that camera. We'll all watch it live together with Stephen's dash cam to see if we've had any damage in through here. But this is going to keep on moving northeast and ultimately cross over into Jefferson. So in a matter of probably 5 minutes, I think the National Weather Service will have to look at extending the tornado warning onto the north and east into Jefferson County. All right. Now we got a new warning. Let's go back, Taylor, and see what this one's all about. Let's go back to the west if we can. All right. So we've got a new tornadic circulation that apparently is very close to Tuscaloosa. Let's take a look at the reflectivity if we can. Oh yeah.
That's that other one we were watching.
Okay, so we've got a tornado warning for the storm that's near Brookwood. This is a new tornado warning. This includes Tuscaloosa, Northport, the University of Alabama, the entire Tuscaloosa metro. So again, this is a new tornado warning. This includes the entire Tuscaloosa metro area. Tuscaloosa, Northport, the campus of the University of Alabama. Let's go to the courthouse camera.
I think that's what we were looking at a second ago.
Yeah, courthouse camera. Let's take the courthouse camera full screen real quick if we can, because I want to show this full. We're going to look right back into this. This is going to give us the greatest view. I mean, this is an amazing view coming from the top of the courthouse. And we're going to pan through the base of this thunderstorm looking for signs of a tornado or rotation. This is a new tornado warning. Let's go back to the right. A new tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. This includes the entire Tuscaloosa metro. If you are in the city of Tuscaloosa, Northport, the campus of the University of Alabama, you've got to be sheltered right now. You know, I'm not seeing a tornado. That doesn't mean there's not one there. But I'm saying that at the moment we can't see one on this camera. It could be totally rain wrapped. Let's go back to our triple box, and I want to leave the Skycam in one of these boxes. Thank you. So we've got in the top box over there, that's the Skycam coming from the Tuscaloosa County Courthouse, looking right down into this. The other one, that's Stephen Quinn, who was on this tornadic storm at Brookwood. So a tornadic storm at Brookwood, a tornadic storm coming up on downtown Tuscaloosa. So again, Tuscaloosa, Northport, the whole Tuscaloosa metro, the campus of the University of Alabama, you've got to be sheltered right now, okay? Right now. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, helmets on for everybody. It's best to have a portable air horn if you've got one, and hard-soled shoes in case you have to walk through a tornado debris field. You can't be in a mobile home. You can't be in a car. If you're listening to us in our fine radio group in Tuscaloosa, Town Square Media, pull over, pull into a gas station, go inside, pull into a restaurant, a convenience store, any place that's a site-built structure. Get in there now. Do not be in a car as this comes through the city of Tuscaloosa. Do not do that. Do not go shoot YouTube video. It's not worth getting some, $18 for some crappy YouTube video and you lose your life, okay? Don't do that. So again, there's your tornado right here coming up on the city of Tuscaloosa. There's a tornado warning. There are two polygons. The lead polygon is for the tornado that's northeast of Brookwood. The new polygon is for the tornado coming up on the city of Tuscaloosa. And again, we're all watching the base of this thing together on the Skycam network. But Taylor, let's quickly look at the velocity on this storm coming up on Tuscaloosa, and we're going to watch the bases together off that camera very carefully. It's not the most impressive signature I've seen. But again, the Weather Service believed that the warning needed to be issued. We'll go back to, and by the way, John Brown, for those in the back, he's coming up on the Lakeview exit. He's going to be on that Brookwood storm in just a second. Taylor, do you see a tornado by any chance? You're looking right in that Skycam. I have not seen one.
No, not at this point. A lot of ominous looking clouds, but.
Right. And again, the Weather Service is going to do the right thing today. Okay, this is John Brown's live stream. John Brown is coming up on that Lakeview storm. So let's go back to Stephen Quinn's video. That's the Love's truck stop. I can see where John is. He's about to get off on the Abernat-Bucksville exit on Interstate 5920. We're going to stay with Quinn's video in that bottom box down there because Quinn is going to look for damage in Brookwood. He's about to come up on the city of Brookwood coming down Highway 216. Let's go back to the reflectivity. I guess that'll be the best indicator of what we got here. The Weather Service believes this thing is wrapping up and just trying to stay ahead of the game. They posted a tornado warning here. I would say the greater probability of a tornado might be a bit south of downtown Tuscaloosa, but just forget specific locations. If you're in the polygon, that's why it's urgent that you see who's in these things. And if you're in it, respect it and you do something about it. And clearly, the city of Tuscaloosa is right in the middle of this. These are the polygon boundaries right here. So again, we've got a tornadic storm coming through the city of Tuscaloosa, maybe a smidgen south of the city down toward Englewood. That'll be coming out across the eastern side of the city soon and moving basically in the same path as this first one. So again, if you're in Brookwood, you might have taken a direct hit. You've got another one on the way. So again, this is the one right over here that came through Brookwood that's moving up to the north and east. This is the one that's coming through the city of Tuscaloosa right now. So let's take that Tuscaloosa Skycam full screen real quick. We'll go right back to the radar. And again, I would imagine, Taylor, if we even if it's rain wrap for that close in, we should be able to see something. And we're watching this together. With the best possible view. This is on top of the Tuscaloosa County Courthouse downtown, but it could be wrapped in, it could be right in through there. Now that's looking north. Let's go back to the west. When you see the bridge, you're looking north. We're going to go back to the west and the south. I think this thing's going to pass maybe south of downtown Tuscaloosa. We can zoom out a little bit. That's the old Stafford Hotel down there. And now let's go back to the right. That's the steeple of the First Baptist Church. Go back to the right. That's looking east. Keep going to the right. Keep going right. Keep on going. And again, if we've got something that's going to be right down there in that area, and so far we just don't see that. So let's go back to our triple box. This is the storm we're watching, the possible circuit. No doubt, the storm itself is a mesocyclone. It's spinning like a top, okay? Whether there's a tornado down or not, we don't know. But as a course of least regret, the right thing to do is to be sheltered right now. City of Tuscaloosa, campus of the University of Alabama. The tornado warning, let's see, let me pull it up here. It's in effect for Tuscaloosa County until... It looks like we have lost maybe our bot on here, which means I'm going to go back over to the Weather Service.
It is until,
data
are you
stream.
looking for the timing on this one?
Yeah.
4:15.
Right. I think we've lost the bot on our Skywatchers Slack chat we use here at the TV station. So it's in effect until 4:15 this afternoon. Right now it's 3:27. I'm
seeing in the chat that there could be...
And also, we got a flash flood warning in effect for Tuscaloosa County, it looks like, on top of everything else. So, tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County until 4:15. Flash flood warning until 5:30 for Tuscaloosa County. So, again, this is your tornadic circulation coming through probably the southern part of the city of Tuscaloosa. We can't see anything on the Skycam right now, top of the courthouse. We just can't see it. We've been looking. We got a great vantage point. If it's there, it's rain wrapped. Hopefully, it's not there at all. But still, as a course of least regret, like we've talked about, you got to stay sheltered. All of Tuscaloosa, the whole metro, Tuscaloosa, Holt, Alberta City, stay sheltered with this thing down to Englewood. We'll give you an all clear here in Tuscaloosa in about maybe 5 to 10 minutes. It's not going to take long. Let's look at our Brookwood storm real quick. And again, we've got Stephen Quinn, who looks like his video's locked up. He's on that one. Let's look at the velocity. And it looks like this one perhaps has gone downhill just a little bit. We'll take a look at our velocity. Brookwood is down here. The circulation is right here. So we'll check the velocity display if we can real quick. It's still there. It's right there. All right. So again, Brookwood is here. So for Brookwood, we'll give you an all clear. If you're in Brookwood, all clear, but that's still a very strong indication of a tornado. That's why velocity is so important. And if we can check the debris tracker, the correlation coefficient on this storm, oh boy. There it is. So we've got debris being lofted, so we have a tornado that's down. We've lost Quinn's live shot. And if you guys could take...
on his way.
Okay, and if you could take John Brown's shot real quick. I want to see where John is on this storm also. John is at a point where he's trying to see it from near Lakeview down here, but it's going to be tough. And I think we've lost our Wyndham Springs Skycam, as I understand it, so we probably lost that connection up there. But still, the bottom line is that's a debris signature on radar in northeastern Tuscaloosa County. Now, this is a very, very sparsely populated part of Tuscaloosa County. And this is not the one coming through. We have two, okay? Understand there are two distinct tornado circulations in Tuscaloosa County. This is the lead one. This is the one over the eastern part of the county about to go into Jefferson. So that's down. That is a confirmed tornado. You're seeing debris being lofted right here that's coming up toward Coal Mining Country in Kellerman. That'll be crossing over into Jefferson. Heads up, Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Pratt City, Edgewater. Heads up, you might be under a warning here in a few minutes. Let's go back to our Tuscaloosa storm. We'll put the reflectivity back on, take off the debris tracker. The other storm that's near the city of Tuscaloosa, that is more questionable. And again, you can see it's wrapped up. There's no doubt this thing, the storm itself, it's spinning like a top. There's a mesocyclone here. The question is there a tornado on the ground? I'm not so sure. We've been watching the skycam over and over for the last 15 minutes. We've not been able to see it, but that it might be there. Maybe it's rain wrapped. So again, you've got to stay sheltered if you're in the city of Tuscaloosa, the city of Northport. I'd say the higher tornado probabilities are really out here near DCH Regional Medical Center, approaching Alberta City. You can see the hook shape right back in through here, the tornado probably here. That's McFarland Boulevard right here. This is 15th Street right here. This is University Boulevard right here. This is Alberta City. So again, Alberta City, Holt, stay sheltered as this comes on through. Even if there's not a tornado down at the moment, it might drop one at any minute. That's the way these things are today, but that is a very well-organized storm. There could be some small hail falling up in through here, hook echo, possible tornadic circulation right here. And it's coming right through the heart of Alberta City. We'll know immediately if anything happened here. But you've yet to see anything on the skycam, right, Taylor? I mean,
Not yet. In the spotter chat, we're getting reports people have seen wall clouds, and you can just see the rotation within this storm. But I haven't been able to pick up anything on this camera that indicates a tornado on the ground at this point. Now I'm going to keep scanning though. I'll keep going back and forth looking for it.
And again, if there's something down, we're going to know that. It's coming through a very, very densely populated part of the city. But on that county courthouse camera, move it back to the east. Want to look back to the east and kind of focus in on what's happening back over toward Alberta City. And again, if we've got something down, it's going to be basically right on top of Alberta City right now, coming out here toward Holt. Alberta City here, Holt here, Crescent Ridge Road runs right in through here. Jack Warner Parkway runs right through here. That's the Black Warrior River. Give us about a minute. We'll give you an all clear for the campus of the University of Alabama. It's going to take about a minute. Not quite ready to do that yet. Downtown Tuscaloosa, yeah, we'll give you an all clear if you're right in the core of downtown Tuscaloosa, but I would stay sheltered at the University of Alabama. I would stay sheltered Alberta City, Holt, out here toward the eastern part of town, including Cottondale. But that's a really, really well-organized storm with a mesocyclone. We just can't see a tornado on the radar at this point. And again, Taylor, that's looking north from the courthouse. We can go back to the east. It'll be to the right.
Is what it says on the screen correct?
No, no, not at all. It is. That's east right there. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, let's zoom into that. That's where we want to focus. Again, that's looking east. You can see Bryant-Denny Stadium. Go down just a little bit, and we'll kind of watch to see if there's anything near the ground. Move a little more to the right. Again, that's right there. That's a good shot. That's Bryant-Denny Stadium for reference on the right. We're looking east from downtown Tuscaloosa back into the core of this, and this thing passed right through pretty much the camera location. We've not seen much of anything. I've seen no evidence of any damage through here, and typically if there's damage, we know about it immediately. Our Skywatcher chat, we're watching that carefully. If we can take, well, I think John is not quite there yet. Olshu is on this storm. He is not quite on it. So let's go back to our triple box, Dennis. All right, let's go to Stephen Quinn's camera if we can. Stephen, can you hear me? Are you in Brookwood? This is the lead storm. What you got there?
James, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear. You're loud and clear.
We are starting to see we're seeing the damage that you're talking about here. If we can drive here, pan over real quick, Chris. So they're showing us now. This is what we're looking at. This is some of the damage we're seeing. As you mentioned, this is not really a heavily populated area right over here where we are. We are just northeast of on Lock 17 Road. This is one of the county roads to the northeast of Brookwood. A lot of timber up here, and now there's a lot of trees and power lines down. So if you're in this area, there's more than likely power outages in this area. We have not seen damage to homes, at least from our vantage point where we are, but you got to expect the storm is continuing to move. So where it's headed, you mentioned, is way further eastward.
Okay.
what this storm can bring with it. As you look at here, this tree snapped in half, James. I'll let you go.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Again, now we got your video back. We're going to leave your live stream up, and he's looking at the damage the lead storm caused. That's the lead storm that's moving through far northeastern Tuscaloosa County, this one right here near Kellerman. The other storm, let's go back to Tuscaloosa. Let's look at reflectivity, and I want to give some all clears here. The one thing we like to do is clear people when the danger is over. So let's go back to reflectivity. Look at this storm right here that's been coming through Tuscaloosa. Let's go in tighter if we can. And by the way, this is our new warning for Jefferson. Let's look at this first. New warning for Jefferson. New tornado warning for the northwestern part of Jefferson County. And this is for the storm that caused the damage you're seeing in that Tuscaloosa County shot coming from Stephen Quinn. So if we can zoom in on this, Taylor, the Jefferson County warning. I want to show people who's in and who's out. All right, and let's put the velocity on here. That'll help. So that's your tornadic circulation right here at Kellerman. This is your new warning for Jefferson County. Some of the communities out here: Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, Mulga, Adamsville, McDonald Chapel, West Jefferson, Alliance. If you're in any of these places or close to it, you got to go through your tornado drill again. I know you've done it once today. You're going to have to do it again. All of these storms today you have to take seriously. So again, a very dangerous storm, possibly producing a tornado near Kellerman in northeastern Tuscaloosa County. This is moving northeast into Jefferson County. This does not include the city of Birmingham. The city of Birmingham, it's right over here. All right, that's Birmingham right here. Birmingham not involved. This does include Adamsville, Graysville, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel. It includes Edgewater, Sylvan Springs, Oak Grove, Rock Creek. It includes Pleasant Grove. West Jefferson. So in any of these communities in through here, be sheltered right now, because this circulation is coming right up on you and it's caused some damage. You saw Quinn's live shot earlier showing the damage this caused in Brookwood. And again, this is evidence of debris being lofted right here. That's debris that's being lofted. Again, the way this works, the radar puts all the radar returns. The way radar works, it sends out a beam of magnetic energy that bounces off raindrops. And it kind of sees what comes back, and if it sees something different, if it doesn't correlate with everything else, it gives a negative value, correlation coefficient, and that means it's not rain, it's not a hydrometeor, it's not an ice pellet, it's not a snowflake, it's not a hailstone, it's something different, and this would be tree limbs, parts of buildings, boards, bricks, glass, nails, things like that. So again, we have debris that's being lofted right here near Kellerman, and that came through Brookwood. And again, we saw some of the damage on Stephen's live shot earlier. So let's go to our Tuscaloosa storm again. Let me try and give some all clears now. We'll go back to reflectivity, standard reflectivity. So we'll take a little closer look. We'll give an all clear to Alberta City. We'll give an all clear to the University of Alabama. Give an all clear to downtown Tuscaloosa. The tornadic part of this storm, if we have one down, it's near Holt. And again, that's moving northeast. And more than likely, this one's going to be passing maybe up toward Peterson, Fleetwood, north of Brookwood, Searles, right in through here. That's the general path this one's going to be taking. But I've heard of no damage back in Tuscaloosa. So again, we can chop off this segment of the polygon back in through here. So all clear from this storm. And I'm just, you know, people will say, well, you gave us an all clear 3 hours ago. Well, there are going to be different storms. Everything changes every minute here. But for this one storm, we're giving you an all clear for the city of Tuscaloosa, the campus of the University of Alabama, the city of Northport. You're good. Possible tornadic circulation is located now northeast of Holt, moving northeast. So we've got the lead tornadic circulation coming into Jefferson. It's right here. That's your lead circulation. That's the trailing circulation. Possible tornado 1, and there is a tornado, not possible, it's there. We're seeing debris being lofted, and that's possible tornado number 2 right there. Both pretty much moving like trains on a track, right down the same track coming through eastern Tuscaloosa County. So again, if you're in Brookwood, you experienced a tornado. You have another one that's on the way. So this is an entirely different storm. So that lead storm coming up into Jefferson, and again, Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Edgewater, Alliance, places like that. You got to be sheltered from this lead storm right here. And the secondary storm is coming right back up on Brookwood and Peterson and Fleetwood. So again, and Holt, I'd stay sheltered for about 5 more minutes. Holt, Peterson, Fleetwood, Brookwood. Be sheltered for about 5 to, again, for Holt, maybe 5 more minutes. Brookwood, it might be 15 to 20 minutes for you. All right, and both of these are moving northeast. That's the motion today. So let's do a reset and go back to a wide shot. Okay, we got a lot of things going on here today. All right, so here we go. the big picture, it is raining, just a lot of rain over north and northeast Alabama. So far, so good. You're in a cooler and more stable air mass back in through here. We've had no issues so far today in this cooler wedge air mass coming in from the east. The problems have been in areas to the west and south. And in our part of the state, our TV coverage area, we have 2 warnings in effect. We have the 1 warning coming up into northwestern Jefferson. We have the 1 warning for eastern Tuscaloosa County. Let's pan it down to the south real quick, and I had to show you that we've got more problems down to the south. And again, this is in different TV markets. We have a possible tornado that's going to be passing north and west of Selma. We got a possible tornado that's over the southern part of Marengo County down toward Nanophilia, Sweetwater, Dixon's Mills, Half-Acre. But again, that's all down to the south of here. Again, we'll let the Montgomery folks handle those. That is in their market. But just be aware that we got dangerous thunderstorms now through parts of southern Marion, parts of western Dallas, and parts of southern Marengo counties in West Alabama. So let's go back up to our 2 storms. We have 2 storms of concern right now. And we'll take a look at both of them, and they're both involving Tuscaloosa County. But the good news that the second storm has cleared the city of Tuscaloosa. So the lead storm is right there. Second storm, right there. So storm number 1 is crossing into northwestern Jefferson County. And again, this will affect places like Oak Grove and Rock Creek, Toadvine Road. Oak Grove schools are up here. Alliance, Mulga, Adamsville, West Jefferson, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel. You're under a tornado warning. You're in the polygon. Be sheltered right now for this storm coming out of northeastern Tuscaloosa County. The other one is near Peterson and Fleetwood. It's exited Holt. If you're in Holt, we'll give you an all clear from this second storm. Now, I might not be saying that in 30 minutes. Remember, that's the way it's going to be working today. This is for this one individual storm, and that storm located near Peterson is going to be moving up here in the vicinity of Brookwood, maybe just north of Brookwood, basically following the same path as this one. They're like trains coming down the same track. Tornado number 1, possible tornado number 2. So let's look at the one coming into northwestern Jefferson. And again, we've been watching the debris tracker, the correlation coefficient product today. We'll take a look at that and see. Notice the signature is a lot weaker down here. It's kind of noisy. I'm not totally convinced that it's there at this point. And again, it's probably cycling. These have been very cyclic today. And again, as we talk to Taylor, let you have it for a minute, Taylor. I'm going to look at some of the reports coming in. I'll be back in just a second here.
Okay. All right. I'll take over here for a second. And at this point, as James was just saying, we don't have that indication of lofted debris, but this has been a cyclic storm. So we've seen times where this storm will have a tornado on the ground. It might lift for a little bit and then come right back down. So if you are in this tornado polygon, you need to be in your safe place. And as every tornado warning we've seen today, treat this as if there is a tornado on the ground, because every single warning so far that we have had in our viewing area has at some point or another produced a tornado. Let's go back here, and I want to put back on this storm relative velocity and see if we can pick out the rotation. I'm having a hard time. It's a little bit messy at this point, but I'm having a hard time finding where exactly the best rotation is. Right here is where I would say we're looking at that rotation showing up the best I can see it at this point. And this is going to be headed towards the area of Oak Grove, Mud Creek, and then eventually headed on towards Gilmore, Rock Creek, Alliance, if this holds together. So if you live in this polygon area, which includes portions of Jefferson County and portions of Walker County, you need to stay in that safe place. Let's go back to that other Tuscaloosa storm as well. And I want to put on the reflectivity because it's hard to pick up what's going on really in that velocity. But this is a classic, what you'd call hook here, showing that classic supercell structure where we've got that inflow notch here. And this is going to be where that rotation would be just to the north of Fleetwood is where we could potentially have a tornado. And it's going to pass over some of the same locations that have been already under that tornado warning from the first cell that we had moved through. And so this is headed towards the area of Kellerman. These have been moving a little bit more north than northeast. And I'm going to zoom us down here. So north of Fleetwood is where this could be right now, moving in the general direction of Hall Road near Searles and Brookwood. It's going to pass just to the north of you, but you are in that polygon, so stay in that safe place. There's that latest radar scan, and we're continuing to watch this system move to the north and east. As James has mentioned, if you live in Alberta City, if you live in downtown Tuscaloosa, at this point, From this storm, you are okay. Now, I want to do just a general update because we've had a lot going on here right now. Notice there is a warning out in portions of northwest Alabama that does include Franklin and Colbert counties. That's north of our viewing area. That's going to be the Huntsville market. For us, the 2 tornado warnings we are focused on at this point are in portions of Tuscaloosa County, what we've been talking about, that Jefferson County, Walker County, and it's raining and thundering pretty much everywhere else. And we can't go down and just show you all the different thunderstorms because we really have to focus on these tornado warnings. I do want to point out that there are more tornado warnings off to our south. And that just is kind of an indication of what's more to come. We're going to continue to see the potential for some of these supercell storms moving through the next couple of hours before that main line comes through. So I'll zoom us out and give us a bigger picture of what's going on because we haven't done that in a while. And what we're expecting at this point, everybody under a tornado watch that was extended for the rest of our county. So everybody in a tornado watch that lasts through 7 p.m. But the severe threat's not over at 7 p.m. This is going to go on through the night and likely into early tomorrow morning. So the setup here is that we've got these supercell thunderstorms that have formed out ahead of this main line. But here's that line that's going to move through later this evening. So as that happens, we're going to see potentially a second round of severe weather. So if you've seen a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning for your location this afternoon, don't think you're done for the rest of the night. We've got a second wave that will move through later this evening, and you can see that wave is already prompting tornado warnings across portions of Louisiana and Mississippi. And that's what we will watch that will arrive in our area overnight tonight. Let's go back to those tornado warnings because I want to focus on those because those are the active warnings that we have going on our viewing area at this point. We're going to take it back to reflectivity here and zoom us down to those 2 separate warnings that we have. So we have that one for Jefferson that includes portions of Walker County, does not include the city of Parrish, does not include Dora. At this point, this tornado warning does not include the city of Birmingham, does not include Bessemer. Lakeview, you're right on the line, but this system is moving farther north than you, so you are okay. The second one here, it almost looks like these 2 storms are kind of combining into one big storm at this point, and that could very well be happening. We're seeing the indications of rotation with this storm here to the north of Fleetwood, kind of messy, but headed in the general direction of Kellerman. So if you live in and or around Kellerman, you need to remain in that safe place. You are still in that polygon, and this tornado warning is going to continue on until 4:15 p.m. We've got that tornado warning to the north for that first tornado that we were dealing with that moved through Tuscaloosa County. At this point, indications of rotation not as strong, but it could be cycling. These systems have, or these storms rather, have been cyclic, and that is typical with these types of storms. So I'm going to change between base velocity here, storm relative velocity, see if we can get a more clear picture of where exactly that rotation is. And it looks to me like it's still crossing over the Tuscaloosa Jefferson County line just to the southwest of Mud Creek. I'm going to put on that correlation coefficient. At times we have seen really strong indication of debris signatures from this exact cell, but at this point we're not showing that, which for the moment is a good sign. That means for the moment less likely that there is a tornado on the ground at this point, but it could cycle and strengthen back up, so you need to stay in that safe place if you are in Jefferson or Walker County. Now we are starting to see indications of what could potentially be a debris signature from that second cell. Let me kind of do some investigating here. It's noisy on that correlation coefficient, so kind of hard to know what exactly is going on here. Let me see if I can get a better picture.
I was going to say one thing too while you're doing that, Taylor. A lot of people have been complaining about cable systems overtaking our coverage. We have nothing to do with that. We cannot control that. I wish we could, but it's out of our hands. You can pick us up over the air, and that's not going to happen. That's some type of automated thing, and it's beyond our control. So I just wanted to mention that. And if you can pop me up real quick, Dennis, we are now at 3:49. And at this point, we are watching severe thunderstorms that are capable of producing tornadoes. We've got a few of them that are still in progress. We've got, and again, I think it's going to be a long night. We might be here talking to you at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. But again, we've got the one warning for northeastern Tuscaloosa County for the possibility of a tornado north of Brookwood. This is coming up towards Searles, Kellerman, and again, this is coal mining country. It's very sparsely populated. People do live there, But out of all the places in Tuscaloosa County, a lot of this land is owned by the coal companies. And then we got the warning in Jefferson, so we can kind of expand this out and maybe do a reset for the folks that are just joining us. And one thing people say, hey, you say the same thing over and over. Well, people join us. They come and they go. And that's the reason we have to do that. So this is one possible tornadic circulation passing near or north of Brookwood. Then we have another one that's right here in Jefferson. So again, possible tornado 1, possible tornado number 2. And again, in Jefferson County, this warning includes places like Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Edgewater, Alliance, West Jefferson for this lead circulation. This did create some damage. And then we've got the second one back here, again, near Brookwood, following basically the same path as the first one. Again, it's like 2 trains coming down the same track. And Taylor, correct me if I'm wrong, these are the only 2 warnings we have right now.
In our
part of the state, right?
Yes.
In our television markets. So we've got other warnings that are down to the south. And again, we're going to watch these. Understand these storms could impact places like Chilton and Coosa and Clay. We totally understand that. We'll give you plenty of lead time on that. In fact, real quick, let's look at this thing that's northwest of Selma. This is going to be coming up into Chilton County here pretty soon. And let's do a quick velocity look at this storm. And again, that's pretty broad. That's not really a classic tornado look. That looks like more stronger straight line winds back in through here. But still, the Weather Service at one point believed we had a tornado here. So there's a small tornado warning polygon where you've got Perry and Dallas counties coming together. We'll watch that. This is Chilton right here. This is Maplesville. You've got Enterprise and Verbena and Cooper back over here. But for now, that doesn't look that ominous. So let's go back and focus on those 2 back-to-back storms.
Northwest Alabama, by the way.
Okay.
Or Franklin and Colbert, just.
Right. This is up in the Huntsville television market.
Yeah.
That's for parts of Franklin and Colbert counties. So that's a sign we're starting to see that warmer air surge north, replacing the colder air and the wedge we've seen today in northeast Alabama. So again, those are our 2 warnings in our part of the state. In our television market, we've got 2 of them, one for northeastern Tuscaloosa County, one for western Jefferson. Other than that, just a whole lot of rain out here. And we hope that just maybe this big massive rain will kind of keep that warm front from pushing northward rapidly. But I'm afraid with the dynamic support, the warm air might win the battle later tonight. But again, for now, it's colder and stable over northeast Alabama. So let's take a look at our 2 tornado warning polygons we have in effect here. And, best possible case, we get a break here. Maybe we'll have a little lull before we see the main action coming in late tonight. But there's your hook right there. Possible hook echo, possible tornado near or just north of Brookwood. And again, that storm is moving northeast, and this is over a part of Tuscaloosa County where it's fairly sparsely populated. And again, a lot of the coal companies own much of the land in through here. But that's coming up toward Jefferson. And the other one in Jefferson is a little more ill-defined. There's the notch right there. And again, it would be right in through here. So let's take a closer look at the velocity on the Jefferson County storm, and we'll try and focus in on this. Understand sometimes in a case like this, it's going to be really hard to tell you if a tornado is right in one particular spot or not. And again, you see the evidence of rotation right in through here. And where you see the words Oak Grove, that's probably close to the old Oak Grove School campus. And for those old-timers that remember, the old Oak Grove School was destroyed by an F5 tornado April 8, 1998. Don't think this is anything like that, but there could be a smaller tornado here, and every tornado is dangerous. You know that. And again, that'll be coming right up here through Oak Grove. This is Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, Alliance, West Jefferson. So if you're in any of these communities in this polygon, you've got to stay sheltered until we give you an all clear. We can't do that yet. I'll say this, that is not an ominous looking signature, but based on the atmospheric conditions we have today, you got to take these storms seriously. So again, that's storm number 1. This second one looks pretty mean down here. That thing looks nasty. And I don't think we have the Wyndham Springs camera. Last time we checked it, it had gone to black. I would love to have that camera right now because we have 2 tornadic circulations passing awfully close to there. Okay, apparently we don't have Wyndham Springs. That's okay. This thing is, again, on a 2,000-foot tower. Sometimes lightning strikes that thing. A lot of things can happen up there. So we don't have that. But again, you've got to understand this is a pretty impressive-looking tornado signature. The lead signature, it's okay, but that's not really a violent-looking tornado if there's one there at all. This thing right here looks much more impressive to the community of Kellerman. And again, that's going to be crossing the line. The flashing line here, that's the border between Jefferson and Tuscaloosa counties. Jefferson here, Tuscaloosa down here. But again, clearly with this, we gave you an all clear earlier, but Tuscaloosa all clear, University of Alabama, Northport, you're all clear. From this storm, not for the whole event. I've learned I've got to be more clear when I say things like that, I guess. But we're going to watch that as that moves up into Jefferson, and this will follow the same course. This will not affect the city of Birmingham. This will be affecting the western and northern part of Jefferson County if this thing stays together, okay?
I'm actually going to pull storm track on that here so we can kind of get approximate time. So this is an approximation.
All right, and
look at that latest scan. Let me clear that off.
wow.
That looks like it's tightening.
Watching a lot of the video, and again, we thank everybody for sending in photographs and video. When we have active, dangerous weather like this, I can't show the photographs and video immediately, and I can't show them all, but they are all seen, and they are all greatly appreciated. That really helps us. And on the debris tracker, again, you can see the possibility of debris. I say possibility, that's pretty much debris being lofted by the storm. So let's go back to that CC product right here, and let me just show you.
It's not necessarily co-located with.
Yeah, sometimes storms get tilted, and that can happen. So again, most likely that could be debris that is being lofted by that particular thunderstorm and a tornado that's near Kellerman. This is in northeastern Tuscaloosa County. But whatever, be aware that the same type storm is coming right across the county line, right up toward you, all right? And if you're in Oak Grove, you've already had one tornado warning today. You might have another one. And we'll see what the Weather Service does with this second one here. So kind of doing a reset here. It's 3:56, and this is going to be one of these days where I tend to lose track of time a little bit. We apologize. Typically, we'd be going to a newscast at this point. We're not going to be able to do that today, at least for the moment, maybe later. But anytime we have tornado warnings, we stay on the air until the danger is over. We promised you that almost 25 years ago. We'll keep that promise. So again, these are some of the arrival times for this storm near Kellerman coming up into Jefferson County. And again, pull that BTI number off a little bit, Taylor, where I can see it.
It says 3.9, but I'm thinking that's kind of low for what we're seeing going on.
Okay, and that's still significant, a 3.9. But again, these are the approximate arrival times of this rotation that is in northeastern Tuscaloosa County, about to move into Jefferson County. But the encouraging thing, I've just not seen a lot of damage reports in our part of the state today. Seen a lot of reports down to the south in parts of Autauga County, but I've not seen that much damage on our end of the state up here this afternoon, which is a fairly good thing. Chris Sine says there's been some damage in Brookwood. Yes, that's right. Quinn saw that. There's been some structural damage down toward Moundville and then in Brookwood from possible tornado activity today. And again, Stephen Quinn is on that. We'll be hearing from him as soon as we can. Again, watching a lot of reports coming in here as we speak. And at the moment, I've not heard of any damage in the last 15 minutes from this storm. But again, that's not to say that we haven't had any. This has been coming through a fairly sparsely populated part of the world here. So the concern, again, we've got a circulation here near Oak Grove, and there's a tornado warning for northern and western Jefferson counties for this circulation right here. A much more impressive circulation is located in eastern Tuscaloosa County, coming right down the same path. So circulation 1, circulation 2, both moving northeast. And again, they're following each other is what they're doing. I mean, it's like this one's crowding this one on the bumper right here. It's riding its backside. So that might try and overtake this thing. So we'll see how that goes. But clearly, if you're up in the western part of Jefferson County, be aware that the Weather Service might extend this tornado warning to include an area that's been in a tornado warning for a while. So let me go back over to the data stream here. And I should mention, too, that we've also had a flash flood warning for parts of Tuscaloosa County issued earlier today for all the heavy rain we've had. Keep in mind, we've had some spots that have had 4 inches of rain over the past couple of days. Flash flooding could be a real problem. So we're coming up on 4 o'clock. We are here, and looks like there's a new tornado warning for Dallas and Perry. So a new tornado warning. This is down to the south. This is down in the Montgomery television market. But let's look at that real quick.
We just extended this for the second I'm not sure if they extended this for the second or for the first. For these circulations that we have moving, training each other.
Right. So what we've got I know what they've done here. So this is the first tornado warning polygon for Jefferson. There's a new one for this circulation right here. Okay. So again, we've got a much larger polygon because of this circulation. So it's the same basic area. So again, I'm going to call out the same towns: Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Alliance, West Jefferson. These are communities north and west of Birmingham. We've got one circulation here, and we have one circulation here. They're both moving northeast. Okay, they're kind of following each other. Understand, if they keep on moving, they could wind up in places like Gardendale, Mount Olive, Corner, Morris, Kimberly, and Warrior. You're not under a tornado warning polygon now, but just keep an eye on this thing. The warnings could be extended. So circulation 1, circulation 2 right here on the radar. And where's that Perry County shot, out of curiosity? It's an interesting... Okay, Perry County's down in the Montgomery television market. So we might want to put one of our local cameras in that box that's closer to home here. I think that maybe put that back on for just a second, Taylor. I'm trying to see what that shot's all about. We do have a pretty rough-looking circulation that's right here. This is down around Uniontown. I'm sorry, Uniontown's up here south of Uniontown. That's in northern Wilcox. This is near the town of Alberta, and that'll be coming up through northern Wilcox County. Perry County's right here. So, yeah, but we'll leave the local shots in there for now. And again, so this is a tornado warning that affects the Montgomery TV market down to the south. We have to focus on our local counties up here, and that's the reason we're here. So
let's check that CC again.
Yeah, let's go to Taylor for just a minute. Yeah, Taylor, take it away.
Yeah, so we are now showing, we had that circulation tighten back up just a minute ago. We were talking about how we weren't necessarily seeing that debris signature. Well, we had that storm cycle, and now we are starting to see that debris signature show up once again just to the northeast of Kellerman. So this is at this point, the main circulation that we're looking at in terms of that warning. There is a more broad circulation near Oak Grove, but this is giving us the indication that this storm is on the ground. So I want to go back to that storm relative velocity because it continues to show that this is a pretty tight circulation here to the northeast of Kellerman. This is going to continue on a northeastward track. I'd say these storms have been moving about 30-35 miles per hour. There we go with the latest radar scan. You saw that jump a little bit farther northeast. It's continuing to move. So what we're looking at right now, we've got this circulation here in between Gilmore and Oak Grove, a little bit more broad, but because of the history of this storm itself and all of the storms we've seen so far, we're going to continue watching that very closely as it moves towards Alliance in the next few minutes. But right now, the storm of most concern is going to be this circulation here. Near Franklin Road. This is going to be crossing over into Jefferson County here pretty soon, moving in the general direction of Oak Grove and the locations just a little bit to the west of that. So County Highway 54, County Road 15, Groundhog Road. If those are roads that sound familiar to you, if you live in or on or around those roads, you need to be in that safe place. You've been under a tornado warning for quite some time as we've seen both of these circulations kind of train behind each other. But stay there, keep that helmet on, stay in that safe place, keep listening. And as this storm continues to move northeastward. Now, James, I think at this point we can go ahead and give Kellerman an all clear.
Right. There's not a lot of big population base, but yeah, if you're living anywhere near the coal mines up there in northeast Tuscaloosa County, it's moving away from you. And that circulation is coming up into Jefferson. So again, tell you what, Dennis, I'll step out and let you pop me back in here. We've got the lead circulation, which is here, that's weaker. The dominant one is this one right here. This is the one that we're going to do track on. This is coming from Taylor, and again, this is coming up into western Jefferson County. And on the screen, you've got the approximate arrival times, and you might want to adjust it a little bit to the right so we can see those names. Taylor, it's a little off the screen, at least for me. Oak Grove at 4:17. And that top name up there, I have no idea what that means. A bunch of gibberish. That's interesting.
That might be the county line and it was programmed incorrectly.
I got you. Alliance at 4:27, Short Creek at 4:29, Birmingport at 4:30. These are approximate arrival times of that circulation you see right there that's moving northeast into the northwestern part of Jefferson County. And again, we stress this will not affect the city of Birmingham. You might hear some siren go off. And again, weather radios are still county-based. So whenever your weather radio goes off, we want you to tune in and see if you're in the polygon or out of the polygon. You might have a weather radio that's sounding in Hoover or Vestavia or Mountain Brook. This is not close to you. This is the northwestern part of the county. A little confusing because we have two polygons because of this lead circulation and the second circulation. So we've got kind of messy looking map here, but just understand the one we're concerned about, it's this thing right here. There's a good chance we have a tornado that's there, no doubt. That is a confirmed tornado. This is debris that is being lofted near the county line. This is the county line right here, the zigzag line. Tuscaloosa County here, Jefferson County here. This is Alliance, this is Oak Grove. The schools are located right here up Toadvine Road, and that tornado is about to cross over. So maybe you didn't have any damage from tornado circulation number one. You're thinking, well, it's no big deal. That's a big deal right here, okay? We never saw a signature like that on this first one that came through. So I hate to ask people to stay sheltered for such a long time, but I'm going to ask you to stay sheltered for a longer time if you're in these places. Again, Rock Creek, Oak Grove, McDonald Chapel, Sylvan Springs, Edgewater, Alliance, West Jefferson. So we've got the tornado that is lofting debris coming to the north and east like that. Let's go back to our velocity product, if we can. Circulation 1, circulation number 2. This one has not been the dominant circulation. The one back in the southwestern flank has been right here, and this is in the process of moving out of Tuscaloosa County at this point. And again, a lot of people are telling us that the cable systems are cutting us off. We can't help that. If you want to see us, get an antenna, watch us over the air. We have no control of interruptions from cable companies. I don't understand that. I don't know. But I'm just saying it's not us and we have no control over it. I'm so sorry it's happening. You can watch us on the live stream on Facebook Live or on the ABC 3340 app, and you won't have to deal with that. But we cannot control that. And for some people, it's getting really frustrating, and I understand your frustration, but we can't help that. So anyway, circulation 1, circulation 2. The second one is on the Jefferson Tuscaloosa County line. We can give Tuscaloosa County an all clear from this storm. You'll have more storms later. The evening is young. I know we've been on television here for about 4 hours, but it's very young. We could be here for another 12 hours. That's how long this event might last. And you can see this lead circulation is basically in a big mass of rain up and through here. There's not much structure there, but there could be a small rain-wrapped tornado there. But the one to watch is this one right back in through here. All right, that's the second one. Taylor's got a circle on that, and that's moving to the northeast. Maybe we can look at our Birmingham skycam, the one on the Alabama Power Company headquarters, looking back into this. I really regret we don't have Wyndham Springs. That would give us an amazing view of this, but for some reason it was down. All this was working yesterday, but that's just the way it works sometimes with these cameras on these big, tall towers. If we can go to our Skycam network real quick, we want to take a look at that.
Here's the Children's of Alabama.
Let's try Alabama Power Company if we can. That'll be closer to that particular storm. And again, on a day like today, it is so frustrating. A lot of people all over the world watch these weather streams like this to get the wild tornado video. Well, you might get that in Kansas and Oklahoma. This ain't Kansas, this ain't Oklahoma, this is Alabama. A lot of tornadoes here, rain wrapped. We have hills and trees. We just can't see them most of the time. What you saw 10 years ago in 2011, that was an anomaly. A lot of them were visible that day. On this day, you're just not going to see a lot. So apparently we lost the Alabama Power Company Skycam, so that's okay. We'll just stay with our spotters in the field here. So again, we're watching 2 tornado warnings for 2 different circulations, but they both affect western and northern Jefferson County. These are the only warnings we have in our TV market. It's raining in a lot of places right now. A lot of places. You might have thunder and lightning, and you're thinking, well, wait a minute, you're not showing my hometown. We're not ignoring you. We're just focusing on the storms that are dangerous. We have broad circulation that is located right here near Alliance, coming up on Highway 269. And then we have a tighter circulation that's back to the southwest, back behind that, that's coming up from the southwest. So again, hate to keep calling out Oak Grove. You've had a long history of tornadoes, but if you're in Oak Grove or Rock Creek, you need to be sheltered. You need to stay sheltered. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, wearing a helmet, preferably with a little portable air horn and hard-sole shoes, the things we've talked about for the past several days. This is the time you do that, you implement that plan, and we don't want anybody driving in these tornado warning polygons. A car, worst possible place to be, and a mobile home, the worst possible place to be. You have to leave a car, you have to leave a mobile home, and you have to be in a site-built structure, a shelter, something like that, while you're in a tornado warning polygon. So again, we're going to watch both of these, and again, they're going to be moving north and northeast, and these will perhaps ultimately impact Interstate 22 up here. We'll see if it continues. But this is still spinning. There's no doubt there's rotation here. That's just not as violent as this one down to the south that's coming up on Oak Grove. So we're watching both of these, and again, we're seeing evidence of debris being lofted. And we've had some damage with this. We've had damage back in Brookwood from this lead storm and this second storm. This came through Tuscaloosa. The good news, we have people watching from all over the world. I've heard of no specific damage from the city of Tuscaloosa or the campus of the University of Alabama or the city of Northport today. They were under one tornado warning polygon where they had to shelter, actually two today, but the damage has been south of there. We had some damage down near the Hale County line down toward Moundville, and we also had some damage in Brookwood. You saw that live from Stephen Quinn's live stream earlier today. So again, this is where we are right now. We've got two tornadic circulations. We have one that is located near Alliance, coming up on Highway 269. We have one that's coming up on Oak Grove. And again, both of these are moving northeast. You can see these little inflow notches right here. And up here you've got Interstate 22, and that will be crossing Interstate 22 later, and it's the same thing we said earlier today. We encourage folks not to be on these interstates and these major highways or any highway when things are going on here. So we're getting reports from John Talbot's a great scanner guy. He's on our Skywatcher chat. Brookwood Fire Department reporting damage in the Lake Wildwood area, and they're trying to gain access. This is from Brookwood Fire Department. So again, this is Lake Wildwood. This is from one of these circulations. Brookwood has been sheltered a lot today, but one of these things came, really both of them, but especially the first one came right through Brookwood, causing some damage. And again, once we get this stuff settled down, the way we do it here, if we've got life-threatening weather, we hold off on the damage reports until the life-threatening weather is over. Then we go to the damage reports. We have to stay on this because we don't want people to lose focus of storms that can be harmful to people. And we've got two circulations again on radar. This is north and west of Birmingham. Let's kind of do a reset. Let's go back to a big view if we can. Taylor, want to show everybody what's happening. We'll go back to standard reflectivity. For a lot of you, it's been a cold, rainy day. I say cold, a cool, rainy day. Northeast Alabama, just a steady rain falling up here. Anniston, Gadsden, Cedar Bluff, Galesville, Heflin. It's cool and it's wet. But down to the south, we have moist, unstable air that's very warm. And you can see we've had multiple tornado warning polygons popping up today. And we're watching these storms in West Alabama. So far, they're behaving right now. We've got tornado warnings in parts of the Black Belt region of West Alabama. That's in the Montgomery television market. But and again, you can see those warnings include parts of Choctaw County, parts of Washington County, parts of Wilcox, Marengo, and Dallas counties. But the Montgomery folks will handle that. We're handling the storms that are north and west of Birmingham. So again, there's just basically two tornado warning polygons that we have here for two distinct circulations. We've got one circulation that is near Alliance in western Jefferson County, northwest Jefferson County. We have another circulation coming up on Oak Grove in western Jefferson County, and that's the reason we've kind of got these multiple polygons. A little confusing because there are two different circulations, but they're coming right down the same path. That's the way it's been today. This is circulation one. Second circulation is kind of trailing back here, and they're both getting a little noisy, but they've been cyclic today. But the one thing I think it's safe to say, Taylor, we've not had a long track tornado yet.
Not yet.
But the day's young. The dynamic forcing hasn't even arrived yet. I mean, really, from this system. This is the, we knew there would be storms in the afternoon. The extent of that, we didn't exactly know how much we would have, but the main dynamic support comes in here tonight. And we're going to have probably a linear type event late tonight that could produce widespread wind damage. And by late tonight, I mean midnight to 5 a.m., something like that. So that's why I'm saying we might be here for another 12 hours. We've been here 4 hours. We got 12 hours to go. It's going to be a long, long night ahead. And hopefully where you are, you're going to be okay. And the one thing I've said before, for people that have anxiety over this stuff, even on a really big tornado day, the odds of any one spot being hit are low, which is a good thing. But you've got to pay attention. You've just got to keep paying attention. So again, the signatures of both of these tend to be a little noisy, and I'm kind of suspect of that CC lowering down there.
I think that's noise.
I think it's side lobe contamination, which is kind of a byproduct of the way radar works sometimes. So I get the idea that is not debris that is being lofted. Based on the velocity data, it's just kind of muddy right now. So I would imagine the Weather Service in Birmingham might consider letting these go at some point. Still, there's broad rotation here in both spots, but they're certainly not what they looked like 30 minutes ago, 1 hour ago.
Move them back and kind of give an idea of what they did look like. You can see back here when that was crossing from Tuscaloosa into Jefferson, that to us is a very strong indication of rotation. But at this point, it's kind of really broadened up, and you can see those reds and greens aren't as bright. We don't have a clear cut. This red bin is right next to this green bin, so that tells us that these storms have at least weakened a little bit for the time being. But as James keeps saying, these storms have been cyclic today, so we expect the potential for these to kind of rotate back up and spin back up and become stronger again. So we're just going to have to keep watching the trends. But at this point, right now, the current trend is promising in terms of this rotation looking a little bit broader near Alliance, and then a little bit broader right there to the northeast of Oak Grove. So those are going to be our two circulations at this point. I'm going to put back on reflectivity and kind of see where those, not necessarily locating where with, that might be just more strong wind coming through Oak Grove area rather than that rotation really picking up. But we're looking at the potential.
Let's take Taylor on camera here. I'm over here busy. There we go. Thank you, Dennis.
So at this point, we're looking at this one storm with two separate circulations, and it's kind of combined. It started as two different storms. Now it's one storm with two different circulations moving through Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Gilmore, Alliance areas. At this point, the indications aren't as strong as they have been, but we'll keep monitoring the progress of these, because as with some of the other storms we've seen through the day, they could continue to cycle back stronger again. I'll give you guys an overview. We'll zoom out and do the DMA view. It's raining in a lot of places. So at this point, the only two warnings for us include portions of Jefferson County and portions of Walker County. That does not include the city of Jasper. It's to the south of you. And then rain with some thunder in a lot of other locations, and then some stronger storms down to our south that we're going to have to watch, because these are going to keep moving northeastward. And this storm here near Selma, Valley Grande, this could eventually, if it holds together, cross over into Chilton County here in the next hour or so. So we'll have to watch that. But at this point, Chilton County, you are not under a tornado warning, but you've got some heavy rain, and we'll be monitoring this storm as it moves closer to you. Everybody at this point in our northeasternmost counties, you're just dealing with a steady rain. But looking back off to the south and west, we've got more warnings that have begun to fire over Sumter County, and those are going to be moving into Marengo County. So we'll have to keep monitoring these. These tornado warnings have been training in some of the same locations, and I want to give you an overview too of what we're expecting to move through later this evening. So as James has mentioned, we've got another round here to go. We've got more storms to go. This is what we've seen. I'm going to put this on a loop over the last 2 hours. So what we've seen is these supercell type thunderstorms forming out ahead of the main line. So that's what's been prompting all this severe weather we're seeing this afternoon and early evening. But late tonight, we expect a line to move through that's still off to our west, and that will bring us another round of severe weather likely overnight tonight. So just because you're seeing the severe weather now, that doesn't mean you're over for the day. You're done for the day. You need to be prepared to head to that safe place again, not only over just the next couple of hours, but later this evening overnight as we see that main line move through. So let's get another check on what's going on with those circulations that we are dealing with in Jefferson County. So I'm going to stop the radar there, and we're going to go back down to reflectivity and zoom in on those. And we can see here those two circulations that are moving through northern Jefferson County. Near Oak Grove, this is still moving over some of the same locations that have already been dealing with those tornado warnings throughout the afternoon. And once again, looking at the velocity at this point, I'm not seeing super strong indications of rotation. We've got some broad rotation with these systems, but we're not looking at anything that I look at and say, oh, wow, this is very, very concerning. Regardless, you're still under that tornado warning. If you're in that polygon, you need to be in that safe place. Not seeing any additional reports of any damage at this point in Jefferson County, so that is good news as well. And I'm going to zoom us back out here, and we'll try to look at that correlation coefficient, but fortunately it hasn't been showing any strong indications of debris. Now you're seeing the dark blues and you're thinking maybe that's debris. That's actually just noise. That's just a product of the radar. We're not looking at what looks to be a well-defined debris signature from either of these two circulations at this point. Switch back over here to storm relative velocity. And at this point, like I keep saying, the trends have been good with this cell itself, but we're going to keep watching it. Elsewhere, we've got a lot of heavy rain, some thunderstorms, and as we move on through the next couple of hours, I'll move over radar sites here so we can get a better picture of what's off to our west in Mississippi. We do still have more thunderstorms on the way, and at this point, as we've seen, the atmosphere is conducive for these tornadoes to form. Almost every single tornado warning we've seen so far in our viewing area at one point or another has had a confirmed tornado with it. So if you at some point are under a tornado warning, you need to treat it as there is a tornado on the ground at that point. And of course, we've got our storm chasers on the ground everywhere, keeping an eye on things. I want to go back down here to these storms to our south and get a better picture of what could potentially be headed our way from the south here. We've got another storm here moving through the Selma area. So this is going to be in Dallas County, moving towards Autauga County here near Selma, and they've already had a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado at one point earlier in the afternoon. This is going to be moving towards Valley Grande, and if this does continue on this same track, this would be headed towards Chilton County here if this can hold together. Looking at the velocity, you can see some indications here of some rotation with this and that tornado warning. Let's see when that tornado warning continues till. That tornado warning will continue until 5 p.m. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. That could be one of our next storms that we'll be tracking in our viewing area. We've also got quite a few tornado warnings still ongoing to our southwest. This is going to be in the Mobile and the Montgomery markets to our southwest there, but these are the storms that will eventually be moving towards some of our southernmost counties, so we'll keep watching those.
Dennis, can you get John Brown's stream by any chance? John says he's got a wall cloud on his stream. Okay, sorry about that. He's apparently down.
Was he in Jefferson County?
Yes.
Okay, so he was looking at these storms here in Jefferson County. And I mean, looking at this radar data, the circulations are not as tight as they have been at times today. So that's at least some promising news. We're still keeping a close eye right now. The circulation that
John's in Rock Creek.
Okay.
And is this John's stream, Dennis?
That is where
Okay.
we're showing some broad rotation at this point.
That sure didn't look like Rock Creek. That looks like an interstate. Rock Creek is a community near Oak Grove. Okay, that's not John Brown. This is John Oldshoe. John Oldshoe is coming up on the Birmingham Metro. So, no, John Brown, I think his shot is down. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, that's this. John says he's got a wall cloud here. See it back there? So this is John Brown, and again, that would be Warrior River Road out in the vicinity of Rock Creek and Oak Grove. And this would be the second circulation.
This is where we're seeing that broad rotation. Yes, that would be that second.
Yeah, and that's he's just getting on Lock 17 Road right now. So again, this is coming from John Brown. John is one of the best in the business, and again, you know, chasing this stuff down, it is just brutal. It is brutally hard because you can see it's all trees. This stuff is rain wrapped, low bases. It's just going to be a tough day to see much.
And we don't have a grid system like out west. You know, roads are all in a grid, so it's easy to get from one place to another. You know, we have winding roads here in Alabama, so you kind of have to go out and around and take all kinds of winding routes.
But let's go to a triple box if we can. We'll put John's video in one of those boxes up there. We'll try and get a super on these boxes to identify which box is which. But again, like Taylor says, we've got still a tornado warning in effect for the western part of Jefferson County. John Talbot says there's no reports of any damage in Jefferson County, none whatsoever from these storms. And again, we've had damage in Brookwood. We know that. In fact, I think and again, for those of you in western Jefferson, we've got just really, really broad circulation right here that's just passing north of Rock Creek, and that's where John Brown is located. And that's coming up on Sylvan Springs and Edgewater, which is right here, McDonald Chapel. So there's still a reason for a tornado warning. I don't want to diminish that, but I want to go to Stephen Quinn. Is Stephen on the line with us by any chance?
Yeah, James, I can hear you.
Okay, I think Pam said that you might have some video of some of the damage you got there.
Yeah, I don't know if the directors can show this on what they have queued up there, but we do have video of that tornado which formed earlier. But the other news that I wanted to pass along, James, for people who are watching that storm, you saw us moving through Moundville and some of the damage. I had a chance to speak to the EMA director there in Hale County. He tells me that there were 30 houses that were damaged as that tornado touched down there just outside of town and scraped across downtown there. The good news is that nobody was injured. We saw a lot of power lines down. I do believe there are still power outages. I don't have a number on that just yet, but I will say all of the roads now are back open in Moundville. You saw us having to go around some of the trees. So that is certainly some good news. They are making some progress as they're getting a quick break from the severe weather that's been moving through this area. This is a live look here from Brookwood, which is where we're kind of stagnant right now, looking back towards Jefferson County, where we saw that second cell moving through as it was moved. Okay. Oh, I'm a little delayed on my feet. If this is the video that you're seeing, yes, this was from Moundville earlier as that tornado moved through. But again, the good news is no reports of injuries despite the damage that we saw earlier today. Just wanted to pass that along for people who may have been concerned based off what they saw earlier, James.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. And again, you can see the damage to the roofs of those homes. That was near the Tuscaloosa Hale County line earlier today. But let's go back to our storm in western Jefferson. Again, we've got a lot of video to show from storms today, but I want to kind of keep it going here in that we've got fairly broad rotation. This is not an especially tight tornado signature, but the Weather Service believes the right thing to do is to keep the tornado warning in effect for western Jefferson. And again, that broad circulation is right around Sylvan Springs. That's Highway 269 right here coming out of Inslee. That goes up toward Parrish in Walker County. And from there, that's going to keep on moving northeast up toward Adamsville and Graysville. And that's the reason we've got these tornado warning polygons going on here. So, and these expire, Taylor, at what time? It's a little confusing because we've had
4:45 for one of them, and then 4:45 for the other as well, as far as I can tell.
Okay, so in theory, in about 15 minutes, if these warnings are expiring and if they're not extended, we will not have a tornado warning in effect for our DMA, our designated market area, the TV market. So we hope that's the case. We've had pretty much nonstop warnings since around noon today. We've been on television for about 4.5 hours. And again, this is just a pre-show, if you will. The main dynamic forcing with this system comes in here tonight. And that's another great concern, is an organized batch of storms tonight that can produce tornadoes and the possibility of widespread wind damage. So again, we are far, far, far from over. This is just the first phase of this event, if you will. So again, we've got that circulation, and that's it. Let's go back to a big picture. We'll kind of make a broad picture here of what's happening across the state. We'll put the reflectivity back on. And for most of you, it's just raining. You've got a colder rain falling over northeast and east Alabama. The air is fairly cool, fairly stable. The question is, can this unstable air move up in through here later tonight? We think it will. Therefore, the entire state has a risk of severe storms. The really unstable air is basically from Birmingham south and west, where we've had multiple tornado warnings during the course of the day today. But so far, so good. We have not had any of the strong, violent, long track type tornadoes. But again, the event is young. We've got a long way to go here. We've got to get through the night. I think by 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll be done with this, but it's going to take a while to get through that. And we're watching these storms down to the south as well. Let's look at the two storms in Dallas County real quick, Taylor, because that is of great interest to people that are in Chilton County. So these are two tornadic storms coming through Dallas County. And you can see one is near Selma. We've got one north of Orrville. That's down Alabama Highway 22 coming south out of Selma. And again, you can see the circulation here and the circulation back here. So two tornadic storms in Dallas County, one that's on the north side of Selma and near the Selma Mall back over here. And the other one back here is a little north of Orrville. And that's the correlation coefficient, not seeing much there.
So switch radars here.
Yeah, those storms are going to be moving northeast. This is coming from Maxwell Air Force Base now, the Montgomery radar. And they're going to be moving northeast. And again, this storm in Selma could wind up in southern Chilton County. In fact, we have Evan Chikvera and Brian Peters in Maplesville right now. and they're waiting for these storms to intercept them. Storm spotting and storm chasing, it is tough down here in the Deep South, but Brian and Evan are down there awaiting these storms in Maplesville and southern Chilton County, so if they get up in here, they'll be in a good position to keep an eye on those. And again, for now, both of these are in the Montgomery television market. That's the reason we're not covering them wall to wall. We're here because of the storms in Jefferson. So let's go back up to the storm northwest of Birmingham, and that's the one area of concern in the entire TV market right now. Wouldn't it be good if things settle down after this? I honestly do not think that's going to happen. In fact, I really don't think that's going to happen. But notice the hook, all right? Got your inflow notch right here. Hook, possible tornado. So this has come on past Rock Creek. And again, John Brown saw a wall cloud with this. Don't know which stream John is on this storm, so if maybe one of these two streams we can show John's video, that would be very helpful. So again, you've got, okay, apparently we've lost that shot right now, but again, you can see the circulation located right here that's moving northeast like this, and again, it's crossing Highway 269, Alabama Highway 269, and next in line up and through here, you're going to wind up with places like perhaps Adamsville and Graysville. That's Interstate 22 right here. That's Alabama Highway 5, Interstate 22. Possible tornadic circulation moving like that. So again, Adamsville, Graysville, just be aware that we've got a circulation moving northeast and you are in the polygon. You should have been sheltered about maybe, 25 minutes ago from this. This is the leading edge of that polygon. So we've got Brookside and Cardiff involved in this as well. And that extends over to West Jefferson. But that's your circulation moving like that. So again, Adamsville, Graysville, if we call out your town in any of these polygons, you want to be sheltered. And we'll see if that continues. If the thing maintains its identity, the Weather Service might pull this on to the north and east. That would include places like Morris, Kimberly, Warrior, maybe Gardendale. But for now, they've got it confined over here to this western side of the county. So again, Adamsville, Graysville, heads up. Possible tornadic circulation is on the way. We are watching damage reports coming in, and again, we've had some damage today. We've had some damage, and again, a lot of photographs and video that I'll show later. We're going to hold that. We want to focus exclusively on what's going on right now. Looks like another warning coming up for Marengo County, down to the southwest of here. Marengo County belongs to Montgomery, but let's look down there real quick. It's getting pretty hectic down and through here. You've got one tornado coming out of Choctaw County affecting Clark, one tornado that's coming over southwestern Marengo County, Half-Acre, Nanophilia, Sweetwater, Dixon's Mills, Thomaston, places like that. Linden's in that polygon. Demopolis is not. And a pretty rough storm came right over Demopolis today. We'll show you some video when things settle down here. You can see the hook echo right there, the pendant, possible tornado that's located north of Orrville in Dallas County, a possible tornado north of downtown Selma in Dallas County. Again, all of these are moving northeast, so we're going to keep an eye on those. And again, those are down in the Montgomery TV market, but these storms in Dallas County are going to wind up affecting Clanton and Chilton County perhaps down the line. This is Chilton County right here, and these are both moving northeast, just like that. So something to watch. East Alabama, just a lot of rain. And again, people say, it's pretty cold, and it really is. There's a wedge of colder air that came in from the east last night. And the question is, can this warmer air displace the colder air? Hey, pop the temperatures up here real quick. I'm not going to take long on this. We wanted to show that wedge front, and we'll show you the numbers. Like, look at Gadsden, 59, but Anniston's up to 66. So you can see that warm air is surging north. I say warm air relatively speaking. We've got upper 50s up here in the northeastern corner of the state. Tuscaloosa sitting at 71. If there's any really good news here, there was some concern today. We'd see some breaks in the clouds. We might see some low 80s today. That has not happened, okay, because of all this rain we've had. Again, we've got low 70s for Tuscaloosa and Utah, where we thought we might see low 80s today. Hopefully, that will mitigate some of the risk involved in the severe weather later tonight. But the dynamic support is so strong in the upper levels, the surface stuff doesn't really necessarily matter with that. So let's go back to the radar. And is this Old Shoe, Dennis Martin? Is this John's stream? Okay, yeah, that's John Old Shoe. John is coming up into Birmingham, and he's on Interstate 65 North. And again, John is going to go up and try and intercept this storm that is currently over western Jefferson County. So John is in the process of moving up in this direction. He'll probably stop in through here, and we'll be watching his dash cam to see what he comes up with. John's pretty good at this. If you watched our coverage 10 years ago, back in 2011, John Oldshoe and Ben Greer got that amazing video of the Tuscaloosa tornado 40 minutes before it got into town. So John's got a nose for this. John, worked here as a meteorologist for me for a long, long time, and he loves to volunteer and help us during events like this. So we'll keep watching John's stream. But again, if maybe we can put my box on the top and put John's back in the back. I don't want to cut the radar off for our friends that are watching here. Thank you. Again, this is the storm of concern right here. All right, and again, you can see the circulation right here. It has crossed over Highway 269. That's Alabama 269. That's the circulation. And again, that's going to be moving up here toward Adamsville and Graysville. So the immediate call to action, if you are in Adamsville or Graysville, you need to be sheltered. Nobody should be along Interstate 22. This is where 22 intersects with old U.S. Highway 78 right here. This becomes Alabama Highway 5. Like I say, down below Adamsville, Graysville, that's a pretty good looking circulation. I'd say this thing is tightened up considerably over the past maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and that will keep on moving to the northeast. So again, the call to action here, it is for those of you in places like Cardiff, Brookside, Adamsville, Graysville to be sheltered. Nobody should be traveling along Interstate 22 between West Jefferson and I-65 for about the next 15 minutes. Interstate 22 is a big no-no at this point. And Taylor, you might need to move that over a little bit to get that in the box for the television. There we go. Thank you. Let me get my caboose out of the way here.
I'll put it back up here.
Yeah, there we go. I think that's
It's
probably
hard because that little double box is smaller too than.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. So again, these are the approximate arrival times of this of the tornado that's currently located right here north of Maytown. Adamsville 442. We've got Sherwood Hills at 443, Midway at 442, these communities up and through here. So just be aware that that's the main concern. That's the one concern we have right now.
That may be a correlation coefficient or a debris signature starting to show up. We'll check back here in the next scan, but with this tightening up over the last few scans, that lowering of that CC right there is co-located exactly with that velocity. So let's put that right there.
Okay, and again, we're at 4:36 on Wednesday, March the 7th. Is this St. Patrick's Day?
It is.
I wore a blue tie. You can't wear green over here. For those that don't know, I stand in front of a green wall. Green doesn't work here, so I'll blue on St. Patrick's Day.
That was what that is. So we are starting to see that. That was that debris signature firing back up there in the CC.
Okay, so again, take this thing seriously. I mean, for a while, the circulation weakened. It didn't look that good, but the presentation is improving now. And again, I wouldn't be shocked if the Weather Service expanded
They just did that as
the warning.
you were saying that.
All right. So there we go. Let's pull this out here. And Dennis, let's take me full screen for just a second. I want to explain to everybody who's in the new warning. So here's your new tornado warning. And this does include Fultondale on the southern edge. It includes Center Point on the southern edge and Clay on the southern edge. On the northern edge, you've got the northern boundary of Jefferson County, Corner, Warrior, up here toward Trafford and Bradford. So if you're in any of these communities, this would include Gardendale, Fultondale, Mount Olive, Morris, Kimberly, Warrior, Trafford, Bradford, Pinson, Palmerdale. Any of these places, you need to be sheltered for the possibility of this tornado that is moving northeast. And the warning is in effect until
5:30 p.m.
5:30. All right, so that's for about the next 53 minutes or so. And again, of course, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stay up that entire time, but that's the initial expiration time. And this thing continues to tighten up.
It does.
With every volume scan, we notice that the circulation is tighter and the wind velocities are higher. And with the lower correlation coefficient value there, that means debris is being lofted. And the concern, there's a pretty good population corridor right in through here. Again, this is the old, or it is U.S. Highway 78 right now. Technically, Alabama Highway 5 used to be Alabama Highway 4 that was unsigned, but whatever, you know the route, the road here. That's the way you got from Birmingham to Jasper for a long time. But Graysville here, Adamsville here, that's a tornado that's down, and that's coming right up into Adamsville. So, but still, if you're in Graysville or Adamsville, now is the time to be in a safe place. That's Interstate 22 right here. And if you're along Interstate 22, you need to pull off. Just get off at the next exit. You might want to stop up here. This is the US 78 exit. Alabama Highway 5, you might want to get off back here at the Brookside exit somewhere. Just get off that thing and go to a gas station, a fast food restaurant, a convenience store. You know, typically most people are pretty friendly. They'll let you in and just stay there until the storm passes. But this is a lowered CC, meaning that debris is being tracked. This is a TDS, a tornado debris signature that's moving northeast and again coming right up toward Adamsville. You want to be in a small room like a hall, closet, bathroom. You want to be on the lowest floor, and if you live in an apartment complex, if you're on the second or third floor, that's not working. You've got to be on the first floor. You cannot be safe on the second, third floor of any building, structure, apartment complex. You just can't. You want to have a helmet on because most people that are seriously injured in tornadoes, it's blunt force trauma up here to that region of your body. Okay, great. This is from Andrew Donnelly. Is that Andrew's shot? Okay, thank you. So this is Andrew Donnelly's shot, and he is in Adamsville. So he is basically right adjacent to this storm. So we're going to watch the radar and watch the live stream. You'll see it side by side, and we'll see if we can find a wall cloud, find a tornado. We do believe there's a tornado there, but remember, just because you don't see a tornado over here, there might be one. It's wrapped in rain. It's just hidden. You can't see it. And it's frustrating, I know, because people like to see them. People want to see confirmation. They want to be confirmed that there is a tornado. I'll believe it when I see it. And I understand that. I think most people are like that. What's the first thing you do when there's a tornado warning? You look out the window, or you want to walk out in the yard. Of course, you turn on the television. But in many cases here in Alabama, you're not going to find it because it's all wrapped in rain, or it's at night, or trees are blocking your view, or hills or something. It's just awfully hard to see. So again, we'll go back to our double box, and we're going to watch that shot from Donnelly. And also, Old Shoe is getting pretty close up there, so y'all be sure and watch Old Shoe's stream as well. I've got a panel here with about 10 live streams from the spotters in here, and we're going to watch all of them. And if we see something, we'll get that in that box right away. But the clear message, Taylor, is that we do have a confirmed tornado. And what I think people need to understand now that we see a lowered CC, that's a confirmed tornado. It used to be with radar, we didn't know because the radar beam is several thousand feet off the ground, but now with this debris being lofted, we're very sure there's a tornado there. So that's pretty much a confirmed tornado that is about to cross Highway 78 near Adamsville, coming right up on Adamsville. It's basically in Adamsville right now. And from there, it's going to be crossing Interstate 22, which is right here. Again, that's US 78, Arkadelphia Road, if you will. Interstate 22, which is right here. All right, and it's going to keep on moving northeast, and ultimately it's going to wind up crossing Interstate 65 somewhere in North Jefferson County. We'll keep you focused here, but again, if you're in places like Gardendale, Mount Olive, Fultondale, Kimberly, Morris, Warrior, if you're in Pinson, you are in this polygon, and you respect the polygon, and you go and you're sheltered, and you're going to stay there until we give you an all clear. Hopefully it's going to be sooner than later, but at this point the tornado warning is set to expire in probably about 45 minutes or so. So just kind of stay there, and as soon as we can give an all clear, we'll start to do that. But really, in a case like this, the best product to use is this debris tracker, watching for those lowered values, and that tornado is basically right at Adamsville. Hey, can Donnelly hear me back there by any chance? Andrew? Okay, thank you. If Andrew is available, I'd love to speak with him. And it's always best to talk with the folks that are actually out there in the field that are looking at this, because sometimes they can see things we might not be able to see on these cameras. Andrew's one of our reporters. We've got two meteorologists out in the field. We've got actually three. We've got John Oldshoe, we've got Evan Chickvera, and we got Brian Peters out in the field. And again, I think Oldshoe is coming up on this storm as well, and we might be able to get John here in just a bit. But again, we're going to go to Andrew since he's right there on it. But if you're just joining us here, it is now 4:42. I'm James Spann with Taylor Serralo. We have a tornado outbreak. I say outbreak, an event in progress. We don't know if it's going to be an outbreak yet, but it's a very dangerous situation. We have a tornado watch for much of the state. This is a PDS watch, a particularly dangerous situation. This is a situation where there is a high risk. That's level 5 out of 5 for Birmingham and Tuscaloosa and points west, the rest of the state, most of the state, and a level 4 out of 5. So this is about as high up on the ranking scale as you can get in terms of threats, and we all have to take this thing seriously, and we hope that you pay attention to the weather tonight. I know that most people like to cuddle up and watch some movie on a streaming service, and that's great. But if you do that, be sure that you've got us on your phone or have a weather radio or just some good way of getting the warnings if you are detached from the TV coverage tonight, because the greatest concern is people not getting the warning. And again, if you think you're going to hear a siren in your house during a raging severe storm at 10 o'clock at night, that's not working. You've got to have a weather radio and a good smartphone app and wireless emergency alerts enabled to be sure that you get that. And we might have some late night warnings. By late night, I mean 1, 2, 3 a.m. And again, it's crucial to have both of those sources, a weather radio and a smartphone. So we're still watching that tornado debris. It's right over Adamsville. Let's go back to the reflectivity if we can. That's the debris field. Reflectivity. Again, kind of seeing this bounded weak echo region right in through here, but there's just evidence that the storm is spinning like a top. And again, we're watching Andrew's live stream, and if we can get Andrew dialed in, I'd love to speak with him. Okay, we're watching that feed coming from this storm and trying to see exactly where he's located. Looks like it's kind of tough to tell. It looks like that might be an overpass, and looks like that might be, he might be up there at Interstate 22 and US 78. If I had to guess, that's where he is, maybe looking back toward Birmingham. But again, this is a live look at a severe storm that has prompted a tornado warning for the northwest part of Jefferson County. And we're kind of watching this together to see if we see anything. And maybe, if you can pull up Children's of Alabama, if we've lost the Alabama Power Company, maybe we can get one of the downtown Birmingham cams just to look up in that direction to see by chance if we see something. Again, it's going to be pretty wrapped in rain, and I don't think we're going to see much. So let's go back to the live feed from Andrew Donnelly. We're going to kind of stay with this for just a second. And again, this is a situation where so far we don't see anything on the stream, but understand there could be a tornado there, and that's the reason the warning stays in effect. So again, I'm watching the chat sessions from the Weather Service, our sky watchers, and watching the various social media feeds, and I've not seen any damage reports here in the last hour or so.
Andrew is on I-22 at Cherry Ave.
Oh, Cherry Avenue, okay. So he's farther to the east, kind of looking back into this. And we're watching this together to see if we might see anything that's forming there from the base of this. And so far, so good. So again, we're just going to stay with, let's go back to our double box here for just a second. We want to give you both the ability to see the storm itself and to see the radar. And there's one severe storm we're working in our part of the state right now, just one. And Taylor, it looks like the organization has it's become disorganized here in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, especially compared to what we were seeing just a few minutes ago. We're seeing that broadening up again of that circulation. But at this point, as we've seen with these storms all throughout the day, we could see this tighten back up. So we've seen that warning extended until 5:30 and extended farther into northern Jefferson County. This area right here with those reds and those greens, that's where we're seeing likely that broad rotation. Just a few minutes ago, it was much tighter, and we did have that correlation coefficient product showing us the potential for debris. And at this point, we are still seeing a lowering of the CC there next to Daisy City, Adamsville. This is about to cross over I-22, where we're seeing that indication of potential debris being lofted. Not as strong of a signature that we had a few minutes ago, but still that is what we would consider a confirmed tornado. With this latest scan, as it's moving across I-22, you just saw it darken a bit, and it's not as clear, but there's still potentially that rotating storm moving near just now to the northeast of Adamsville, and it's crossing over I-22. So if you live in Hillcrest Estates, Daisy City, if you live near Hillcrest Road, you are very close to what is, at this point, looks to be a broadly rotating storm that has a history of producing tornadoes on the ground. So I'll draw you this circle here so you can kind of get a better idea of what this rotation is that we're looking at. It's right here. It's going to be headed in the general direction of Mineral Springs, Fieldstown here in the next few minutes as it continues on this northeastward track. I will pull a storm track here from that center of circulation. So understand, I'm pulling this storm track from where we have indications of rotation in this storm. If you see your city on here, it might already be raining, or it might already be loud where you live, but this is from the center of that circulation, when you can expect that center of circulation to arrive at your location. These times are going to be approximate, so don't wait till the last minute. You should already be in your safe place anyway. We've had a tornado warning for quite some time, but if you're not there, go there now. Make sure you've got those helmets on. Mineral Springs coming up here in the next few minutes, 451. Fieldstown, 454. Kimberly, 510 if this holds together, and it's also going to be in the Morris area about that same time if this can hold together, which this circulation has held together for quite some time. This is the same circulation we were tracking for quite some time, all the way back down to the southwest. We were tracking this circulation here all the way back into Tuscaloosa County. So this has been exhibiting multiple instances of showing tornado debris signatures, so you need to take it seriously, although right now at this exact moment we are not seeing an indication of a tornado on the ground. I'm seeing here in our chat that we do have reports of a wall cloud along I-22, which would make sense with this broadly rotating storm at this point. Moving towards Fieldstown. So what that wall cloud means is that this could drop a tornado at any point. It's rotating. So you need to treat it as such. And if you live in this area and you're not already there, this is your time to be in that safe place. Who are we looking at here on this? This is that Jefferson County shot. Is this Andrew Donnelly's shot?
Yeah, I don't think we have him on the phone. That is Andrew's shot. And again, he's at Interstate 22. And again, that's awfully broad. I don't think we have a tornado right now, but this could tighten right back up. That could just tighten right back up. So again, this is broad circulation coming over here in the direction of Mount Olive, Fultondale. You've got Gardendale, Mount Olive and Fultondale. Gardendale, Fultondale's down here. Morris is up here. So it's fairly broad, but again, we're going to watch this. And again, we're kind of watching the ominous sky, watching for any evidence of a tornado or a wall cloud. And really, hey, Andrew, this is James. Tell us where you are and what you've got up there.
Hey, James, I don't know if you can hear me, but like you said, we are just outside of Brookside on I-22, and you can see a very ominous sky here. The winds are picking up pretty dramatically. You can see the clouds are really moving very quickly along with this storm. And you can see the dark to light really passing over us right now. Rain starting to come down. We had a little bit of a lull in the weather. It settled down and then immediately picked back up. But people are being precautious, pulling off, staying away from this storm, James.
Okay, and you've seen no evidence of any damage up there, right?
We haven't come across any damage yet. We've sort of been ahead of the storm in Jefferson County all afternoon and haven't really gotten a chance to trail it, but that's where we're going to head next to see if there has been any damage from any rotation that has met with the ground. James? Okay,
Andrew Donnelly, thank you. And again, we're going to be watching that live shot carefully here. So it's 4:51 and we're coming up on 5 o'clock. We have one warning for our part of the state, and that is this storm in North Jefferson County. Again, you've got Kimberly, Morris, Warrior, Mount Olive, Gardendale, Fultondale, Trafford, Bradford, places like that. If you're in the polygon, just stay sheltered, and we'll see if this thing can tighten back up. They've been cyclic today. The good news, we have not so far had a violent long-track tornado. We've had tornadoes today, but not the long-track violent type tornadoes. We hope it stays that way. That's the best possible case. But again, considering the dynamics at play, we have the chance of that. That might have happened at some point during the night tonight. But let's broaden the view and take a really wide look real quick. Taylor, want to look at the storms coming out of Dallas County because some of those things could be getting close to Chilton County here. So let's go down to this cluster down and through here. We've got a couple of tornado warnings in effect. And again, you can see, going a little tighter, one tornado warning in effect. This is for the northwestern part of Autauga County. This is Chilton County right here. And again, you can see that tornadic circulation. And if this keeps on a coming, that means we're going to have, once again, southern Chilton County going under a warning sooner than later. And we'll just see how that happens. The second circulation also might affect Chilton County. The second circulation is northwest of Selma. The lead circulation has crossed over Mulberry Creek and it's crossed over into Autauga County. and that's moving to the northwest as well. This is, or northeast. This is US 82 right here, Maplesville down to Prattville. Same drill. We've had this before today. We obviously want nobody driving on US 82 from the Autauga County line down to Prattville until both of these storms pass. That's Interstate 65 over here. We'll see if the storms continue to move in that direction. But a heads up, if you're in Verbena or Enterprise or Cooper, you've been sheltered before today. You might have to shelter again from this storm with a possible tornado that is moving to the northeast. So we're just going to keep a close eye on these, but just be aware that Chilton County might come under a tornado warning in a very short amount of time. So we'll go back up to the storm that's affecting areas to the north and west of Birmingham. And again, you're watching the live video from that storm coming from Andrew Donnelly. And this is the storm. And again, you can see the evidence of the inflow notch right here, the possibility of a tornado back in the right rear flank of this moving toward Interstate 65. And the circulation is relatively broad, but there might be a small tornado in there. And accordingly, the Weather Service is going to leave the warning up. Do we have John Brownstream by any chance? You guys back in the back, if we can punch up John Brownstream, I think he is in Fultondale along interstates. Okay, thank you. This is coming from John Brown. This is John Stream. He's in Fultondale coming up from the south on this storm. And between John Brown and Andrew Donnelly's stream, I think we'll have a pretty interesting look at this to see if there's something there. And again, that's really not a classic tornado signature right there. It's awfully broad, but still, the storm itself is a mesocyclone. Whether there's a tornado, it maybe not. There might be a small one there. But again, between John Brown's stream and Andrew Donnelly's stream, and I think Olshu's getting close to this thing as well. Hopefully we're going to see something fairly soon, one way or another. And this is the only warning in our part of the state. Now, if you're in southern Chilton, you might come under a warning pretty soon. But other than that, this is the only warning we have right now for our TV market, which is the northern part of Jefferson County. Broad rotation, which is located just to the northwest of Gardendale. This is Gardendale right here, Mount Olive. That's the circulation. And again, that's moving on to the northeast. That'll be crossing I-65. Don't want to be on I-65 right now. North of, say, Fultondale, up to the Blount County line. Same thing for U.S. Highway 31. I would not want to be on U.S. 31 between, say, Fultondale and the Blount County line. Same thing. So just stay parked at a gas station, a restaurant, a convenience store for a while and ride this out. As soon as it's passed, the interstate will give you an all clear. So again, we got the triple box going. We've got Andrew Donnelly and we've got John Brown, both of their streams up. John Brown is coming in from the south along Interstate 65. So John is coming up this way, and he'll be able to look at it from the south, which is really a good way of doing that. Andrew is kind of looking at it back from the other direction, and we'll see if we can see anything that's going on here. But this is the kind of day where it's just a reminder it's going to be awfully hard to show pictures of tornadoes as they happen. Bill Castle had a pretty remarkable scene earlier today. He was sitting on top of the Rufus King Bridge down in Demopolis, and we saw that circulation coming through. We saw some pretty wild circulation from Moundville, from Stephen Quinn today, but we've not seen any really massive type tornado, which is what we want. We don't want a massive type tornado here, but again, conditions do favor the possibility of a few strong, violent, long track tornadoes later this afternoon, this evening, tonight. This will run until 3, 4, 5 a.m. This is going to go on for a long time, so just be aware of that fact that we're going to be here for a while. The event is really just in the first phase, and this will likely continue for just a while. So again, tornadic circulation right now that's located not too far from Mount Olive and Gardendale, about to cross Interstate 65 and U.S. Highway 31. Is Andrew still back on the line by any chance, Andrew Donnelly? I was going to see if he's back on the line. I was going to toss to him for just a second. Okay. But again, there's the circulation right here. This is Fieldstown Road right here. Hey, Andrew, this is James. I just want to get an update from you. Any change out there? What have you been seeing?
Well, it's kind of interesting. We were seeing clouds come in from one side of the road we're on here, a little lighter color, and then on the other side of the road, it seems like the clouds are converging right in this area where I'm pointing my camera at right now, a little lower than they were earlier, but still I haven't seen anything coming down to the ground, but just sort of a strange circumstance with seeing those clouds converge here right where this camera's pointing, James.
Okay, and again, the wind, Andrew, it doesn't look too extreme out there right now, right?
No, when I talked with you earlier, the wind had really picked up. It was whipping around, the rain was pouring, but at this point it seems like things have settled down a little bit over here.
Okay, good deal. Well, Andrew, thank you. We'll be checking with you later. Let's go back to our triple box. We've got Andrew's video in one box. We have John Brown, who is along Interstate 65 coming up on this storm. And we'll be watching both of those live streams, but you can see the approximate arrival times of some of the communities as we track these storms over there on the left-hand side of the screen. These are communities in the northern part of Jefferson County, like Bradford about 5:17, Trafford about 5:21 this afternoon. But there's your circulation moving northeast. Again, this is Morris. Kimberly is right here. And again, this was about to cross over Interstate 65. And it looks as though, let's take John Brown's full real quick if we can. If we can take John Brown's stream full, this is John Brown, who is on I-65. And again, John has stopped. He's doing the right thing. You don't want to drive into this. The last thing you want to do is drive into this. But John is probably right on this thing right now, right on the south side of it, and he's stopped where it's safe. We noticed some other people have pulled over, and if you're on Interstate 65, we don't want you driving through there. John is an experienced spotter. He's been doing this for a long time. He knows when to stop. Most people don't have radar in their vehicles, and they don't have the training, and we sure hope that that's not a good sign that people are driving through there like that. But this is going to be a storm where there's a lot of rain. If there's anything there, it's going to be really hard to see. And again, John is right on it. He's basically stopped right at a spot where we should be able to see something if there's something there, and we just can't do that. It's going to be one of these kind of days where it's going to be tough to see, but it's good to see a lot of those people pulling off. I'd rather them pull off and get into a gas station or a convenience store again, but they're stopping before they're getting to the point where the tornado is crossing over Interstate 65. So again, this is north of downtown Birmingham by about 5 or 6 miles up toward Gardendale. And again, we're going to just kind of watch this together. And this is this one storm. We've got one storm prompting a tornado warning that is moving over the northern part of Jefferson County right across Interstate 65. This is from John Brown's live stream. And so far, we have not seen anything involving a wall cloud or a tornado, but please understand it might be back there. You just can't see it because it is all wrapped in rain. So let's go back to our triple box and we'll kind of show the radar feed. This is the area of rotation, which is located right here. Again, that is Interstate 65. This is U.S. Highway 31. This is Fieldstown Road right here. That's the main exit where people get off to go to Gardendale. So this is kind of coming through, coming through Mount Olive. It'll be crossing over, then coming out into the eastern and northeastern part of Jefferson County. So Gardendale is down here at my fingertip. Possible circulation between Morris and Gardendale, and that'll be coming out here in the general direction of Bradford. And again, you can see some of the communities that are in the path of this thing. We've got Bradford at 519, Trafford at 523, Massey Line at 524. It is now 501. So you got some time to prepare for this. And again, this is not the most classic violent tornado signature we have seen, but still there's no doubt there's potential for a tornado right there. So again, we've got John Brown, who is right at that spot. John would be he's probably right around Fieldstown Road looking right up into this. And that's what you see in that top box up there. And I don't like all those people driving through there, but you know, there's only so much we can do to reach people. But a lot of folks have pulled off to the side of the road. At least they've stopped before they've gotten to that storm. But again, he's about right here looking back into this. And so far, we have not seen any evidence of a wall cloud or a tornado on his stream. But we're still watching carefully. And the other stream is coming from Andrew Donnelly, and the storm is getting farther away from him. So John's camera is close. And John just reported winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour with the rear flank downdraft at his location. That's a pretty good wind velocity. It looks like it's crossed over I-65 right now, and so John is moving again. So again, John Brown reporting wind velocities of 60 to 70 miles an hour with the RFD. That's the rear flank downdraft in Mount Olive. John thinks there might be something to this. He says it might be down. He says massive winds. Yeah, let's go look at that, Taylor. Let's take Taylor for a look at the South Chilton County tornado warning.
Okay, so this was those rotations that we were watching to our south, and we kept saying if they held together that they would potentially prompt a tornado warning. This is going to be very close to it's going to be south of Maplesville, but we do have folks in Maplesville, and we're watching this other circulation as well that if that holds together will be moving towards Maplesville. So we have some storm spotters in the Maplesville area. This does include the city of Clanton. So if you live in Clanton, you need to be getting to your safe place. This includes I-65 going through southern portions of Chilton County from Clanton down southward. And I'm going to zoom us in a little bit closer so we can get a better idea of some of the cities that are included in this. This includes Enterprise, Verbena, Cooper, Fletcher. So these are some of the same cities. Remember, you had a tornado warning earlier this afternoon. This is another tornado warning for your area. As I put on that velocity here, we can get a more clear picture of where exactly that rotation is. It's going to be moving in the general direction of Billingsley. And let me check here on this to see the exact motion. I'm going to pull it at about 35 miles per hour. So that's going to give you some time to prepare for this circulation arriving in your location. These are approximate times. So if you heard that tornado warning go off, if you live in this polygon, you need to be in your safe place now, regardless of what time this tells you it's going to be in your city. You should be in your safe place now with that helmet on. But according to the storm track here, this will be entering into Mulberry at 5:11, Enterprise, the city of Enterprise at 5:23, Clanton at 5:31, Verbena at 5:33. So we now have another indication of rotation moving towards some of the same locations in Chilton County that dealt with a tornado warning earlier. I'm going to put on the correlation coefficient here. And at this point, we're not showing a lowering of the CC, but based on this reflectivity here, this could produce a tornado moving into southern Chilton County here. It's going to be crossing over the line from Autauga into Chilton here pretty soon. Let's put on that reflectivity. So raining really, really hard from Maplesville all the way down to Bethel Grove, but this area of rotation is still in Autauga County. It's going to be crossing near Billingsley into Chilton County, crossing over 82 here pretty soon, and then heading on a track towards Highland, towards Enterprise, towards Clanton, Cooper, Verbena, all of those locations now included in that polygon. Now, if you live in Maplesville, you're not included in this polygon, but I want to point out we do have another cell here that has a tornado warning associated with it that's going to be moving in your general direction. So if this holds together, you could be put under a tornado warning here pretty soon as well. So stay on guard. At this point, you do not have a tornado warning issued for your location, but that could be coming here pretty soon. But the storm that we're keeping this eye on here is going to be for this cell located near Billingsley, and I want to put back on that storm relative velocity.
Let's go back to northern Jefferson real quick for a second.
Okay.
If we can't, I'm sorry. And guys in the back, do we have John Oldshoe's stream up? John is up in Morris right now. And if we can get Oldshoe's live stream, this is John Oldshoe's stream. And he also reports very high winds and a possible tornado. John is on the north side of the storm. John Brown was on the south side of this storm. This is coming from John Oldshoe that is along Interstate 65 near Morris, looking back into it from the other direction. And both John Oldshoe and John Brown have reported very strong winds with this, like there's something to that. They both believe there's a possible tornado here. They both think that. And again, John Brown had winds of almost hurricane force, 70 miles an hour with the rear flank downdraft of the storm. So again, I want to stay, if we can, with John Brown and John Oldshoe's live streams here in these boxes because they're the ones. Okay, so who's? Okay, great. So we got Oldshoe in the top, and that's dialing the bottom. Brown's stream is frozen right now. But watch John up at the top. John Oldshoe's up there, and we're going to see if he thinks there's something there, and he says everything's just rain-wrapped. Everything is just absolutely rain-wrapped, and that's the problem we've had today trying to see this stuff. But again, this is the circulation that's located right here. Oldshoe is up here. Brown is down here. They're both looking at this. That's the circulation. It's crossed over I-65, and both of those guys, and they're both trained spotters. They've been doing this a long time. Oldshoe's a professional meteorologist. They thought there might be a tornado down here in this thing. So again, that's going to be coming to the northeast, and again out here you've got Bradford here, you got Trafford out here. This is Massey line, and this is the Blount County Road. This is Trafford, and understand this might go across the county line into Blount County. You've got Dallas and Selfville right up in through here. So if you're in Blount County, you might be under a tornado warning, and the air is a little warmer and more unstable now in Blount County compared to the system that came through earlier today, that earlier storm. Those are some approximate arrival times. So again, I wanted to focus on this storm in northern Jefferson County. We're going to go down to Chilton County in just a second with Brian and Evan. We've got our meteorologists down there, but you can see the approximate arrival times of the storms in northeastern Jefferson County. We got Trafford at 5:22. We've got Rimlap at 5:33. We've got Harkness Crossroads at 5:34. So just be aware, these are storms that are coming out of northeastern Jefferson, possible rotation, a possible tornado, just due south of Morris, really around Kimberly, and that's moving on to the northeast, and that's going to be crossing into Blount County, and the Weather Service might have to post a tornado warning for Blount County. So let's now go down to Evan Chickvera and Brian Peters. Are they on the line with us by any chance in Chilton?
Yeah, we're here, and it essentially seems like we have been following these storms further and further south. There's been some sort of like a frontal boundary draped across. We were looking at some of the surface analysis. We are in Maplesville here off of Highway 22, where it intersects, I believe, 82. And we just pulled off the road. We've seen some intermittent heavier rain, no real winds, and we did get out for a little while and noticed there was kind of like a cooler feel to the air, and so we drove a little further to the south. Our temperature was about 65 degrees or so there at the rest area in Maplesville, so we went a little bit further to the south trying to intercept some of these that are coming into, I guess, coming out of Autauga County, just to the north there of Selma. They've got warnings on them, and they look like they might just graze southern Chilton County, south of Clanton, and we're keeping an eye on this one that is back near the Valley Grande area. As it stands right now, where we sit in relation to these, we're getting just a cold rain, no wind. We had a little bit of sun a little while ago, but it definitely feels like we're in a much more stable area. We might try to track a little bit further south here in the event we get that Valley Grande cell, that secondary cell here. But overall, we've seen a ton of rainfall, lots of cloud to ground lightning, which is not a severe weather parameter. But we're going to continue to watch this here as we move forward. Not quite as an active situation on the southern edge as up there in Jefferson County, but we'll keep you guys updated here as we stick around here. And so live and down here in Chilton County, meteorologist Evan Chickvera and Brian Peters. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, let's go back to our triple box. Again, we're going to watch southern Chilton. Understand southern Chilton's under a tornado warning. And again, the reason for that, it's this possible tornado near the town of Billingsley. That's right around the Chilton-Autauga County line, and that's moving northeast, and that'll be crossing I-65, US 31, near maybe just south of Clanton. So again, the call to action, if you're in southern Chilton County, be in a safe place for this thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. There are the arrival times. Got Clanton at 5:33, Cooper at 5:34. So this warning includes Verbena, it includes Cooper, it includes Clanton, it includes the town of Enterprise in southern Chilton County. But let's go back to northern Jefferson. All right, now we're going to have to bounce back and forth between two of these things now. We have a tornadic circulation that is coming up toward Bradford and Trafford, up in the northeastern part of Jefferson County. Again, you can see it located right here. It might be tightening up again. And again, I'll just say that John Brown just said if it wasn't down, it was close as it passed his location. He's got a few, in fact, we got John's, is John Brown's live stream back up? He said he's got a few trees down on US 31. Yeah, there we go. This is US 31 coming from John Brown. You can see some smaller trees have come down. And again, John estimates the winds at approximately 70 miles an hour for the rear flank downdraft with that. This is about 3 miles north of Fieldstown Road. And again, this is coming from John Brown's live stream. And if we got John Oldshoe's live stream, we can punch that up real quick. Both of these guys encountered this storm. John Brown encountered it to the south. John Oldshoe encountered it to the north. John's on US 31. I can tell exactly where John is up in North Jefferson County. So we're going to watch both of those streams. But let's go back to our triple box and again describe some of the towns and the path of this possible tornado that is in the northern part of Jefferson County. And again, the circulation was right in this area right here. This is the town of Morris and Kimberly. This is Warrior. And this is the Blount County line right here. And that circulation is moving northeast. This is Trafford right here. This is Massey Line. This is Bradford. This is Alabama Highway 79 going up toward Locust Fork. That's Alabama Highway 75 going up toward Aniana. Most likely, this will mainly affect the Highway 79 corridor. You can see we got Locust Fork with an ETA at 541, Bangor at 542, if this thing holds together. For the moment, the Weather Service has not decided to issue any warnings for Blount County. That might change at any moment. Real quick, let's go back to Old Shoe's live stream. Says he's saw some damage on US 31. And again, let's take that Jefferson County shot full screen real quick. Is that John Brown or John Oldshoe, fellas? That's Oldshoe. Okay, that's Oldshoe. Again, this is a tree down. This is on U.S. Highway 31. I think John Brown and John Oldshoe are so close they can almost kiss each other out there right now. They've kind of converged on this. We call it spotter convergence, which happens sometimes. See the trees snapped off. And again, this is some of the damage along U.S. Highway 31 that is north of Gardendale. And again, this is coming from John Oldshoe's live stream. So again, thanks to John Oldshoe and John Brown for their service out there monitoring that. And they both think if it wadded down, it was awfully close. There were some very high winds out there as this crossed over I-65 and US 31 north of Gardendale earlier. And this is the same storm that is approaching Trafford and Bradford, Massey Line, Dallas, Selfville, up in northeastern Jefferson County and southern Blount County. So understand it has knocked down some trees there, obviously. And again, the winds were pretty extreme. Don't know if that was a tornado. John Brown thinks it was the rear flank downdraft back in the back of the storm. So we'll go back to the radar in the boxes here. It is now 5:14. I'm James Spann with Taylor Serralo. We're working a severe weather event today. This is the storm that caused the damage that you just saw. And again, you can see the kidney bean, the hook shape back here. There's the inflow notch, and it's out here near Majestic, and that'll be coming right up toward Massey Line, Dallas, Selfville. This is Locust Fork, and it's not maybe as intense as it was, but these guys, it was pretty intense coming across Interstate 65. And again, you can still see some of the potential for trees down in both of these live shots coming from John Brown and John Oldshoe. But again, that'll be crossing the county line, crossing open to Blount County. And again, you got Locust Fork right here. This is Aniana right here. The Weather Service will have a decision to make on Blount County in just a second. And again, John Brown believes that a tornado did touch down at his location, and that John. Let's take the lower box full if we can. Yeah. Oh yeah. Goodness, look at the house over there.
Wow.
Telling John his stream is live. This is in northern Jefferson County. And again, this is coming from John Brown. And again, John is going to show us one more time, if he can. I think John might be listening to us. There might be a little bit of latency and a delay out there, but we've obviously got trees and some houses. Again, that's a tree down. And again, you can see a home that looks like there's a tree that might be on top of it. This is, again, North Jefferson County. I'm asking, okay, this is from John Oldshoe. Now those guys are basically in the same territory here, but I think they both believe that a small tornado did come through there that caused this damage. And so again, this particular thunderstorm is now moving through the northeastern part of Jefferson County.
We've got that extension now of that warning.
Yeah, there we go. There's the warning for Blount. So now let's go to our boxes if we can real quick, and I'll show you the new extension for Blount County. So this is your new tornado warning. This does include Aniana and Cleveland and Locust Fork and Rimlat and Allgood. So again, this is the tornado warning in effect for Blount County, and that is going to be in effect until, we'll put the little pointer in the box.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. So a tornado warning for southern Blount until 6 o'clock tonight. And again, this is your polygon. Now, this does not include Sneed or Susan Moore up here in the northern end of the county. This is for basically the southern part of the county. Hayden, you're in. Nectar, Cleveland, you're in. Aniana, Allgood, Locust Fork, Rimlap, Dallas, Selfville, you're all in. All right, so those are the counties in this, or the communities in this tornado warning polygon. And again, you can see that hook shape right here. And from the live streams, you can see that we do have a damage here.
We've got another tornado warning as well. That second cell we were talking about crossing over into Chilton County, there's now a warning that includes the city of Maplesville.
Okay, so but before we go down to Chilton County, again, the damage you're seeing, John Brown and John Olshoe, they are, they're 50, John Brown says they're 50 yards from each other. They're basically side by side right now. So we've got stereo live shots up there, which is pretty cool. This is chaser convergence. That's the way it works sometimes. But again, thanks to both of those men. So let's go down to Chilton County. We're going to go down to Evan and Brian in just a second. But again, southern Blount County, Aniana, Locust Fork, all the places we called out, be sheltered. Now let's go down to Chilton County. Okay, so here we go. We've got two distinct circulations. Number one, number two. All right, so this is number one, and this is going to be coming up through the southern part of Chilton County. Circulation number one, this could affect Clanton. Places like, again, Cooper is over here, the town of Enterprise is here, but that's circulation number one that'll be coming up here toward I-65 and US 31. So this is circulation number one. Circulation number two is going to be back here, and you can see it here, and that's going to be coming right up through places like Stanton, Ryderville, Maplesville, Isabella, maybe up toward Jemison and Thorsby, the more northern part of the county. So we've got two distinct tornado warnings in effect now for Chilton County, and it covers a large part of the county. So I think we do not have Evan and Brian. I believe they are in Maplesville right now.
This tornado here is on the ground. This primary, the first rotation that we've had that tornado, this one right here near County Road 37, we're seeing indications based on the correlation coefficient that there is a debris signature showing up. So this is headed in the general direction of Clanton.
Right, so again, that's moving like that, and again,
in between Enterprise and Clanton.
Right, so again, this is Highway 22 right here. That's Isabella. This is Clanton, so that is a confirmed tornado moving up in this direction, and that's going to be awfully close to Clanton. So again, if you're in the city of Clanton, you need to be sheltered. Basically, most of Chilton County needs to be sheltered right now between one or two of these tornado circulations we have here. The Clanton ETA you can see is 536. So again, this is a tornado that is producing debris being lofted that will be passing north of Enterprise coming up toward the city of Clanton. So that is tornado number one. Tornado number two will be taking a track that will affect places like Maplesville, Isabella, possibly Jemison or Thorsby. And again, that circulation is going to be over here. So we have side-by-side tornado warning polygons, much of Chilton County in a polygon right now. And do we have Evan and Brian down there on the line with us by any chance? Okay, Ashley, this is James Spann. Tell us where you are and what you've got down there. And we might not have Ashley. So again, we've got multiple crews that are in Chilton County right now. We've got two meteorologists and a reporter. As soon as we can get some of those folks on the line with us, we'll talk with them. I'm especially interested in talking with the two weather guys to see about the atmospheric conditions we have down there. But again, tornado number one right here, coming up in the general direction of the southern part of the city of Clanton. And tornado number two is going to be coming up toward Stanton, Maplesville, Isabella, maybe Thorsby, maybe Jemison. So we have one polygon here, one polygon here. This tornado is down. This one right here seems to be down. In fact, we more than likely have debris being lofted. We'll go back to our debris tracker, and again, you can see that negative CC right there. And again, that's going to be moving right up in the direction of Clanton. So we've got Evan Chikvera, who is with Brian Peters. Evan, tell us where you are and what you've got down there. You're awfully close to two tornadoes now.
Yes, and the one looks to have passed south of us here in Maplesville. We weren't able to cut that one off, but just since we came to you a couple minutes ago, the rain has really picked up. We've seen an increased presence of emergency vehicles, and overall we are looking to be spot in line for this secondary one that's just north of Valley Grande. Once again, we are near the intersection. We're actually very close to downtown Maplesville, near City Hall and the post office, if you know where that is, and then we're off the main thoroughfare of 22. as well as Highway 82. So we've just kind of been going back and forth. The lightning has also really picked up here over just the last few minutes, and very curious to see if we start to see these winds pick up as the forward flank downdraft of this storm gets closer to us here. Again, we are smack dab. If you look at our radar and the actual track, the storm track of this, we are, I mean, as close to the middle as you could be. Now we are on the rain, we'd be on the rain wrapped side. I think if we were looking at this from the south, we might be able to see something, but there is a lot of rain out here right now. Not really any wind. Our current temperature, according to the Chaser, is sitting at 65 degrees. We've seen that fluctuate a little bit, but again, if you're here in southern Chilton County, we haven't seen a ton of cars on the road, which initially had been a great thing. It seemed like everyone had kind of heeded the warnings, but here over the last, say, 5-10 minutes or so, we've seen a lot more of a presence out here. So, you know, if you are down here in Chilton County, regardless of if we do see this actually touch down, because again, it's getting closer to us here by the minute, probably good to stay off the roads for right now. Again, we're out here. I'm with meteorologist Brian Peters, been doing this for a long time. He's trained. James has talked about the other spotters that are out there. So if you can avoid being out here, please do that. But it has gotten significantly darker here. The rain definitely a lot heavier, and this hook is one that we are trying to follow or trying to intercept over the next couple of minutes as we move forward. And again, you guys are tracking this on radar. We're trying to keep up and see if there have been any reports from what we've looked at on radar scope and looking at those reports that people send in. There's not really a history with this other than that TVS or that radar indicated. So it'll be interesting here within the next 5, 10, even 15 minutes to see as this hook gets closer to us how those conditions do change.
Okay, Evan, thank you. And again, let's go back to the radar. And again,
and I've starred their location there on the map,
okay,
just south of Maplesville.
They are here, and again, they're waiting on the storm that's coming up from the southwest. This storm they will not be intercepting. This is a tornado that is down, and this is down in southern Chilton County. And again, this will be passing north of Enterprise. And again, please understand there is an Enterprise in Chilton County. A lot of people have said, hey, you got it wrong. I have been to both Enterprises, and I love them both. Enterprise is a small community in Chilton County, Enterprise in Coffee County. That's way down in South Alabama. We've got two Enterprises, Alabamas. And one of them is in Chilton County. But again, that possible tornado is coming up toward Clanton. So I want to get the Clanton skycam. If we can take a look at that. Let's take the Clanton skycam full screen. Again, it's going to be a lot of rain out there right now. We can't see much. All right, so let's go back to our triple box. Taylor's going to keep an eye on the Clanton skycam. This thing's going to be coming right up toward Clanton. That skycam is in downtown Clanton, right in the heart of downtown. We got a possible tornado right here coming right up toward Clanton. But again, everybody here should be sheltered. No doubt about that for both of these. Circulation number one is this one coming through Clanton. And again, we'll put some of the approximate arrival times. We got this thing coming through Clanton at 5:34 right now. It's 5:25. You don't have a lot of time. It might be sooner than that. And then the second tornado is going to be coming up to the north and west of Clanton, and that's going to be the one that might affect our friends Evan and Brian, our two meteorologists in the field. They're over here in Maplesville. In fact, I saw where they were. They were on top of the Alabama 22 bridge that goes over U.S. Highway 82. And again, that circulation is coming up about in their direction. So we'll be watching all of these feeds carefully. So that's Chilton County. Let's go back to Blount. We've got multiple tornadic circulations, and we were afraid we'd have this today. We're going to go back to our Blount County circulation, and again, you can see we got a tornado warning in effect, and there's your possible circulation right down here. This will include a fairly decent part of Blount County, mainly the southern 2/3 of Blount County. This is Alabama Highway 75 right here. That's coming up toward Aniana. And again, that possible tornadic circulation is right here. This is Locust Fork. That's Alabama Highway 79. 75 is here. 79 is here. The possible tornadic circulation near Dallas-Selfville that's going to be moving up in the general direction of Aniana. And again, these are approximate arrival times on your screen. So if you see your community and the arrival time, be aware. It might come in a few minutes before this, but it's just to give you a guideline. And if you're in this polygon, you need to be in a safe place. That is a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. Have a helmet, hard-soled shoes, portable air horn. Hope, pray nothing happens, but you got to be prepared for this. Every storm today we have to take seriously. So again, this is a tornado warning in effect now for Blount County, And again, this is the storm that came out of northern Jefferson. This did produce some damage. You saw the cameras from both John Brown and John Oldshoe.
Let's take the Clanton skycam
okay.
if we can. I think I might have.
Let's go to Clanton full screen, if we can.
I think I might have visual.
Clanton full screen. Okay,
Take
great.
that Clanton camera.
Yeah, thank you. You're full screen now. All right.
Let's take that there.
So this could be the tornado that is coming up on Clanton from the south and west.
We have reports of homes damaged in Chilton County.
Yeah, there's no doubt debris is being lofted. This is an extremely dangerous storm, and again, this is a thunderstorm that
you
is.
I saw like a power flash or something.
I was
from
looking at
that
some
area.
spotter reports over here, but yeah, no doubt this could be a tornado that you're looking at, possibly. I don't know that for sure, but this is the area that we're going to be watching for, and you're going to watch this camera very carefully. This is the view coming from downtown Clanton. Pull that back a little bit, Taylor. I can kind of see what's. You can zoom out a little more. Yeah, that's exactly the right spot. That's what we're looking for. So again, we're going to watch the cloud bases very carefully. This is one of two tornadic circulations coming up through Chilton County. We have this one approaching Clanton. We have the other one that will be coming up through Maplesville, Isabella, maybe approaching Thorsby. So we have two side-by-side tornado warning polygons. But this one tornado warning that includes Clanton, this pretty good circulation that will be coming up right on downtown Clanton here. So we're going to watch these cloud bases really carefully, and we might have a chance to see this one on this particular skycam. It is 5:29. If you're just joining us, we apologize. We typically be in World News Tonight. But yeah, we do have a report of multiple houses damaged with this storm in Chilton County. And again, this cycling supercell is headed right toward downtown Clanton, And again, this is a situation where if you're in Clanton, if you have a Clanton mailing address, you've got to be sheltered right now. Tornado precautions now. No mobile homes, no cars. And we'll kind of watch this all together. And this is going to be coming right up into town. And keep in mind as you watch this, at the same time, we've got a tornado warning in effect for southern Blount County. If you're in Aniana, if you're in Allgood, if you're in Locust Fork, if you're in Rimlap, you've got to be sheltered. Again, we're focusing on this one. We have a camera on it, but we don't want to lose attention on the other one up to the north. So Blount County, again, Aniana, Locust Fork, Rimlap, Allgood. You need to be sheltered as a tornadic storm is moving through Blount County, but this is one that's coming right up toward downtown Clanton, right up through the heart of this. And this is a cyclic supercell, and this has damaged multiple homes in Chilton County, according to local fire officials there. And so this is one that you got to take seriously. We don't see a tornado right now. We don't see it, but one could drop at any moment from this thing. And in addition to this one, there's another one coming up that will affect areas north and west of Clanton. The one coming up from the southwest will affect places like Maplesville, Isabella, and Thorsby. So again, we've got these two side-by-side thunderstorms that we're tracking with tornadoes in Chilton County. And we've got a really, really, really good view. For once we're not rain-wrapped in here, we've got a pretty clear shot back to the south and west. Down below, you can see downtown Clanton. This is on a tower right by the city complex there, their communications tower. In fact, that's the tower you see right there, one of the tower legs. And it's right by First Baptist Church in downtown Clanton. So we're going to stay with this for a couple of minutes. And again, we're going to go right back to radar in just a second. But I would not be shocked if we were to see some type of lowering or maybe even a tornado, a funnel cloud drop out of this thing pretty quickly. And again, as soon as we get past this, we do have some more images coming in from Oldshoe.
Keeps going in and out of focus here. Let me see if I can focus it.
That's okay. We're good. We can see it. Thankfully, it's the daytime. And you know, one good thing about it, Tater, we're on daylight saving time. So we've got the extra hour of daylight now. We'll have daylight until about probably 7:15, 7:30. We'll start to lose the daylight after that. You know, it is so hard working these things at night. It's just so hard. But again, we're watching a severe storm with a possible tornado coming up on downtown Clanton right now. We're all watching this together. You can see the dew point 67, temp 67, very ripe, unstable air mass, very dynamic storm system. And again,
this is moving right over downtown Clanton right now.
Right. We're going to stay with this for just a second as we watch this come right over the right over the city. The rotation on radar does not look as impressive as it did maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago. And the best possible case is that it's cycling down here as it passes right over this population center in Chilton County. But again, we're just going to watch this for a few more minutes and be sure that nothing drops out of this thing. But still, you've got to stay sheltered, okay? These have been.
See that rotation there within the clouds.
Oh, the storm itself is spinning like a top. There's a mesocyclone, and the circulation is broad, not a tornadic circulation at this point, but the entire storm is rotating. And we're watching for any evidence of a wall cloud or a tornado, and right now we don't have that, and that's a really good thing. Looking at John Brown and John Olshue's report, by the way, while we're watching this, they both think that the EF1 tornado, they would rate it an EF1, came through northern Jefferson. We're going to go to them as soon as we get a second to do that. They're looking at some of the damage up there north of Birmingham earlier, and that's the storm that is in Blount County right now. So again, if you're in Blount County, just be aware if you're in Aniana, Locust Fork, Rimlap, Hayden, Nectar, Cleveland, Easley, you're in the tornado warning polygon. You are in the polygon, and you are to stay sheltered until we give you an all clear. And again, we're watching the base of this severe storm, very turbulent base under the updraft. And again, it's almost like watching one of these car chases in Los Angeles. You know, you don't know what's going to happen when the thing comes around the bend here, but we hope that nothing drops out of this thing. But we've got rotation coming right through Clanton right now. And we got a camera in downtown Clanton right on this storm. We're going to stay with it for a few more minutes. All right. And yeah, goodness gracious. Evan, what you got down there? Let's go back to Evan Chickvera.
All right, we got a big wall cloud. This whole thing is rotating, and it's coming right for us. You can see it straight ahead where the cloud's kind of jutting out. We are directly above where the center circulation of this is in Maplesville. Again, we are at pretty much the same spot. We went a little bit further to the east so we could get a clear shot, but this is the wall cloud now coming right over, and the lightning's picked up. We've had, it seems like a little bit of hail mixed in this rainfall. And now the eerie silence as the rain has just absolutely quit on us here. Boy, this has been a very interesting last several minutes. We were initially closer to downtown, and we saw a lowering in the clouds. We saw what looked like a break in the cloud cover as well, so we drove a little bit to the east, and now this is kind of what we're staring down. You can see the change in color there with the clouds, and certainly that lowering as this slowly comes across, and we may have to get to a different place because it appears we have gotten almost in a little too good of a position here. But again, this is near the Maplesville area. We tried to actually flag down, or Brian tried to flag down either a deputy sheriff or a local police officer because we saw this on radar coming, and it looked as if it was intensifying. He did not stop, but we are currently sitting at a very eerie silence here. Just outside of the downtown Maplesville area. So I've been watching this on radar. It has a very profound and rear hook, and it's very clear to the south. If you are in the Maplesville area or southern Chilton County, this moving off to the northeast. But boy, this is quite a sight to see here. And looking at my map, we appear to be about 4 miles from the actual hook itself. So we're about 4 miles northeast of where the actual hook is showing up here on radar. So I would anticipate as this wall cloud passes us here, maybe a bit of an increase in rainfall, maybe some hail as well. Again, definitely the most ominous sight we have seen.
Strong updraft going on the eastern side of the wall cloud.
Okay, yeah, we're feeling and seeing a updraft. I don't know if you can see from your screen, but some of these clouds here are I don't know if Brian's going to try to reposition it just a little bit.
Okay.
But some of the clouds you can actually
let's
see
go
the
to a
air
triple
being
box real
pulled up
quick.
into.
I want to triple box everything because we've got, and I want to get Evans and Brian shot in one of the boxes and the skycam in the other one.
See the clouds going up right above the treetops.
All right, so again, we've got 2 distinct circulations in Chilton County, one that's over Clanton. And Taylor, have you seen anything on the skycam? No evidence of a tornado so far. Okay, so again, we're looking right in downtown Clanton in the lower box, In the top box, that's Evan and Brian. They're in Maplesville. That's for the second one. We've got both of these tornadic storms. And if you can give me a wider shot, Taylor, I want to show both of these storms on radar here to kind of make it perfectly clear what we got. Let's go back to the reflectivity and kind of make it a little wider so we can see. All right, great, thank you. So this is the tornadic circulation near downtown Clanton. That's the one that's coming up on Maplesville. And you see that wall cloud from Evan and Brian. They're in this storm, and the skycam, of course, is looking at this storm. So far, this came through downtown Clanton with no wall cloud, no tornado, which is great news. Tornado warning polygon here, but the second one looks pretty intense. And so, Evan and Brian, let me go back to you. We're going to stay in this triple box for a minute. And again, Evan and Brian, y'all kind of described to me what you got going on down here. And again, you're at 82 and 22, right? US 82, Alabama 22.
Correct. We're not but probably 150 yards from that overpass that is right outside of Maplesville. And what Brian was just pointing out is you could actually see the inflow, these clouds pulling in this air out ahead of this wall cloud as it gets closer and closer to us. There's a distinct change. We went from a bit breezy, a lot of lightning, some heavy rain. We had some hail there briefly mixed in, and then it has just gotten completely quiet. There does appear to be a little bit of a broad rotation, so if you see it from more of a distance, I don't know how well this shot does, but this whole lowering of these clouds is all slowly rotating in one broad form. And so, I mean, this is certainly a sight to see here. I think the rain's about to pick back up, but maybe you can see now that Brian's got it angled that way. You can almost see that inflow going into the front of that storm. Incredible, and also very bizarre with how quiet it is there. Brian is working the camera. Brian, you notice anything of note?
Well, we've definitely got good inflow into this updraft, and definitely some rotation is visible in the lower clouds. It's not fast rotation, very slow rotation, but definitely some rotation, which is indicative from radar of what's above.
Okay, and fellas, we're going to move
you
up
may
to
have just
Blount
seen that
County
lightning
for
strike.
just a second here. We've got multiple warnings, and I want to go back to Blount County. We're going to leave the two Chilton County video streams, but Taylor, let's go back to our Blount County storm on radar. We've got pretty significant damage up in North Jefferson County, Mount Olive, areas in North Gardendale. Again, John Brown and John Oldshoe, they're thinking if they were doing the survey, it would be EF1 tornado damage up and through there. But again, this is the storm coming up into Blount County. Aniana is here, and again, you can see the circulation is near Locust Fork, moving northeast. And again, you've got Aniana, this is US 231 going over to Rosa and Cleveland. You've got Highway 75 coming out of Aniana going south down toward Allgood. That's the circulation. And again, this is going to be coming right up on Highway 278. So those of you in Cleveland, those of you in Easley, Rosa, Aniana, stay sheltered. You should have been sheltered about 25 minutes ago. And this storm did drop a tornado apparently in northern Jefferson County, producing some damage. We're going to show some of the images as soon as we can go to that. But again, the policy here, if we've got this life-threatening weather, we have to stay with that. So again, we've got this situation in Blount County, and you can see the two boxes on the side here. We've got a dangerous storm that is now northeast of Clanton and a dangerous storm near Maplesville. All right, so we've got everybody involved here. I hate to just have to cram it into these three boxes, but that's the best we can do right now. So a dangerous storm with a possible tornado northeast of Clanton, that's that lower box. We've got a dangerous storm near Maplesville, that's the upper box, and a dangerous storm that is coming up on Cleveland, Rosa, probably passing a little to the west of Aniana, but really not by far. The rotation is fairly broad, but there still could be a tornado in this storm right now. So again, Blount County, if you're in these places we called out, you want to be in a safe place. Now let's go back to Chilton County, and I want to go back to the reflectivity and show the two storms that are side by side. We've got one moving away from downtown Clanton and the one that's coming up toward Evan and Brian's spot. And Evan and Brian, let me toss it back to you. Again, you're looking back in this thing right now, and the structure on radar looks really good.
You can see right where they are. Right here, there's that little car I have drawn.
Okay. So Evan and Brian,
so you guys have a good beat on where we're at. I mean, we couldn't be closer or at a better vantage point, I don't think. We're seeing a lowering, obviously. A couple seconds ago, we saw what looked like a little bit of a funnel.
Yeah, go ahead, Evan. Go.
We saw a little bit of what appeared to be a narrow funnel right where this lowering is. We're getting some intermittent rainfall along with maybe some smaller hail, plenty of lightning, and once again, just very eerie how still the winds are. You can tell we're right below the circulation of this, and if there were to be a tornado to form, it would be literally right here where we're looking. Brian is holding on to that camera. It's also gotten a little bit warmer. It just almost feels ominous out there as we speak, but we are right beneath what you would see on your radar as this hook, I'm sure where Taylor has illustrated that, and a rain-free base to this this supercell as it moves just to, I guess this would be just to the east of downtown Maplesville, because that's where we're positioned here between 82 as well as 22. But again, this has been quite a sight to see as these clouds have moved on in. Nothing has touched down to this point, though we have seen a couple very, very thin, almost wispy extensions at the base of this rotation to the ground, as well as a lot of lightning. And look, I mean, you can see this grass out in front of us. I mean, it's not moving at all. It is completely silent and quiet, but we're going to keep an eye on this as it moves forward again, because we are very, very near that center of circulation.
Okay, and let's go back to our triple box, and we're going to go to Lauren in the newsroom for just a second. We've heard of some reports of injuries now down in Chilton County, but again, you can see we've got one possible tornadic storm near Maplesville, right there at Evan and Brian's location. We don't see anything on their camera view right now. We're going to watch that like a hawk. And then we've got another one that's northeast of Clanton, and we now have a new tornado warning in effect for the northwestern part of Coosa County, for the extreme southern part of Shelby County. Understand now, if your weather radio is sounding in Shelby County, this is for a very, very, very small part of southern Shelby County, basically the town of Shelby down here toward Lay Lake. That's the concern. Lay Lake, extreme southern Shelby County. A tornado warning in effect for southern Talladega County. This includes Sylacauga and Childersburg and the northwestern corner of Coosa County. And again, that's for this lead storm that has moved away from Clanton. We watched that thing, Taylor, go right over downtown Clanton. Never saw a wall cloud, never saw a tornado, but it could drop one. And on a day like today, the Weather Service believes the right thing to do is to post a tornado warning. So again, we have a tornado warning in effect now for northwestern Coosa, southern Talladega, and extreme southern Shelby County. So if you're around Lay Lake, places like Talladega Springs, Fayetteville, Sylacauga, Oak Grove, not the Oak Grove in Jefferson County, the one in Talladega County, Childersburg, you want to be sheltered right now. This is a tornado that's possibly coming out of Clanton, moving up into northwest Coosa, southern Talladega, and extreme southern Shelby. Please understand, even the town of Shelby is not in the warning. This is basically for Lay Lake, and that's about it. So if you've got a system that warns county-wide and you're in Shelby County and that thing's going off, it is only for those around Lay Lake, and that's it. And then across into Coosa and southern Talladega County. So that is the new tornado warning for the storm that came over downtown Clanton. Let's go back to the storm that is near Maplesville. If we can back it up a little bit to the southwest. And again, our guys are here, and you can see the WBMA car that's right here. The circulation has weakened a good bit in this storm. Let's look at the reflectivity. The structure still looks pretty good in the core of this. Again, you can see the pendant right here. But again, I don't think it's going to produce a tornado at the moment. It could, but this is coming right up toward Isabella. Of course, the main thing in Isabella is the school right here. And then from there, it's going to come on up toward Thorsby and maybe Jemison. So a pretty good chunk of Chilton County is under a tornado warning. That lead storm is going to be crossing over into Coosa and southern Shelby and southern Talladega counties. But this second one will be coming up toward Isabella, Thorsby, and Jemison. So if you called out your community, please be in a safe place. And real quick, Lauren Walsh, let's go back over to you. We've had some reports of injuries. Is that correct?
We know that the sheriff is on his way to check possible reports of injuries. James, I talked to Chilton County Sheriff John Sharon, who said that they're on their way to check out reports of damaged homes on County Roads 37 and 34. That's around the County Road 350 area. When I asked if there were people inside, if there were injuries, he said it was possible, and they're on their way right now to check. James?
All right, thank you, Lauren. Let's go back to Evan's shot. Take that full screen here for just a second again. Evan and Brian, you're in Maplesville. This thing came right over you, and it looks like no tornado, no wall cloud, right?
No tornado. We did see a bit of a lowering there for a minute. A lot of lightning, some brief hail, and now we are watching this as it moves away off to the east here. We're pulled over on a little county road really the only ones here on the road, but very, very cool to see. And there certainly was some rotation, but as you may have mentioned there in the studio, that rotation was a little bit above the surface, and so while we saw that cloud rotating, it never did produce a funnel cloud or anything, and now we are watching this move off in the northeasterly direction away from Maplesville. It looks like still in Chilton County, but here where we're at, everything's okay. There's been no damage that we can tell. Now what we're probably going to do here after this moves on is head maybe a little further down this road and see if there was anywhere that got some winds, because we were slightly away from the center, a little displaced by probably about a mile from right where it passed over. So we'll be checking to see if there is any damage or any wind reports here right down this road. But again, we've been live here and watching this unfold has been incredible. The clouds changed color for a little bit. You hear that sign, like that ominous when they turn like a bluish green. And like I said, we had a little bit of hail here, but overall faring okay in Maplesville, and we'll keep you guys updated. Might go down the road here and kind of check things out as this continues to move off to the east.
Okay, thanks, Evan. So again, we've got multiple tornado warning polygons in effect. Evan is on this storm that is coming up toward Isabella. The rotation is really not that strong right now. And again, we've got the crew there. They saw no tornado, no wall cloud, but still a tornado warning for parts of Chilton County. This includes Isabella, Jemison, Thorsby for areas north and west of Clanton. The new tornado warning is for the storm that came right on top of downtown Clanton. It did not produce a tornado. That's going to be moving up here toward Lay Lake, southern Talladega County, the northwestern part of Coosa County. Let's go back to Blount County and we'll take a look at that situation. We've got multiple tornado warnings today, so please be patient with us. We have to work many storms at a time. And again, you can see that we've still got evidence of storm circulation really right around Cleveland, Rosa, the community of Easley. That's going to be crossing to the northern part of Blount County, and this is the new warning that's just been issued for northern Blount. And this is until, let's see, 6:30 this evening. So this will include Susan Moore and Sneed, areas up to U.S. Highway 278, areas up to the Blount County line. So again, possible tornado near the community of Rosa and Easley between Aniana and Cleveland, and that's going to be moving right up into the northern part of Blount County. So again, Susan Moore and Sneed, everybody along U.S. Highway 278. Blountsville, you're really close to being out of the polygon. You're technically in, but again, I think the tornado here, if we've got one down, is going to be passing east of Blountsville. So again, Sneed, Susan Moore, be sheltered right now. The new tornado warning in effect until 6:30 this evening, and again, this is for the northern part of Blount County. So Blount County, we've got a possible tornado near Rosa along US 231 between Aniana and Cleveland, moving northeast up in the direction of Susan Moore and Sneed. So if you're anywhere in this new polygon up in here, you need to be in a safe place right away. Give us about 5 minutes. We can give an all clear to Aniana and Cleveland. All right, give us about 5 minutes, but again, that storm is basically kind of shooting the gap right between those two communities. Aniana here, Cleveland here, that's US 231 right through here. That's Alabama Highway 75 coming north out of Aniana. But again, this will include Susan Moore and Sneed, so that's our new warning for northern Blount County. Let's do a quick reset if we can. I want to show kind of a big view, Taylor, if we can do that. I want to show reflectivity with a large view for those of you just joining us. Again, it's 5:50. We apologize. Typically, you'd be watching the news. Today, it's all about weather. This is the Blount County tornado warning here. These are the tornado warnings for Chilton and parts of southern Talladega, northwestern Coosa, and far, far southern Shelby County around Lay Lake. We've got rain falling in places like Jasper, Haleyville, Winfield, but so far nothing severe at this point. That could change later tonight. And also another rotating storm. Let's go back to the southwest a little bit, Taylor. This is one that looks like it's down in southeast Marengo County. And even other ones farther to the southwest than that. But again, we've got the possibility of a tornado coming up through Uniontown and southern Marion County. But again, look at Chilton County here. We've got multiple tornado warning polygons. We have two circulations here. And again, let's take a look at these. We've got one that came through Maplesville. We have two meteorologists that watched it. You watched it live with us together. There was no wall cloud. There was no tornado. But that circulation, the broad circulation is near Isabella. That might drop a tornado, and because of that, the Weather Service maintains a tornado warning. So again, this includes Lomax, Thorsby, Jemison for the possibility of a tornado that's coming up from the southwest. We had a rotating storm here. This came right on top of downtown Clanton. We watched it live. There was no evidence of a wall cloud, no evidence of a tornado. That is now about to cross over into extreme southern Talladega County, up here near Fayetteville and Talladega Springs, Sylacauga here, Childersburg here. That's the rotation 1. That's rotation number 2. And we've had this earlier today. They're kind of like trains on one track following each other. Circulation 1, circulation number 2, and that's the reason for all these tornado warning polygons. If you're in Shelby County, understand really the only part of the county under a tornado warning, it's the areas right around Lay Lake, the far, far, far southern end of Shelby County. This has nothing to do with Alabaster, Helena, Pelham, the northern end. This is Lay Lake, and then back up into parts of southern Talladega County around Sylacauga and Childersburg. So tornado number 1 and tornado number 2 that's down in Chilton County. But we watched both of them go right over our skycam or our camera locations, and it did not produce a tornado. Now, we do have... we're starting to see some damage. Taylor, you take it for a minute here, and I'm going to gather some damage images. We're going to show this here in just a second.
Okay, that sounds good. So as we take a look here, I do want to report there are some people reporting a funnel cloud in the Blount County warning. So let's go back up to that one. Take a look at that, because that's about to cross over Aniana here pretty soon. Easily all good Aniana, and we've had reports of a funnel cloud in this area. So I want to take a look at that velocity here. And we are still showing pretty strong indication here of rotation near Rosa. And this is just to the northwest of the city of Aniana. I'm going to pull a track on this and give you some approximate arrival times for your locations here as I put this storm track on here. And I want to remind you, if you're in this polygon, you should already be in your safe place. This is just giving you an approximate time of when the rotation could arrive in your location. So that's going to put this this rotation here near Sneed at 6:10 p.m., Bright Star at 6:13, Mount Hebron at 6:19, and Douglas at 6:19. So I apologize if I said a city name wrong, but this is what we're looking at here. This area of rotation that has had a history of producing a funnel cloud crossing over here very close to 231 at this point, crossing just for the north of Aniana. It's going to be headed towards the direction of Hortons Mill, Royal, Friday's Crossing, Sneed, Bright Star here in the next few minutes or so. So we're watching this circulation very carefully. I'm going to put on that correlation coefficient and see if we can get any indication that this circulation is on the ground. At this point, we are not showing a debris signature with this, but looking at the reflectivity, kind of messy in terms of the reflectivity, but here on the storm relative velocity, we're getting a better picture of this circulation here that is moving through portions of Blount County and has had a history of producing a funnel cloud. Now I'm going to jump back down here because we have multiple tornado warnings going on in our area. I'm going to jump back down here to these Chilton County storms, and we're going to get a closer look at some of those, at what's going on with those, leaving this here on the velocity so we can get a better picture of the rotation. And moving into Chilton County, let's see if I can switch radar sites and get a more clear picture here. We do see this general rotation here that has moved through the area of Isabella. This was that same system that Brian and Evan were watching. This is headed in the general direction of Thorsby. Going to cross very close to Thorsby and Lomax on 31. So it's going to likely remain south of the city of Jemison here. And with this latest scan, we are starting to see a little bit better indication of a little bit of tightening there with that rotation. So if you are in this polygon or one of these multiple polygons moving through Chilton County, you need to stay in that safe place and treat this as a tornado on the ground, because with almost every warning so far we've seen today, at some point there has been a tornado on the ground. So looking here at this reflectivity, that might give us a little bit better picture here. If we were to have some sort of rotation trying to reach the ground, it would be right here, just northeast of the city of Isabella, headed towards the Thorsby area, Collins Chapel, Mineral Springs. I'm going to pull a storm track on this rotation here, moving northeast. And this is going to be moving into some of the same areas that are already under a tornado warning for another circulation. So this is moving towards Collins Chapel, Mineral Springs, Union Grove in the next few minutes here. So this circulation showing some indications of rotation. At this point, we do not have indications that this cell is on the ground, but it could drop as a tornado at any minute. These storms today have been cyclic, which means sometimes they'll have a tornado, sometimes they lift for a little while, and then they could drop back down again. Let's take a look and see if we can find some of that rotation here with these other storms that have been warned that are in that warning, including extreme southern Shelby County into portions of Talladega and Coosa County here. And looking here from the Birmingham radar as I look, I'm not seeing a really strong indication of rotation here with this storm. Let's see if we can find something here in this reflectivity. Looking a little bit messy, but potentially near Hidden Valley, Blue Springs, Marble Valley, and that eventually will be moving on towards Talladega Springs here pretty soon. Hard to pinpoint exactly the strongest rotation at this point. Maybe we can get a better vantage point from the Montgomery radar. At this point, this rotation looks fairly broad, but we're going to keep a close eye on it. So I'm going to give you a big view of what we got going on. We have, once again, multiple warnings ongoing in our area. That does include Blount County. We've got warnings out for Chilton County, extreme northwestern Coosa County, extreme southern Shelby County, and then southern Talladega County. Elsewhere, yes, it is raining and we do have thunder going on, but at this point, we have a couple warnings south of the city of Birmingham for Chilton County, Coosa, Talladega, extreme southern Shelby, and then those two warnings that are ongoing for Blount County. So I want to take us back up to that Blount County storm. I'm going to turn off these storm trackers here, and we can do a little investigation and see what we can find in terms of where that rotation is most likely at this point and where this storm is headed to. So we take a look here, and pretty broad rotation showing up at this point. I'm going to check here with our sky watchers, and at this point, not getting any indications, at least in this Blount County storm at the moment that we have anything on the ground, but stay in your safe place and definitely stay sheltered. This tornado warning here is going to last until 6:30, so that northern Blount County rotation, or rather warning, will last until 6:30, and we're starting to see the indications of some of that rotation near Hood's Crossroads, Horton Mill. So this is heading towards the Friday's Crossing area, eventually crossing near Winville, Sneed, Bright Star, and then if it holds together, it'll eventually be moving close to Douglas in portions of Marshall County, coming up here in the next few minutes or so. Moving back down to those Chilton County storms, we will look for some rotation here, and if I'm being honest, it's very messy. The velocity signatures are very messy at this point.
Yeah, and while we've got kind of a down second here, I want to go quickly to an image. If we can go to WEX 05 real quick, some images. This is an example of some of the damage we're starting to see in Chilton County. And again, you can see this is pretty severe stuff. Somebody has lost their home here. And again, we know the deputies have come down into that region and they're checking to see if there's been any injuries at this point. I don't know much more about this at this point. This is from Justin Gentry in Chilton County, one of our spotters. So that's an example of the kind of damage that we have seen. This is along County Road 37 in Chilton County. So again, it's been a pretty rough ride down here. And this is some of the damage up in Gardendale and Mount Olive in northern Jefferson County. We got a lot of trees down. John Oldshoe and John Brown, our spotters, they've been in that region, indicating they think that might have been an EF1 tornado. And again, this is an example of the kind of storms we've seen today. So again, let's, if we can right now, go to Andrew Donnelly. Andrew, who's up in northern Jefferson County. Andrew, you got some damage. Tell us what you're seeing up there near Gardendale.
Yeah, James, we're in the Gardendale area as well, Fieldstown Road. And good news is I've just checked with police. We don't have any injuries reported as of yet, but you can take a look. Gardendale PD is directing traffic. We have a massive tree that has come crashing down onto these power lines here. This is near the Crown Point community. But like I said, good news, we don't have any reports of injuries, just some minor damage here in the roadway on Fieldstown Road. So if you're coming through the area, it is a little slowed down, but police are doing a good job directing traffic. I'll send it back to you, James.
Okay, Andrew, thanks a lot. That is from Andrew Donnelly. And let's see here. I'm also watching some more of these damage reports coming in. We're watching a lot of things here. And again, we're on radar, you're looking at northern Blount County. Northern Blount County, and we have a tornado warning in effect for the northern part of Blount County for this rotation that you can see is north of Aniana. For Aniana, Cleveland, all clear. Aniana, Rosa, Cleveland, all clear. We've got broad rotation right in through here, and again, this is coming right up Highway 75. So the bottom line is Susan Moore, Sneed, Royal, up here almost toward Douglas and Marshall County, you need to stay sheltered. This is not a really classic tight tornado signature, but then again, a small tornado is a dangerous tornado, and we encourage everybody that's in this tornado warning polygon in Blount County to be sheltered. Aniana, again, all clear. Cleveland, all clear. Blountsville, all clear. This is the circulation right here, pretty much coming up Highway 75 right up towards Sneed. So if you're anywhere close to Alabama Highway 75 north of Aniana, you want to be in a safe place, okay? And let's see, if we can take WEX 05 here for just a minute real quick. This is coming from John Oldshoe. This is from John. He's been out in North Jefferson County. This is all damage coming in from places like Gardendale and Mount Olive. And John Oldshoe, who shot this video, and John Brown, two of our folks out in the field today, they believe that this is probably an EF1 tornado. And these are two veteran chaser meteorologist guys. They've been through a lot, and they're pretty good at this. And again, they estimate that the damage up there could be in the vicinity of EF1. So again, this is in northern Jefferson County, up around Mount Olive, the northern part of Gardendale. And like Andrew reported in his report, we've had no reports of any injuries, which is a good thing. There was a tornado warning in effect well before this arrived, and we've got a lot of trees down, some trees on homes. But again, so far, no reports of any injuries. We got some structural damage, but so far so good. So let's go back to the radar as we're now past 6 o'clock. We've got a tornado warning in effect for northern Blount, Susan Moore, Sneed, Brooksville being a safe place. Let's go down to Chilton County and take a look at all the action we have down there. And we've got multiple issues involving storms. We have one possible circulation that's pretty much coming through Thorsby and along U.S. Highway 31. It's very broad. It is a really broad circulation, and again, this came through Evan Chickvera and Brian Peters' observation point. They saw no wall cloud, no tornado, and it's pretty much stayed in that state. But the Weather Service, again, believes, based on the atmospherics we have today, the best thing to do is to leave the tornado warning in effect. So again, that'll be crossing over Interstate 65. I would not want to be driving on I-65 right now from the Shelby County line down to Clanton for about the next 15 minutes. And the storm that came through Chilton County, or to downtown Clanton, we watched that with the Clanton skycam. That is in the process of moving up into southern Talladega County. And quite frankly, it's just hard to see anything here. Let's put the reflectivity back on here real quick. Again, there's the, it's right there. You can kind of see it, but it's obviously not a classic tornado signature. But again, look really carefully. You can see that circulation right there. And this is Talladega Springs. This is Fayetteville. This is south of Childersburg, off to the south and west of the city of Sylacauga. That's moving in this direction here. So again, this could affect U.S. Highway 280, possibly the area between Childersburg and Sylacauga around Oak Grove. So again, if you're in any of these communities, I would stay sheltered. We really don't have any super classic tornado signatures on radar right now, but we've got some rotation. And again, based on what's happened today, understand we've had some significant damage in some spots. The best thing to do is just stay the course with these warnings, and that's what the Weather Service is going to do. And you can see the approximate arrival times up on your screen of this particular rotation that is currently located really not too far from Lay Lake. And again, that'll be coming up in the direction of Fayetteville, Talladega Springs, and maybe up toward Childersburg and Oak Grove along Highway 280. So that's circulation number one. And circulation number two is near Thorsby. It's awfully broad. I mean, it is just not really a tornado signature. And that broad rotation is coming up toward Interstate 65 around Collins Chapel. I probably would imagine that warning will be canceled pretty soon, and that there's just not a lot there. These have been cyclic today. We have not had a violent long-track tornado so far. But this day is young. Understand, we could be here on TV at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. We've got to get through the night tonight, as the main dynamics of this thing will be coming in here tonight. This is the first phase of this severe weather event. So circulation here, very broad circulation down here. The lead circulation is coming up into southern Talladega County. That second circulation crossing I-65 near Collins Chapel, which is not too far from Jemison and Thorsby down in Chilton County. Let's go back to a wide view if we can. Want to show the whole territory here, and we've gone through our tornado warnings, and other than that we have a lot of rain to deal with, but you can see so far, northeast Alabama's been okay. We are watching this new storm that's near Tupelo, Mississippi. Have a tornado warning up in here. That thing is going to be coming up toward probably Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale. Most likely that's going to be staying a little north of Marion County. Still, we'll have to watch that. This is the Columbus radar. And again, evidence of circulation right here near Okolona, Mississippi. That'll be moving up toward Franklin County, maybe clipping that northwestern corner of Marion County, but I think that's going to stay north of our territory here. Franklin County belongs to Huntsville. Marion County belongs to us. That's the deal there. We'll go back down to the south and take a look at what's happening in the southern part of the state down here, and you can see another tornado warning in effect. This is in effect for parts of Perry, Dallas County, one for parts of Wilcox counties for these storms that are coming out of Marengo County. And again, those could drop a tornado. And we've had some damage today. That's the one thing we want to stress. Maybe not at your house, but we've had some folks that have lost their home today because of tornadoes. But the day is still young. So let's go back to Blount County, and we're going to just kind of tour these various tornado warning areas until hopefully they go away for a while. I'm not sure they will, but hopefully they will. It would be nice to have a break in through here. But again, this we got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for parts of Marshall County. This would include Albertville, Douglas, and Horton for the storm coming out of Blount. And again, that is really broad circulation around Susanmore and Sneed. And that's going to be crossing over into Marshall County here pretty soon. And again, the Huntsville office of the Weather Service that covers Marshall County, they just decided not to issue a tornado warning. They don't think there's a tornado there, and there's probably not because this is so broad. But again, if you're in Sneed, I'd stay sheltered. And understand if you're in Douglas, Horton, Albertville up here on Sand Mountain, you could see some gusty winds from this, maybe some small hail. But this is crossing over into an environment where it's a little cooler, a little more stable. Hopefully that's going to mitigate any major problems in through there at this point. So that's our situation in Blount County. Let's go back to the central Alabama storms that are currently in progress. And again, see, getting a few more shots coming in here from Chilton County. We thank our sky watchers. They do a really good job of helping us. In fact, let's see if we can take WEX 05. I want to see what we can see here. Yeah, this is from Chilton County, and this is that tornado that did the damage. This down there, this is down County Road 37 in Chilton County. This is down below Clanton, southwest of Clanton. Kind of hard to see from this particular vantage point, again, because of the trees and the fact that this thing is rain wrapped, but it certainly did cause some damage. And let me show quickly some images we have here. You can just leave that punched up for a second. You've seen that image. That's a person that lost their home down in Chilton County. And this is another image from Chilton County. So again, we've had a lot of damage down there. And again, we've got multiple crews down there. We'll find out much more here shortly. So let's go back to the radar behind me. We'll talk about the current situation. We have a potential for a tornado, and this is really broad, but there's potential, there's rotation. Not too far from Talladega Springs. The community of Fayetteville is right here, and this is moving northeast. This is Childersburg, Sylacauga down here. That's U.S. Highway 280, and that's the reason there's a tornado warning in effect for parts of southern Talladega County.
We have a new tornado warning now.
I'm about to say, we got so many tornado warning polygons on this thing, your head's about to spin.
Yeah, so I think it's for this second circulation down here, but it's including a lot of the same locations that are already included in that other tornado warning, if that makes sense. So we've got this circulation down here, which is very hard to pick up on. I'm having a hard time finding it on the on radar, but there's that circulation, there's this circulation, and this new tornado warning is for the potential for that circulation to keep moving that way. So it does include just a little bit more of Shelby County. It does now include the city of Shelby, and Columbiana is right on that line there. Wilsonville, ending at Harpersville, Childersburg, Sylacauga, you're still in it. But this other circulation we're watching here to the north of Talladega Springs, right there as well, looks a little bit more organized, but maybe I'm just having a hard time picking out this second circulation here based on the radar. Maybe if I switch over to Montgomery, I'll get a better view here. So from the Montgomery radar, this area right here is where we're looking at that rotation. So I'm going to zoom this down, and that's very close to Union Grove, very close to Collins Chapel. It's moving in the general direction of 145 near Shelby. It's going to cross very close to Shelby, right in between Shelby and Blue Springs if it continues on this same track here. Let me see if I can find anything in the storm relative velocity there for Montgomery. This is very close to the Birmingham radar site, but that's the general area where we're looking at for that rotation there. And then we have this other little pocket of rotation to the north of Talladega Springs in southern Talladega County. I'll put on correlation coefficient, not showing any indication that we have any debris lofted from that rotation. Let me check down here. It's kind of noisy, but it's because we're also very close to that radar site. So that's potentially why we're having a hard time picking up on that rotation there as well. Let me put on that correlation coefficient again. Not seeing anything from this view, but the National Weather Service in Birmingham has decided to post that new tornado warning to include a lot of the same locations that are already covered with that previous warning, but with this new warning, it extends a little bit farther into Shelby County. So Shelby Springs, you are not included in that tornado warning. Calera, you are not included in this tornado warning. This includes the city of Shelby, the extreme eastern edge of Columbiana, Wilsonville, and if this holds together, eventually it'll be moving towards Childersburg and Harpersville here pretty soon. But what we're looking at is two different rotations here, and at this point, these circulations are pretty hard to pick out in that velocity. The velocity here not showing some of the really strong indications of rotation like we've seen with some of the storms earlier. But like we've seen, these could be cycling as well. I'm checking the chat here. We're continuing to get more pictures in of damage in Chilton County. And let's see here if Birmingham has said anything about this new tornado warning. No, that they just continued it till 6:30. Okay.
And if we can take WEX 05 again real quick, I've got some video coming from southern Blount County. This is the storm that has prompted the tornado warning. If you're up in northern Blount, this is when it came through southern Blount. This is the one that caused the damage in North Gardendale and Mount Olive. And this was taken from the Dallas Selfield Fire Department, which is down in southern Blount County. And again, you can obviously see the rotation there in the clouds. We've heard of no specific damage in Blount County, and hopefully there won't be. But again, that's what it looked like when it was entering Blount County earlier today. So let's go back to the radar. And again, we are now at 6:15. We're working a tornado event across the state. James Spann with Taylor Serralo. And again, this is Shelby County. And in theory, we do have parts of Shelby County in a tornado warning. This does include Columbiana. This does include Wilsonville. This does not include any other part of the county. And it is for this storm complex that is coming out of the Jemison-Thorsby area that's got broad rotation here. And we've got multiple polygons here. Let's go to the velocity display. And we're watching.
There we go. Maybe is that it showing up? I'm having a hard time picking out this rotation.
I think those are bad pixels down there. That's I don't believe that's what we're looking at. I think there's just some broad rotation right in through here. But the Weather Service is seeing something where they think they need to post a warning here. So again, broad rotation in this storm that is currently over the northeastern part of Chilton County, moving northeast. And that's the reason you've got Columbiana and Wilsonville and again, Childersburg, Fayetteville under a tornado warning. We've had multiple rotating storms come down the same path, making it kind of confusing because we have multiple polygons in the same place, but they're for different storms and for different times. So again, we've got some broad rotation here. Let's go back to the reflectivity. That's pretty noisy right there. And again, this thunderstorm complex is rolling northeast, and that's going to affect Lay Lake. And again, it's going to kind of ride right up the river. This is Lay Lake right over here. And then maybe cross over into parts of southern Talladega County, extreme southeastern Shelby County. There is certainly not a classic tornado signature here at this point. But that's the reason you got the warnings. And this other one up here, Taylor, we'll take a look at this thing real quick, the one that's farther to the north. And again, you got, what's left of this is kind of right here sitting on the river. This is the Coosa River right here. This is Wilsonville. The Gaston Steam Plant sits right there. There's just not much to that. But again, there might be a little rotation right there, but there's just not a lot. So these are really not classic tornado signatures, but at the same time, if you're in a polygon, you respect the polygon and you stay sheltered. So again, these are your two polygons in effect for parts of southern Talladega, northwestern Coosa, northeastern Chilton, and far southern Shelby counties. The areas around Lay Lake, for a couple of circulations. You got one here right across the river from Wilsonville, and just really broad circulation here. Let's look at Maxwell Air Force Base. Let's try another one. Let's look a little higher up in this thing and see if we can see anything from the MXX radar site. And again, there's evidence of some broad circulation right here, but it's certainly, I wouldn't write your mama about that. So we'll see. We'll see if it tightens back up. And these have been cyclical today. We have not had so far a violent long-track tornado, which is great. We hope it stays that way. But again, we stress we've been on the air since about noon, so we're 6 hours into this, and I'm afraid we're going to go for about another 10 hours. It's going to be a long night. We're just starting this really. But again, so broad rotation in these two storm cells through parts of northeastern Chilton, extreme southern Shelby, extreme southern Talladega, and northwestern Coosa counties. If you're in any of these polygons, stay sheltered, and when these things are canceled or they expire, we will let you know. Let's go back up to northern Blount. I would imagine this circulation is out of the county, and that circulation is probably into Marshall County.
I'm gonna have to switch radar sites here.
So let's go to Birmingham, and again, there's just really not much there. This is just noise. There's no tornado signature here. That's the reason the Weather Service in Huntsville posted a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, for Marshall County. So again, the storm that prompted this tornado warning, and understand this storm did do damage. It dropped apparently a tornado in northern Jefferson, producing some tree and power line damage. But that storm is coming up into Marshall, and it really passed through Blount County without much fanfare, which is a good thing. You're blessed if that's the case. So we've heard of no damage in Blount County from this storm, and the storm is coming up into Marshall. So let's go to a big picture. Let's go back to a big, wide view here.
And do you want the just the DMA or
you take
Alabama?
it in just a second. I got some new drone video coming in I'm going to show here in just a second.
Okay, so this is basically what we're looking at. The big picture here is that we've got ongoing thunderstorms across much of central Alabama. And we've got some thunderstorms over Winston, Cullman, Walker, Fayette, Pickens, Tuscaloosa, but at this point we don't have any severe warnings in those counties. We've got a thunderstorm here over Bibb County, which I'm going to zoom down and look at it in just a second. And then we're watching these two tornado warnings that do include portions of Chilton County moving into southern Shelby County, really southeastern Shelby County, and southern Talladega County, clipping northern Coosa County. And then that one circulation that's beginning to move out of Blount County at this point. I want to zoom down and take a look at this Bibb County storm just for a second, just because south of Brent, we've got that look to it. And we've been keeping a close eye on all of these storms. They all have had that classic structure where they're rotating. And based on what I'm seeing on the velocity data, although this storm looks like it could have the potential to rotate, we're not seeing that right now, that indication of rotation, which is good. We're thankful for that. So really this one storm that we're keeping a close eye on is moving from Chilton County here into southern Shelby. And I'm going to switch over to the Montgomery radar because we've had a more clear picture of where that rotation is based on the Montgomery radar. And we're looking pretty high up in this storm from this radar site, but we've got that rotation showing up right there, crossing over 145. And it's going to continue moving northeastward towards Myrtle Beach. It's just to the north of Wildwood Shores. And eventually this is going to be moving over some of the same areas that have already been included in that previous tornado warning. So I'm going to pull that storm track here so you can give you an idea, and we're tracking from that center of rotation, so understand it could be raining and loud at your house before this, and you should already be in your safe place based on the fact that you're in that polygon anyway. But if this continues on the same track, moving northeastward at about 35 miles per hour, it's going to put it towards Shelby Shores at 6:36 p.m., Wilsonville at 6:45 p.m. And that is if this holds together, continues on the same track, that's when you can expect some of those stronger winds to arrive where you live. And eventually, if this holds together, it'll be moving towards Childersburg. But at this point, I'm not seeing super strong indications of rotation with this. So we'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do on this circulation. But just based on the history of some of these storms, we have had that cycling where we don't see that strong rotation and then it tightens back up. Let's take another look at the Blount County storm. Last check, it was moving out of our area, had kind of broadened up. But I want to change radar sites here from Montgomery back to Birmingham. And at this point, we are looking at very, very broad rotation, and it's starting to move out of here. So at this point, I feel that they're going to allow that warning to expire. And then based on what I'm hearing from the National Weather Service in Birmingham, they are not, at this point, planning to extend the Shelby, Talladega, Coosa warning if the current trends continue, based on the fact that we've seen a little bit of weakening in that rotation. So we have this one tornado warning now here that does cover portions of Shelby, northwestern Coosa, southern Talladega. For this circulation right here, likely some strong winds, but we're not looking at a very tight circulation with this storm at this point. So based on what we're seeing on our radar analysis, if this current trend continues of this broad rotation, we will not see an extension of that tornado warning as we move forward. I wanted to show us kind of what's going off to the west here so we can kind of get an idea. And we've got more tornado warnings over portions of Perry, Dallas, Wilcox, Marengo, multiple tornado warnings ongoing there. We've still got that one tornado warning in Mississippi, which I will switch us over to that Columbus Air Force radar here. So we're going to be watching this one carefully. This could potentially clip the extreme northwestern corner of Marion County. So we'll watch that. But for the most part, the storm is moving towards the Huntsville market, towards Franklin County here pretty soon. Looking out farther to the west, we've got multiple ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. So all of these yellow boxes here in Mississippi are severe thunderstorm warnings, likely for strong gusty winds that are moving through Mississippi. So I'm going to put on the composite radar here. So yeah, we have quite a bit of a line kind of that's formed here that's bringing a threat for some gusty winds with that second line. So at this point, let's take a look back at central Alabama and see
Taylor, let me go to some new damage pictures while we kind of a lull here. Let's go to WEX 05 real quick, and I want to show some of the damage coming in. These are images from Hale County. You watched this live earlier today. This is near Moundville. This is up in the northern part of Hale County. And the Weather Service will come in to determine if this was straight line winds or a tornado. Gut feeling, it was a tornado. We had a tornado signature, and again, we had trees down blocking Highway 69 for a while. But again, all of these were taken in Hale County earlier today. And pretty rough ride for sure. That's from Russell Wheaton. Russell is the EMA director for Hale County. We want to thank him for these images. And again, most likely that's going to be a small tornado that came through northern Hale County at Moundville earlier today, producing the damage that you see here. And again, we've heard of nobody being injured so far today statewide, which is the ultimate goal of what we do here. No injuries and no loss of life. So let me show you some of the video. This is coming from John Olshoe. And John got the drone up, and this is some of the damage up in North Jefferson County. And again, you can see the tree down there blocking that road. This is the storm that is moving up into Marshall County right now. Again, the good news, Andrew Donnelly of our staff, he spoke with some of the law enforcement agencies, Gardendale Police, and despite the fact that we've got this kind of damage, they reported no injuries with this. And John Brown and John Olshew, both there. Of course, John Olshew is a professional meteorologist. John worked with me for years here. He's retired now. And then John Brown, he's a long veteran storm spotter. And both of these men said it looks like the damage up in that part of the state in Gardendale, this is north of Birmingham, is consistent with possibly an EF1 tornado. It knocked down a lot of trees. In some cases, the trees came down on top of the houses. And both John Brown and John Olshew were on either side of this storm. It was pretty interesting to watch their live streams. And both of them reported very strong winds in their location. John Brown, he thinks the winds at his location gusted to about 70 miles an hour. And that's because of the rear flank downdraft with this storm. And he was fairly close to what probably was a small tornado. So again, these images coming from the northern part of Gardendale, coming from Mount Olive. And again, this is the kind of damage that we've seen today. I do believe that road down there is U.S. Highway 31, that 4-lane. And so apparently a small tornado crossed over I-65, crossed over U.S. Highway 31, producing this kind of damage. And again, we want to thank John Olshew and John Brown, both of these guys, for their service today. Of course, they're still out on the field. This event is far from over. But again, it's a great look at the type of damage we have had up there today. And again, we're thankful that so far, at least in this part of the state, we've had no reports of any injuries. So let's go back to the radar here at 627. And you can see that we've got 2 tornado warnings. The Blount County, it's over. That storm is in Marshall County, so this one is off the board. And we still have a polygon that is showing up here for parts of southern Talladega, northwestern Coosa, northeastern Chilton, the far southern part of Shelby. But again, quite frankly, this thing is probably going to go away soon as well.
It's set to expire in 2 minutes.
Okay.
And based on current trends, I believe that it's going to be allowed to be expired based on what I've heard from.
Right. So the bottom line is we are going to be in a situation where we might not have a tornado warning here. And if that's the case, we can go to Wheel of Fortune at 6:30. I can't guarantee that. Let's give it another second. We'll probably be late in joining it. But for everybody in the building, we might be able to go back to regular programming here if we lose. And this warning is off the board. And if this warning goes off the board, and again, there's just quite frankly nothing in that polygon that looks dangerous at this time. A lot of rain falling up here in the northwestern part of the state, but just to kind of rehash things today, we've had some major damage in parts of the state, through parts of Chilton County. We've had major damage in parts of Choctaw County. We've had some damage in parts of Marengo and Autauga counties today. Some pretty riveting tornado type activity so far, and this is kind of the pre-show. I want to go back to WEX 05 real quick. I want to show you one of the tornadoes earlier today. This is located along US 82 in northern Autauga County. That is a multiple vortex tornado that is crossing over US Highway 82. This was about maybe 4 or 5 miles south of the Chilton County line, right below Billingsley. And this did produce some damage. There was a hunting club that was damaged. Some homes were damaged in Billingsley and parts of Autauga County. And we've had multiple tornadoes like this today. But so far at this point, we've not had one of these violent long track tornadoes. But again, the event is young. I want to stress that. We could easily be here until 3, 4, 5 a.m. We're far from over. But at this point, we have not had one of these strong, violent long track tornadoes we're concerned about. So that's the situation. And again, right now, this warning will expire, Taylor, at 6:30, right?
That one is set to expire at 6:30. I'll click on it up.
And they're gone.
Okay.
Just like that. Just like that. And again, this was off the board. The storm in Blount County is in Marshall County. And there's no evidence of any tornado down and through here in southern Shelby, southern Talladega. So we don't have any tornado warnings in our end of the state. Let's check down here to the south. Be sure that looks like the warnings have expired in Dallas County. And one severe thunderstorm warning down here in parts of Choctaw and Wilcox counties, and that's it. Now, we've got all of these severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi. As a line evolves over here, this could create a widespread wind damage event later tonight. But again, for the moment, we have no warnings in effect for the state, not a single warning. So again, let's put the Birmingham radar back on here, and we're going to And one note from Evan Chickvera, he says it looks like he's seen some EF0 tornado damage along County Road 16 in southern Chilton. So our crews in the field are still evaluating the damage we've had so far today. But this is where we stand at 6:31. We do not have a single warning in our end of the state, the northern half of the state. There's not a tornado warning statewide, which is pretty remarkable, and we are very thankful for that. But again, the main dynamic system, the main dynamics coming here later tonight. We'll probably have an organized batch of storms coming in from Mississippi. It could be that the main threat from that will be from strong, damaging straight line winds, widespread wind damage. We don't know that. There could be a few tornadoes as well. But I want to stress the event is not over. So everybody, please stay on your guard. Even though we have no warnings, we're about to go back to regular programming. Be very weather aware tonight. Be sure you can hear warnings tonight, especially in the middle of the night. I'm talking a warning at 1, 2, 3 a.m. And that's not going to be some siren. It needs to be a weather radio or WIA, wireless emergency alerts on your phone. Be sure you can get those warnings later tonight. And the minute we have another tornado warning, we'll come back on the air. And again, otherwise, we'll come back with updates every 30 minutes. So what we're going to do is go back to Wheel of Fortune. We'll have an update at 7 o'clock. 7:30, 8 o'clock, and of course, if we have tornado warnings, we'll come back and we'll stay on the air with you. So at this time, we'll wrap up this segment of this coverage on ABC 3340. We'll see you in 30 minutes at 7 o'clock. Let's go to Wheel of Fortune. I'm James Spann with Taylor Serralo live in the ABC 3340 Weather Center. had a lot of weird, bogus warnings today.
Yeah, I think something's going on with their radar. Because their radar, to me, like, I don't know, like, their radar has not been, I don't know if it's in sales mode, but that wouldn't really affect, I mean, I'm sure it's in sales mode, but.
We interrupt this program for an ABC 3340 storm alert from the Weather Authority.
All right, we apologize. We got a tornado warning in effect now for Cullman County, so we have to come back on the air. This is a tornado warning for Cullman County that will be in effect for about the next 45 minutes, probably until 7:30. We have a thunderstorm that shows evidence of some rotation not too far from Good Hope, and that will be moving northeast up in this general direction here. So again, this is your rotation near Good Hope. That's Alabama 69 coming down to Interstate 65 right here, moving northeast, and that's going to come right up through Cullman and US 31, Walmart Distribution Center, and keep on moving to the north and east. So again, if you are in this polygon, this is the time you want to go to a safe place. That is a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. Wearing a helmet. If you got an air horn, put that in your pocket. Hard-soled shoes. If you're in a mobile home, you have to leave. You can't be in a mobile home during a storm like this, and you don't want to be in a car. And we encourage no travel along I-65 in Cullman County from Lakon all the way down to Dodge City for about the next 10 minutes. This is about to cross over the interstate right now, and pretty much the same thing for U.S. Highway 31. Those are the two main north-south routes then through here. So what we're going to do is go to our Cullman skycam if we can, Taylor, and we're going to look back into this storm. This is the Cullman skycam, and we're going to go, that's looking, let's keep on going to the right. We're going to go all the way around to the right. We're losing our daylight here, but we're going to try and see if we can catch this thing on camera. And obviously there's a big thunderstorm in progress up in here. It is 6:46, and again, this is a tornado warning that is currently in effect for Cullman County in North Alabama. This is the only tornado warning we have. Let's pan up just a little bit, and again, we're going to watch that camera together to see if we can see anything here. But again, your rotation is located near Good Hope, really near the schools, the high school, the elementary school right here at Good Hope. I don't know if there's a tornado down. This is not a confirmed tornado. It's a radar indicated tornado. We have a mesocyclone in through here. And again, there's no doubt we've got the storm that is spinning. Whether there's a tornado down, we don't know that, but the Weather Service believes there's enough evidence to go ahead and issue the tornado warning that's in effect here. So if we can maybe move the tracking box a little bit to the right, we can see that so it's on screen. Thank you. And again, you can see we've got Cullman at 6:57, ultimately Berlin at 7:05. These are communities to the east of Cullman out in through here. So that's your rotation near Good Hope, moving northeast. And again, this is a tornado warning in effect for Cullman County in North Alabama. And that warning is in effect, Taylor, until probably 7:30. 7:15, okay. So the warning is in effect until 7:15. Again, we're assessing the damage from earlier storms today. So far with the day, we started around noon today with our first batch of tornado warnings. We have had damage in parts of Chilton County. We have had damage in parts of Jefferson County, north of Birmingham. We have had some folks that have had severe damage to their homes, especially down in Chilton County. We've had damage in Hale County around Moundville and other scattered damage around the state. But so far, we have not had a long track violent tornado, which was one of the concerns going into this. But again, the evening is young, so that rotation is pretty much crossing over Interstate 65 right now, and ultimately that'll be crossing over US Highway 31, coming out pretty close to the camera site. The camera you're seeing is a camera that is located at the Cullman Water Treatment Plant, which is just east of town. This is US 278. The camera, the sky cam, is about right here, so we're looking down into it from the camera site, which is right here, just east of downtown Cullman. So again, in terms of the communities involved here, you've got Gold Ridge on the northern end of the polygon. You've got Berlin, which is right here. You've got Vinemont, of course, Cullman, Good Hope. And again, these communities are in the polygon, and soon we can give an all clear to areas that are west of I-65. But the tornado warning is in effect until 7:15 this evening. And again, the tornado moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. We've heard of no damage from this as of yet. So the circulation right on the interstate. Now, for some reason, they've got the polygon drawn way back into the southwestern part of Cullman County. If you're down at Cold Springs, Bug Tussle, Trimble, places like this, Crane Hill down towards Smith Lake, this is all past you, and there's really no danger here. The main danger now is along and east of I-65. So with this particular tornado warning polygon, the main danger along and east of I-65. This does include downtown Cullman. So again, we got a pan control of the camera, Taylor?
I'm having issues getting it to pan.
Okay. We're going to see if we can, and it might be a case where, tell you what, let's take me full, you reboot that thing. Sometimes, what do? You turn it off and you turn it on again. That'll fix almost everything. So we're going to do a reboot on that computer. So this is the full screen look, and again, this is a severe thunderstorm with the possible tornado that is crossing I-65 near Good Hope. The possible circulation is going to be coming right up here toward Heritage Park and then crossing US 31. There's your circulation you see right there. And then ultimately it's going to be crossing Highway 278 toward Berlin, Highway 69 back up towards Simcoe. Gold Ridge is up here, and the polygon is in effect until 7:15 this evening. We'll see if the Weather Service will extend this, and if they do, it's going to extend it back up to parts of Morgan County, which is up and through here. But again, the reports I'm seeing coming from the Weather Service in Cullman is served by the Weather Service in Huntsville. Now, you're in the Birmingham TV market. We serve you, but your warnings come from the Weather Service in Huntsville. Weather Service designations have nothing to do with television market assignments. So again, you are to watch us. You belong to us, and we are so glad you do. But the warnings come from the Weather Service up in Huntsville, and we're on a chat session with them. And again, they're not reporting any damage from this at this point. But we'll be watching very carefully from our friends. We've still got a little daylight out there. And again, we'll get our camera back up in just a second. Our skycam is located right here, and that'll give us a view just right down into this thing. The circulation coming right up Highway 69. I mean, just right up toward Walmart Distribution, Heritage Park, which is right here. And that'll be crossing US 31, then crossing back over 278. Again, very close to that skycam location. So again, we'll get that back up here in just a second. But we're at 6:52, 8 minutes now before 7 o'clock. We have one tornado warning in the whole state, and it's this one. The tornado warning that's in effect for Cullman County. If you are now west of I-65, you are not in danger. You're good. And again, places like Cold Springs, Crane Hill, Brushy Pond, Trimble, you're fine. The concern, it's along and east of I-65. And again, this is coming through a very densely populated part of South Cullman right in here. Again, Highway 69 runs, there's a lot of businesses, a lot of folks drive that road every day. And again, this thing is just south of downtown Cullman right now. So again, in just a second, we'll have that camera back up. We'll
Camera is back up.
Okay, let's take take the camera full screen. And again, Taylor, what we want to do is just
pan to the left.
We're going to go back. This thing's going to come right over this camera location. It's going to be, we want to take a look at, tell you what, pan down a little bit. Let me see where we are in relation to.
Is the compass on this camera correct?
That I don't know. Keep panning down a little bit. I'll tell you where we are. Keep panning down a little more. All right, now keep panning to the left. And you can make that slider adjustment to pan a little faster. There we go. Yeah, keep going, and keep on going. All right, now that's looking back to the east right there. So that's US 278. So keep going. Again, this is we're going to get this pointed right in the direction of that thunderstorm. Keep on it coming as fast as you can go around to now tilt her up all the way so we can see the sky view. All right, now keep going to the left a little bit, and to the left, and keep going, and about right in here. That's the spot we want right there. So that's in the direction of that storm, and most likely, if there is a tornado, it's going to be rain ramp. But again, we're going to do this, so we can double box the Cullman Skycam and me with the radar behind it. Again, this will give us a pretty good view of what's going on with the storm, with radar and with visuals. So again, we've got circulation, and it's relatively broad. This is not a really tight, tornadic type circulation, but again, on a day like today with these atmospheric conditions, the Weather Service believed as a course of least regret, the right thing to do is to go ahead and post that tornado warning in effect now. So again, the circulation is coming, it's just south of downtown Cullman. I mean, literally maybe a mile south of the Sacred Heart Church, the First Baptist Church, the middle of Cullman right here, the Cullman County Courthouse, and it'll be coming out right across Highway 278, and again, right there at that camera vantage point. So what you're seeing over there on the video, that's our live view of the Cullman Skycam looking right back down into this thing. And again, we'll be watching that together. The warning is set to expire at 7:15. This is not the most significant tornado warning we've seen of the day in terms of a radar signature, but again, some of these storms today have produced damaging tornadoes that have caused some folks to lose their home and a lot of damage in various parts of the state, mainly to the south. This is the farthest north tornado warning we've seen today with this event. So again, we've got a rotating thunderstorm. Is this High Top, by the way, or Birmingham, out of curiosity?
This is Birmingham.
Let's look at HTX just for the fun of it and see what High Top looks like. This will be a view coming in from the northeast, probably a little lower slice with the High Top. And again, with this, you can see the evidence the circulation might be a tad north of Cullman. And the problem with the radar beams here, the beams are way off the ground, 4, 5, 6, 7,000 feet off the ground in some cases. This gives us a little lower view of this, a little lower view of the storm here. So let's go back to reflectivity and take a look at the structure. This is the way it looks, and again, it's just pouring rain right now. Heavy rain falling in downtown Cullman. Let's look at the velocity again, and the velocity is going to tell the story. You can't see much from looking at the reflectivity here, but we have a noisy broad rotation pretty much very close to Cullman. And again, that's going to be moving northeast, and you might want to pan the camera just a little bit. We'll just kind of maybe go up a little bit higher so we can kind of see the horizon a smidgen more and just kind of pan through there and see if we see anything. It is pouring, I mean just pouring rain right now at the Skycam site, and I don't think we're going to be able to see much. I'm not convinced there's a tornado there to start with, and I'm afraid if we do have one, it's going to be rain-wrapped and it's going to be almost impossible to see. It was in the general right direction. We're just going to pan a little bit to the left and right and see if we see anything else, and I don't. So again, the reason we apologize for having to cut off Wheel of Fortune. Goodness gracious, that's the last thing I want to do. But again, to honor our commitment, if there's a tornado warning, we come on the air, we stay on the air. So that's the reason we're here. We've got broad rotation in this storm, very close to downtown Cullman, that's moving northeast. And again, the northern extent of this polygon is Vinemont and Gold Ridge, and almost over here, almost to Holly Pond, not quite up to Baileyton. But that rotation is going to be moving northeast up in the direction of Morgan County. This is Morgan County here. This is the town of Eva right here. So again, this will be out of Cullman County into Morgan County by 7:15. It's 6:57 right now. It's probably going to be out of the county in about 10 minutes or so. But still, you want to be sheltered. Now, if you are again west of I-65, down toward the lake, down toward Crane Hill, there's no issues at all with this. You are fine. From this particular storm, the danger has ended. Brushy Pond, Cold Springs, Bug Tussle, Crane Hill, you're good. The concern, it's for areas near downtown Cullman and points north and east. And again, you can see the evidence of rotation right here. A little better view on this particular volume scan. And this is going to be moving northeast up in the direction of Gold Ridge and then up into Morgan County. So let's pan the camera to the right a little bit. Again, we're going to kind of watch this thing together and see if we can see something. The rotation is really close to this camera. I mean, really close. So let's keep panning through this storm to the right. We're just going to keep going a little bit and see if we can spot any kind of a lowering. Downtown Cullman is off in the distance. The lights you see there, and it's pouring rain, by the way, at this site, just pouring. And again, we just can't see a whole lot. You can see it's obviously pretty windy at that site. The Cullman Regional Medical Center is off in the distance, and again, I'm just not seeing much. So again, based on the camera we're seeing here from the Cullman Skycam, there's just not a lot to see. And that's a good thing, but understand we might have a small rain-wrapped tornado that we just cannot see. So let's go back to the radar. We'll talk about some of the approximate arrival times. Again, you can see these are some of the communities like Gold Ridge up in the northern part of the polygon at 7:07, Simcoe at 7:06, and then some of the communities up into Morgan County are included here as well. But that circulation is now just northeast of Cullman. Really, it's really not too far from the hospital, the Cullman Regional Medical Center. And again, that's going to be rolling northeast pretty quickly, and it's going to be out of Cullman really soon because it's moving northeast pretty quickly. Again, all of the reports I'm seeing coming from the Weather Service with this storm are basically from heavy rain and some flooding. not from any storm damage at this point, which is a good thing. So it is just about 7 o'clock. I'm James Spann with Taylor Serrallo. We're watching a severe storm that is capable of producing a tornado northeast of Cullman, moving northeast up here toward Gold Ridge. This is Pleasant View. This is the county line. This is Morgan County, and this is Cullman County. And this particular storm should be into Morgan County in about 10 minutes or so. We have seen no evidence at this point of any damage from Cullman County. I'm not saying there's no damage, but we just don't know of it if there is any damage. But it's come across a pretty populated part of the world up here. It's come right through downtown Cullman. And again, that circulation continues to move northeast now. And again, you can see it's moving away from the city of Cullman. So if you're in downtown Cullman, the risk has ended. Again, for downtown Cullman, the risk of severe weather is over. The circulation is now northeast of downtown Cullman. And again, if you're from Cullman south and west, there's no danger here. So the concern is for areas north and east of Cullman, basically up here toward Gold Ridge, ultimately into parts of Morgan County. The tornadic circulation is passing pretty far west of Berlin here, and it's going to pass well to the west of Holly Pond. It's passing well to the northwest of Welty, and it's going to be passing pretty far to the west of Baileyton and Joppa and Arab over here. So again, that's your circulation, this is downtown Cullman right here. Possible tornadic circulation moving to the northeast, and again, that's going to be in Morgan County pretty soon. Again, watching all the social media channels and all the feeds we have here at this point, no other indication of damage. It looks like, Taylor, it came over downtown Cullman, didn't do any damage to my knowledge.
Yeah, I have not seen any reports.
You know, it's like the Clanton thing. We had a rotation, went right over downtown Clanton, and it didn't produce any problems at all. No wall cloud, no tornado, and we hope the same thing happened here. In a town the size of Cullman, if something touched down there, we're going to know about that. So
we've got in our Sky Watchers someone reporting that they are in the Cullman area near Walmart distribution and heavy rain, and other than that, at least at their location, they did not experience anything more than that.
Right. This did pass right by that big Walmart distribution center in Cullman. So again, there's your rotation, which is now north and east of Cullman. So again, for downtown Cullman, it points south and west. We'll give you an all clear. The concern is for areas north and east of Cullman, and the circulation's tightened up a little bit right here. We've seen some velocity increases on these last couple of volume scans here. So again, downtown Cullman is down here. This is the possible tornadic circulation, and again, coming up in the communities of Pleasant View and Gold Ridge in Cullman County. The tornado warning is in effect until 7:15. After 7:15, it's most likely going to wind up into Morgan County. This is Cullman County and this is Morgan County. So a rotating storm capable of producing a tornado is just northeast of Cullman, moving northeast up toward Morgan County. And again, with our skycam, we did not see anything at this point that would suggest that there was damage in Cullman. But if there is, we'll know pretty soon. I mean, it's everybody get on the Twitter and the face bag, and we'll find out if we've had any reports like that. But I've seen no reports of damage. All the damage I'm seeing coming in right now, it's around Mount Olive and North Gardendale from the storm that came through earlier. That's the storm that's now in Marshall County. The Weather Service posted a tornado warning for Blount County for that storm that came out of North Jefferson that dropped the damage there. But again, we've heard of no additional damage from that one. But again, that's an example of the damage that we have seen during the course of the day today. The tornado warning continues in effect until 7:15 tonight. And again, rotation is located northeast of Cullman. If you're in Pleasant View and Gold Ridge right here, this is the time to stay in your safe place. If you're in Cullman and point south and west, you're good. You can come out of your safe place. You can go about your normal business. But again, please pay attention to the weather, okay? So again, we're going to watch this circulation on this northeastward journey, and once it crosses into Morgan County, we can go back to regular programming, and that Morgan County belongs to the Huntsville television market. Cullman belongs to our television market. But again, a lot of the damage we see here, I'm seeing on the social media channels, are coming from the northern part of the Birmingham Metro, North Gardendale and Mount Olive. And again, we had some great drone video from John Oldshoe. If you watch John Oldshoe and John Brown live on their live streams, they both converged on that damage area. They both believe this was probably an EF1 tornado. The Weather Service will make that determination tomorrow, but to them it looked like an EF1, and both of these guys have been doing this for a pretty long time, and they're typically pretty good at it. So the reason we're here, we have a tornado warning in effect for Cullman County. Real quick, let's show a big picture, Taylor. We just want to show the entire area. This is the only warning in effect for our part of the state right now. We do note there's a new tornado warning in effect down here in Dallas County, another tornado warning. They've had a rough ride today in Dallas County, and if that stays intact, that means that thing could wind up clipping parts of Clanton or Chilton or Coosa counties. In fact, let's look at that one real quick. Let's take a look at what's happening down in Dallas County. Let's look at the velocity with this, and again, we'll see, yeah, again, there's your rotation right here. This is Selma, so once again, the city of Selma is in the path of a possible tornado. They've been in the path of a tornado multiple times today, or a possible tornado, but another one is approaching the city of Selma right here. So if you know anybody in Selma, let them know. We got a problem here. You need to go to your tornado safe place, and if that continues, that might wind up forcing a tornado warning for the southern part of Chilton County. So again, we've got a possible tornado coming right up on downtown Selma. If you know anybody down there, call them, text them right now, and tell them to get into their safe place. And we'll watch that for those of you that are in Chilton and Coosa counties. Let's go back to Cullman County, and that's the reason we're here, not for Dallas. Dallas County belongs to the Montgomery television market. We're just trying to give people a heads up in Chilton and Coosa. So we'll scan on through the Birmingham Metro and head back up into Cullman County, and we'll put the HTX radar, the high top radar, back on here to get us a good low slice view of this thing. And there's your rotation right here. Tornado warning until 7:15. Relatively broad, but still there could be a small tornado here. We had the camera right on this thing going right past it, and we just did not see any evidence of a wall cloud or a tornado. And the rotation is relatively broad, but still, the Weather Service believes that they need to keep that intact. So we are now at 7:06, and again, you can see broad rotation northeast of the city of Cullman. So let's just say if you are in Cullman, points south and west, you're good from this storm. Now understand, you got to pay attention. We have a long night ahead of us, but from this one storm, the danger is ended. The concern is now well to the northeast of Cullman. The rotation, this broad right now, it's located pretty far northeast of the city. Let's go back to reflectivity real quick on this, and let's take a look and see what that looks like. And really, it's very heavy rain falling, obviously, with this. It's just pouring rain from Highway 278 Berlin back up toward Gold Ridge and Eva in Morgan County. But there's a chance there could be some broad rotation within this. Again, the structure does not look that impressive on the reflectivity. The velocity is fairly broad, but again, the Weather Service thinks that the warning needs to be in effect, and it's going to stay in effect for about the next 7 or 8 minutes from now. We should mention there is a flash flood warning in effect for Cullman and Morgan counties until 10 o'clock. They've had a lot of rain. In fact, we had a flash flood warning this morning for Cullman County. Parts of Cullman County had 3 inches of rain last night, some huge rain amounts. So again, a flash flood warning in effect now for parts of Cullman and Morgan counties in effect until 10:30 tonight. So again, this is where we are. This storm shows evidence of broad rotation. The danger for Cullman is over. The storm is well north and east of there. Again, Cullman and points south and west, you are okay. We have a new tornado watch. Let's take a look at that, Taylor. A new tornado watch has just been posted. This is going to be in effect until
3 a.m.
Yeah, 3.
And it's for the same locations before, except for this time now Cullman County is included in that.
Okay. So this is a new tornado watch, and the question is this a PDS watch? And
from what I understood before they issued it, they were expecting it to be. Let's see here. Tornado watch, issues tornado watch. Sorry, the product is not in the database.
Yeah, the system's not even actually, or the warning's not on the Storm Prediction Center's webpage yet, but PDS means particularly dangerous situation. This is where forecasters at the Storm Prediction Center think that we might have a few long-track violent tornadoes. And again, the polygons you see here, the blues, these are flash flood warnings in effect. You can see a flash flood warning for parts of Winston, Walker, Cullman, and Morgan counties. Tremendous rains have been falling in through here. A little bitty tornado warning, a small tornado warning for areas north and east of Cullman. Another tornado warning down here to the south affecting the city of Selma. That storm coming over toward Autauga County. An aerial flood advisory for all of Cullman County, for parts of Chilton, Perry, southern Hale, Marengo. Dallas counties, parts of Autauga County. The rains have been really tremendous today, all of these very effective rain producers, and a number of severe thunderstorm warnings back in parts of Mississippi as a line begins to form over there. So let's go back up to Cullman County, and again, the tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m.
And it is a PDS tornado watch.
So this is a particularly dangerous situation, according to our friends at the Storm Prediction Center. And the tornado watch in effect until 5Z.
It was 8Z for...
That's midnight.
Okay, so midnight for Cullman County and the Huntsville market, 3 a.m. for the rest of the county.
That's good and confusing. All right.
Yeah.
So whatever, we got a risk of severe weather until late tonight. That's all you need to know. The rotation, it's interesting, this rotation, this is why they issued the tornado warning. The rotation near Gold Ridge is weakened. There's broad rotation north of Berlin right now, coming up on Highway 69. So again, and really, this has become the dominant circulation down and through here. So the circulation near Gold Ridge has really weakened a lot, and it's moving out of the polygon. But now we've got this other rotation that has increased, that's located north of Berlin, and that's going to be crossing Highway 69 down here below Baileyton. So just understand that we'll have to kind of watch this part of this thing as well, but all of this is going to be pushing up into Morgan County pretty soon. So this is again, a tornado warning for Cullman County until 7:15 for about 4 more minutes. I don't think the Weather Service in Huntsville will be extending this based on the radar, what we've seen, the lack of storm damage reports. But again, in this case, you never know. But the tornado watch is in effect until midnight for our counties up in the Tennessee Valley. And it looks like for everybody else, it might be a late, whatever. The bottom line is it's going to be a late night tonight. We could see severe weather well past midnight. And for those of you in East Alabama, especially areas south and east of Birmingham, you might have storms up until 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So again, we've still got a long way to go before this whole thing is over. But the minute this warning is canceled, we'll go back to regular programming, but we'll be watching the storm in Dallas County that's going to be coming up toward Autauga County and ultimately maybe southern Chilton and parts of Coosa County. So there's a chance we could have another tornado warning soon. I don't think we'll be off the air for long, but we just don't want to sit here and, they've expired the tornado warning. So the tornado warning has been canceled from the National Weather Service at 7:11. So at this point, the Weather Service has canceled this tornado warning. Let's go back to the southern one real quick before we go back to regular programming. Again, we've got this potential tornado that is pretty close to Selma moving northeast. And again, that's a pretty nasty looking signature right there. And that's going to be coming up in the direction of Autauga County, which is right here. And again, Mulberry Creek is the boundary between Dallas and Autauga counties, and this possible circulation is going to keep moving northeast. And if that continues moving in that direction, southern Chilton County could be in play again. So again, we're going to go back to regular programming right now. But if another tornado warning is issued, we think it will. We'll be right back on the air. So hang tight with us on ABC 3340. We have no warnings in effect for our part of the state. When a new warning is issued, we'll come right back on the air. We'll see you shortly. I'm James Spann with Taylor Serrallo in the ABC 3340 Weather Center.
This has been an ABC 3340 Storm Alert from the Weather Authority. We now return to our regular programming already in progress.
You guys doing 8?
Oh, yeah, I can do it if yeah, I'll do it. Sure.
o'clock cut in?
Absolutely.
I'm going to do, I've got to do the morning radio feed, so he let that warning go in Autauga, so far so good.
Yeah.
It's a very weird event.
Mm-hmm.
is your mic on? I was trying to talk to you and stuff. No. Okay. But that other mic
Is on, and I think we're still live on Facebook, or the stream is still up.
I don't have it on in the audio bit.
Okay. All I know is someone wrote in there like, by the way.
Oh, they did? Okay.
But I mean, we haven't. Yeah, we're just in here talking about weather.
I'll make sure they're both off until we go to the cut-in.
Thank you.
I've got to let those charge, and then I'll come back. Are y'all doing another cut-in at 9?
Yeah, every half hour, unless we get a warning. Which right now we have a severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching carefully. But at this point, no tornado warnings for the moment. So.
Oh, I know what happened. I ran to the restroom and turned y'all's mics on. Did y'all say anything?
I don't think so. We're just talking about storms.
Because I was afraid y'all would go on, and
Yeah.
and I'm like, I just turned everybody's mic on.
No, I think I think James just came in and was like, "Will you do the cut-in? I have to do radio." I was like, "Yeah, sure."
Okay.
That's all.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Well, I'll make sure they're off.
Thank you. Okay. Where's my clicker? There it is. I might be really short because I'm shorter than Spann, but it is what it is. So. It is what it is.
We interrupt this program for an ABC 3340 storm alert from the Weather Authority.
Good evening. Time now 8 p.m. We're going to be doing these half-hour updates for you. At this point, we've been dealing with this ongoing tornado event across central and north Alabama. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of thunder out there at this point, but we do not have any tornado warnings in our area. We've got a lot of lightning, some thunder, and we're monitoring these storms very carefully. We've got another round of storms that will move through that could bring us some additional severe weather into the overnight hours. But at this point, we have one severe thunderstorm warning that does cover Lamar, Fayette, and also Marion counties, and that's going to last through 8:45 p.m. So what we're dealing with here is the potential for some strong gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour, and we'll watch this line very carefully for any signs of rotation, but at this point, we don't have any signs of rotation with that line. We are going to continue to monitor these storms, though, as we move forward through the rest of the evening. I want to point out we do have a tornado watch that covers all of these counties here in yellow. And for most of these counties, this does last until 3 a.m. And this is a particularly dangerous situation, which means we still have the potential to see more tornado warnings going through the rest of the evening. And a couple of those could become strong, long track tornadoes. So we're going to be monitoring this throughout the entire night. And remember, earlier this went to 7 p.m. So this has been extended all the way through the rest of the evening and into the early morning hours tomorrow. Here's the setup right now. We've had these thunderstorms form out ahead of this line here. This line's going to keep moving in, and then a cold front's actually going to catch up to that. So we'll be watching all of these thunderstorms very carefully as they move across Alabama for the potential of additional tornado warnings. That's going to be our main threat going forward through the rest of the evening. Want to point out that we do still have this high risk here, this level 5 out of 5 for much of west central Alabama. Everybody else here in this moderate level 4 out of 5 risks. Everybody in Alabama still with the threat of tornadoes moving forward as we move through the evening hours. Wanted to give you a quick hour by hour, and then I'll let you go back to programming. We will see the potential for some additional storms to fire across west Alabama, and that will keep us with the potential for a few tornadoes. This is 1 a.m. Notice this line continuing to move towards I-65, eventually crossing I-65 as we head towards 2, 3 a.m. And these storms will finally be moving out of here as we head into the early morning hours tomorrow. And then tomorrow, after about 5, 6 a.m., we will be drying out and we will be done with the threat of severe weather. We'll be here monitoring these storms all throughout the evening, and of course, we'll break back into programming if we do get a warning. Until then, we're going to continue to do these half-hour updates. Stay tuned and we'll give you the latest details.
This has been an ABC 3340 Storm Alert from the Weather Authority. We now return to our regular programming already in progress.
And if y'all can just take me over here. start it. Can we go on?
Tell her to
Go on. I wasn't hearing you in my ear.
Hello. I'm good.
We interrupt this program for an ABC 3340 storm alert from the Weather Authority.
It's 8:06. I'm James Spann. We have a new tornado warning for parts of West Alabama, so we're back on the air and programming. This is a look at the current radar, and the tornado warning involves parts of Sumter and Greene counties in West Alabama. We have the possibility of a tornado near the Alabama-Mississippi state line. This will be crossing through parts of northern Sumter County, crossing the Tombigbee over into northern Greene County. We note there's broad rotation here in Greene County near the Sipsey River, but again, the warning, it's not for that. The warning is for this rotation that is about to cross over into northern Greene County or northern Sumter County. Now, the warning does not include York or Livingston or Utah. Utah is here. That's Interstate 5920. York and Livingston not in this. Utah not in this. Forkland and Bologee not in this. This is for the northern part of Sumter, the northern part of Greene counties, and extreme southern Pickens County right here. This includes the far southern part of Pickens County. This is the Sipsey River right here. This is the border between Pickens County and Greene County. And again, you can see that just clips this far southern part of Pickens. This includes Benevola, Jenna, does not include Aliceville, does not include Gordo or Reform, any part of northern Pickens County, doesn't include Carrollton. So a tornado warning currently in effect for northern Sumter and northern Greene counties. This will include places like Union and Clanton, Mount Hebron, West Greene, Gainesville, on the Tombigbee. All of these locations are north of York, north of Livingston, and north of Utah. So this is the first tornado warning we've had in just a little bit. So what I want to do is go back and show a larger view. Taylor, if you're just joining us here, we're back on the air after spending a lot of time with you during the day today. And again, you can see across the state we have a lot of rain in progress, but so far we've not had that much severe weather since about 6:30 or 7 o'clock this evening. Some locations getting heavy amounts of rain, thunder, lightning. We do note there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of northwest Alabama's Lamar, northern Fayette, and Marion counties for a storm cluster there. But other than that, the storms have been under severe limits. But we should note, we still have a high risk, level 5 out of 5, for parts of the state tonight. The Storm Prediction Center did not downgrade that. We still have a PDS tornado watch. That means this is a particularly dangerous situation. So far, quite frankly, this system is underperformed, and nobody is griping about that. We had great concern that maybe as early as this afternoon we might see a few long-track tornadoes. That's not happened. We've had tornadoes, yes. Damage, yes, but we've not had a major type tornado day, and we hope it stays that way. But the main dynamic support of the system is coming in. But this is a messy convective pattern here. Instead of these isolated cellular type thunderstorms, the supercells, we've got these embedded rotation areas within these large masses of rain. So it's kind of messy, but we'll get you through this. So again, in terms of warnings, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Marion, all of Marion County, northern Fayette, northern Lamar. And the reason we are here, it is a tornado warning in effect now for northern Sumter and northern Greene counties in West Alabama. Taylor, so back over to you for just a moment while we get us over on the Facebook.
Okay, sounds good. So we are watching for our area this tornado warning that does cover northern Greene County. That does include the city of Union. This is really along and to the north of I-20 is who was included in that warning polygon there. Utah, you are not included in that. Bologee, you are not included in that. Forkland, you're not included in that either. This is going to be moving in from Mississippi. I'm going to turn back on the storm relative velocity here. This is coming from the Columbus radar, and we're watching this circulation right here. This is the circulation that prompted that warning, and it's going to keep moving northeastward. So as I pull a storm track on that and give you kind of a relative time of when you can expect this rotation to move towards your location, it's going to be moving about 30-35 miles per hour. These are just relative times, so if you're in this polygon, you should be in your safe place already at this point. Don't wait for this time that we're showing you here. Head to that safe place now. But you can expect this center of rotation to move towards Fair Oaks at 8:23, Ridge at 8:37, and West Green at 8:37. At this point, we're watching this little area of rotation right there that has prompted this tornado warning. So I want to zoom you down and give you some of the cities that we are looking at in northern Greene County. So this includes the city of West Green. This includes Clanton, Lewiston, Jenna, Ridge, Crawford Fork. You're right on the edge here. I think this passes north of you as it continues on that northeastward track. It's going to move close to Gainesville here in the next few minutes as well. And since we've come on with this tornado warning, I do want to point out that rotation has broadened it out just a bit, but like we've seen all afternoon and into the evening, these storms are oftentimes cyclic. So that means that we can see kind of a loosening up of that couplet, and then next couple of scans, it could tighten right back up. So I'm going to switch over here to the Birmingham radar and see what kind of view we can get from that on this system here. And it does look like we're getting that better, more clear picture from the Columbus radar. So I'll keep us on that. And reflectivity, as we look at that, this isn't the classic hook like we've been seeing with some of the storms earlier this afternoon, but you can kind of see right there, that's a little bit of a hook, and this is where we have that rotation near Giles, about to head towards Geiger here pretty soon, crossing very close to Fair Oaks. And I want to point out that this tornado warning polygon does include extreme southern Pickens County. It does not include the city of Aliceville. Aliceville, you're not included in this warning. Cochran, Clark, you're not included in this warning. But as we move back towards that storm relative velocity here, we can get that more clear picture. And the center of circulation does appear to be moving across 17 here. We're in Sumter County, and it's going to be moving towards Greene County. So,
hey, Taylor, I'm sorry, let me interrupt real quick. Dennis back in the back, if you guys can get us live on Facebook, that would be great. Thank you so much. Thank you. They'll make that. Back to you, Taylor. I'm sorry.
Okay. So that is that center of rotation that we're watching very closely there. For those of you who are just tuning in, we had just done that live update, and we had said that we were watching for the potential of additional tornado warnings. And right as we came off air from that live update, we got this warning in. So that's why we've broken back into programming early. So you can see this warning polygon here. It does include portions of Greene County, portions of Pickens County. So it's going to continue moving northeastward. Other than that, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for some of our northwesternmost counties. That includes Marion County, northern Lamar County, and northwestern Fayette County. And I want to take us there because they are dealing with some gusty winds over 60 miles per hour. And we are also watching this line carefully. No tornado warning at the moment, but with this line structure, we could easily see some of those brief spin-up tornadoes. So that's what the National Weather Service has also indicated. This is a line that we're going to have to watch carefully right along here. At this point, not seeing any circulations that are particularly concerning. This is mainly going to be a damaging wind threat for you. Elsewhere, we've got heavy rain falling. We've got a lot of lightning. It's loud. It's wet out there, but no other severe weather at this point besides that severe thunderstorm warning and then this tornado warning for that circulation that's just now crossing over the Mississippi border into Alabama. Worth noting, it does look like there's a stronger storm over Autauga County that will be approaching Chilton County here pretty soon, but there's no warning on this. Heavy rain, likely some small hail. We'll see if there's a severe thunderstorm warning out for that storm here pretty soon, but that will likely be crossing over the border into southern Chilton County here pretty soon, and that's one of the areas that was hit hard with some tornado warnings earlier in the afternoon. So heads up, another thunderstorm on the way for you. At this point, it is not severe warned. Let's move back to that tornado warning here, crossing over the border from Mississippi into Alabama. And at this point, it's moving through Sumter County towards Gainesville. And I want to put on that velocity here. It almost looks like we're starting to see two separate couplets here, a little bit of rotation showing up here near Geiger, and then a second area of rotation to the north of Union with this storm. So let me put on that reflectivity and kind of see what we've got going on there. Potential we could have another little bit of rotation here north of Union. That's going to keep moving northeastward. This is the rotation here, though, that prompted the warning as it crossed over the border into Alabama near Geiger. It's going to be crossing in between Fair Oaks and Gainesville here pretty soon, and then eventually crossing over the border into Greene County near Mount Hebron. Is that, did I say that correctly, James? Mount Hebron?
Yes.
Okay, I think I misspoke and said that city wrong earlier in the afternoon, so I apologize for that. This could be moving towards New West Green here near Mount Hebron, Clinton, Lewiston. So all of these cities in northwestern Greene County, if you live along 14, this circulation is going to be moving towards you here pretty soon. Let's check the correlation coefficient, see what we've got going on with that, see if we're showing any indications of a tornado that has been on the ground. And fortunately, at this point, I'm not seeing any very strong indications that we've had a tornado on the ground at this point, but that could easily change, as we've seen with these these separate storms all throughout the afternoon. Very cyclic, so sometimes we'll see that couplet really tighten up a bit, and then other times we will see a broadening out a bit. Let's change radar views here. I want to see if we can get some different views on this storm, because it's pretty messy at this point. This is a pretty messy looking storm. Doesn't have that classic structure like some of the storms we were dealing with earlier in the afternoon. And I'm going to change over that BMX radar and see if we can get a more clear picture of what's going on here.
We should mention, too, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Autauga County. So
okay.
you talked about that. And again, that's down to the south. So, but again, the reason we're here, it's the warning that's in effect for parts of northern Sumter and northern Greene and extreme southern Pickens County. This does include extreme southern Pickens. You can see the northern edge of the polygon here. This is the Sipsey River that's the boundary between those two counties, Pickens County here and Greene County here. And of course, the city of Tuscaloosa is right here. And should this thing stay intact, obviously, you'll have to watch that. Tuscaloosa's had a few tornado warnings today. There's been no damage in the city of Tuscaloosa today. There's probably some damage up in the northeastern part of the county. But again, Taylor is circling the reason that we're here. This is the area of rotation on radar that's prompted this tornado warning. It is not a really super tight, major tornado-looking couplet on radar, but still, something like this, you might see a small tornado, and these have been cyclic, and again, you'll see them ramp up and ramp down, but this will likely cross the Tom Bigby fairly soon north of the town of Gainesville, which is right here, and then that's going to be coming out across the northern part of Greene County, and this is going to be passing north of Interstate 5920, so we're not calling any traffic issues on the interstate right now if you're on 5920 in West Alabama. And we should mention we are on our partner radio stations in Tuscaloosa. We're on Alt 1017, 95.3 The Bear, and 92.9 WTUG. We're thankful for our partners because, again, that is marvelous having us on radio, simulcasting that so you can hear us in your car. If your power goes out, it's a great service that they provide for us. So thanks to our radio partners in Tuscaloosa. The main highway that you don't want to be traveling on right now is Alabama Highway 14, which runs between Utah and Aliceville. And that part of Highway 14 to avoid is between Clinton and the Sipsey River. So don't travel on Highway 14 between Clinton and the Greene Pickens County line for about the next 20 minutes. Other than that, the roadways out here are relatively rural. The main interstate system of Interstate 5920 is right below the polygon. And again, if this maintains its current track, yes, it could wind up in western Tuscaloosa County. Ralph is here, Foster's, Romulus, Coker, Buell, and Elrod. Those are the classic cities out there in the western part of Tuscaloosa County. And we'll be watching this carefully to see if it maintains its identity. And again, it's really messy. This is a messy convective pattern. Sometimes it's clean, where you've got these isolated, beautiful supercells you see on radar there by themselves with all the structure and the hook echoes. But sometimes you get all this big, massive rain with these embedded circulations, and that's what we have tonight. This is a lot harder when you've got a pattern like this messy convective pattern. So it's going to be tough issuing warnings, but we have to be vigilant here because, again, we still have a high risk of severe storms, level 5 out of 5, from Birmingham west. And we have a PDS tornado watch. Again, that means this is a particularly dangerous situation. So that's the situation here. But again, the reason we are with you, it's that couplet right there that's going to be running right up through northern Greene County, crossing the Tom Bigby north of Gainesville. The circulation is now a little to the east of Geiger, which means if you want to travel Alabama Highway 17, that is the main north route through Alabama, over there near the western border, you're okay. That's Highway 17 right here. The circulation is east of Highway 17. So it's east of Geiger. And again, that'll be crossing the Tom Bigby north of Gainesville, coming up through parts of Pickens County. Again, some of the communities in Pickens County in the polygon would include Lewiston, Pleasant Ridge, the town of Union, the town of Snotty. All of these communities are north of Utah, north of U.S. Highway 11 and U.S. 43 in Greene County. So just be aware of that, be in a safe place. And again, if you live in a trailer, you've got to leave. I know that's inconvenient. The last thing you want to do at 8:20 on a Wednesday night is get up and leave your home. But if you live in a mobile home or a trailer, you don't have any choice, because those things go airborne, and a car is the worst place to be. A mobile home is the worst place to be during a tornado. So hopefully you've got a community shelter nearby, and if you don't, pick a gas station that's open 24/7. There are a lot of gas stations down here on the interstate, Highway 14, Interstate 20. You got a lot of gas stations there. I ate a hot dog from one of those gas stations one time, Taylor, and it was good too. You got the Union exit, Green Track over here. There's a lot of businesses here, so you can move from a mobile home down into these 24/7 businesses down here that would offer shelter. And this is not going to last that long, but you just don't want to be in a mobile home. They can flip, they can roll over easily, and so much of the loss of life in our state has come from cars and mobile homes. You look back in Lee County in 2019, of the 23 deaths, 19 of the 23 were in mobile homes. Again, it's a marvelous place to live, great affordable housing, but you cannot stay there during a tornado. So no cars and no mobile homes. And if you're in a site-built home in here, we want you in a small room, like a bathroom, closet, hall, on the lowest floor of the house, near the center and away from windows. That's the concept. And we want you wearing a helmet if you have one. We also would like for you to have a portable air horn in case you need help, and hard-soled shoes, not crummy tennis shoes or not bare feet like I have often when I go home, but hard-soled shoes in case you have to walk to get help over a tornado debris field. And if you don't have on hard-soled shoes, that will just tear your feet up. So the couplet will be crossing the Tombigbee in just a matter of minutes here. The Tombigbee River is the border between Sumter and Greene counties in West Alabama. And from there, it's going to be into northern Greene, and we'll see if it maintains its structure and its identity coming up into Tuscaloosa County. So let's go to a big view with the radar, the reflectivity. And you'll see what I mean by a messy convective pattern. It's just a mess. And if you're on the eastern side of the state, things are quiet over here. Not much happening. There is a pretty big storm in northern Autauga. It's been a rough ride for people down in Billingsley today, in Pine Level and places like that. Boone's Chapel, Marbury, over and over and over. These severe storms have come out of Dallas County to northern Autauga County. This is probably producing some pretty large hail right now. And again, that'll be moving through northern Autauga. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for northern Autauga. This is north of Prattville, and heavy rain and falling in parts of Chilton County right now. There have been some pretty serious damage in parts of Chilton County today. A lot of folks down there have had major damage. A few folks have lost their homes earlier today, and the Weather Service will go in tomorrow and start the survey process to see how many tornadoes we had today. What were they rated on the Enhanced Fujita scale, the EF scale? And we'll find that out in coming days, but we'll keep an eye on that. But back to the big picture. If you're in East Alabama, we have no real problems on the eastern side of the state, mostly just light rain falling over here. The heavier rain on the western side of the state, and again, this is where there's good dynamic support with this upper trough that's approaching, providing ascent, rising air parcels. And we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for much of Marion County and northern Fayette.
And if you notice, James, they have just canceled that tornado warning, so I wanted to point that out.
Okay, that's good. Good, thank you. I love good news. So a severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County, northern Fayette, and the tornado warning has been canceled. That was in effect for northern Sumter and northern Greene. And again, within this big rain mass, could you have a significant tornado? Yes, you can. But often you don't. I mean, the good thing about this, you just don't want to see those isolated, discrete supercells out there by themselves. You know the ones I'm talking about. We work many events like that. But in a big rain mass like this, typically the tornadoes are not the really upper end ones. But again, you might have one tonight. There's still the chance of a violent long track tornado. We're not ruling that out. But looking at this pattern here, that certainly looks a little better to us here in the weather office. So we'll be watching all of this. And there's going to be some rotation. There is no doubt. I think we're going to have at least 3-4 tornado warnings tonight, maybe more than that. And we'll have to come back on the air. But at the moment, there are no active tornado warnings in the entire state, to my knowledge. In fact, let's do a regional look real quick before we go back to programming, Taylor. Yeah, this is great. There's not a single tornado warning in effect for the entire state of Alabama. A severe thunderstorm warning up here for parts of Marion County, or most of Marion County. One for northern Autauga. Got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings down in South Mississippi. But at this moment, on a high-risk evening, we have no tornado warnings in effect for Alabama or Mississippi. So at the moment we're living right, but please don't let your guard down. Understand we could have some tornado warnings late into the night, maybe after midnight tonight. There could be a tornado warning at 1, 2, 3 a.m. So for those of you, old people like me that go to bed early, that would like to go to bed early. I mean, I don't sleep, but if I were home, not doing late news, I'd go to bed early. If you go to bed early, be sure you have a method of hearing a warning in the middle of the night. And that's not going to be some siren a mile down the road. It's going to be a weather radio in your bedroom if you have one. And if not, be sure on your phone you have wireless emergency alerts enabled, WIA, under notifications. And those are very loud, and those will wake you up. So be sure that you've got a way of hearing warnings, because you do not want to miss a warning at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. on a high-risk event situation like this, where we have dynamic support for major tornado activity tonight. But again, at this moment, here we are at 8:26, and I don't have a single tornado warning in effect for the state. We're blessed if that's the case. I did not expect that to be this way tonight, but that's the way it is right now. But heavy rain is falling. There could be some flooding over here in West Alabama. The rain rates are tremendous. Some locations have picked up over 3 inches of rain overnight, last night and during the day today, so watch out for flooding. But again, severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County. This storm is moving up out of the county, basically up toward Winston and Lawrence and Franklin counties. And I've heard of no reports of damage from this, but still for a few more minutes, that's severe thunderstorm warning for northern Autauga. And for now, that's it. So we have no tornado warnings. So we are going to go back to regular programming. Should we have another tornado warning, we'll come right back on the air and stay on the air with you. But for now, no tornado warnings, but do not get far from the TV set, because we will be back. And if we don't have a tornado warning, the next update coming up on the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. I'm James Spann with Taylor Serrano back in the ABC 3340 Weather Center.
This has been an ABC 3340 Storm Alert from the Weather Authority. We now return to our regular programming already in progress.
All right, y'all, we got a new warning that covers Chilton County. Man, they cannot catch a break in southern Chilton County. Spann is putting on his mic and stuff now. Autauga, Chilton, Elmore till 9:15.
All right, I'm ready.
We interrupt this program for an ABC 3340 storm alert from the Weather Authority.
And we're back. Another tornado warning. This is a tornado warning in effect for the southeastern corner of Chilton County, the northern part of Autauga County, and the far northwestern corner of Elmore County. This is the possible tornadic circulation right here. And again, let's put the velocity display on. We'll take a better look at this system. And again, you can see the potential for the tornado, which is located right here. This is in North Autauga County, the northwestern part of Autauga County. This is southeast of Billingsley. They saw some pretty good damage in Billingsley earlier today. Really a couple of potential areas of rotation here, but this is all moving to the northeast. And in Chilton County, you can see Verbena is in this warning, the town of Cooper, Verbena and Midway, and then Marbury down here in Autauga County. They've had a rough ride down here today. They've had multiple tornado warnings. Enterprise, and again, I've had some nasty email. You nitwit, Enterprise is in South Alabama. I know that. I have been to Enterprise. I love Enterprise in Coffee County, but this is the Enterprise in Chilton County. There are two different Enterprises in the state. But again, Enterprise is right here in the border of the polygon. These are the approximate arrival times. You can see we have Verbena at 8:54, Marbury at 8:54, Midway 8:54, Cooper 8:55. These are all towns on U.S. Highway 31. But this possible tornadic circulation is going to be crossing the interstate again, really right around Boone's Chapel, not too far from there. And again, that's near Marbury School with the high school, which is right over here. So again, Boone's Chapel, Verbena, Marbury, if you're in any of these places we're calling out, you want to be in a good, safe place. Understand the atmosphere is still loaded. It is still a powder keg. And we have the chance of more tornadoes tonight. Understand that this is still going to be a long night. You know, I've talked about we might be here at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. We might just be here at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a long night where I think we will have many more tornado warnings. I mentioned we might have 3, 4, 5 of these things, and I certainly do think that. And here's one of them right here. So again, and the reason we're here, Chilton County belongs to us in Birmingham. You're in the Birmingham TV market. Autauga and Elmore belong to the Montgomery television market, but that little segment right there, you belong to us, and that's the reason we're here. So tornadic circulation, which is coming up toward Interstate 65, and in terms of travel, nobody along Interstate 65 from the first Clanton exit, the Peach Park exit, all the way down to Pine Level. And the same thing for U.S. Highway 31. Nobody should be on U.S. 31 from Peach Park down to the Pine Level exit on Interstate 65. Give it about, 15, 20 minutes, this thing will be onto the east of there. They're moving along pretty quickly, but there's strong evidence that this storm is rotating. And again, this is coming through northern Autauga County. This will not affect the city of Prattville, which is the biggest town in Autauga County. That's down to the south and the southern end of the county. But it will be affecting these communities out here in the northern end of the county. So a tornado warning in effect now for northern Autauga, southeastern Chilton, and the far northwestern corner of Elmore counties. And of course, if this continues moving in that direction, it's going to wind up here in Coosa County. So again, if you're in Rockford, Weogufka, Equality, somewhere up in here watching this, just be aware that there's a rotating storm that might wind up coming through Coosa County. So it is now 8:39. And again, we hate to interrupt programming again, but then again, that's the promise. If there's a tornado warning, we'll come on the air and we'll stay on the air. And that's the reason we're back here once again. We're trying to let you watch as much regular TV as we can. But Taylor is circling the potential tornado that's in northern Autauga. It'll be up on Interstate 65 in about 5 to 10 minutes, pretty quick. So again, we just want everybody to stop. If by chance you're hearing us on the radio, listening to us on your phone, However you're hearing us in your car, consider just stopping at the next exit. If you're on Interstate 65 around Clanton headed south, or if you're down around Prattville headed north, and don't go through this zone right here, anywhere near the Autauga-Chilton County line between the southernmost Clanton exit and the Pine Level exit on I-65, and the same thing for U.S. Highway 31. But again, Taylor's got the fan. You can see the approximate arrival times over there on the screen. You got Marbury here, Verbena here, and that's just going to come right across I-65 and US 31. We hope this dissipates. The last tornado warning we had was one that was issued for parts of Sumter and Greene counties. That one was canceled because it just fizzled. And maybe this will do the same thing, but maybe not. So again, we just have to assume it's going to stay intact. This is the current reflectivity coming from the Birmingham radar, and it doesn't really have the classic hook. We've seen it kind of coming and going, and that's the one thing about the storms today, that they've had a hard time maintaining themselves. They've been very cyclic. They develop, they look really organized, they look really dangerous, and all of a sudden they ramp back down. 5 minutes later, they ramp back up once again. So it's been a day of these cyclic type supercells, which we get here from time to time. But the positive thing about that means we have not had a long track tornado today, but there's been damage in Blount County. So a lot of pictures of damage up around Susan Moore, damage north of Birmingham, parts of Gardendale, Mount Olive, damage near Moundville. Now we've had damage here in Chilton County, major damage in Chilton County. So a lot of folks have had damage today, but the good news, we have heard of no reports of any injuries at this point. So again, the circulation is getting close now to I-65. Again, this is the Pine Level exit right down here. Right here, that's the southernmost Clanton exit. Peach Park, the Alabama EMA facility right here. And that's going to be crossing the line out of Autauga County into Chilton. So Verbena, that's probably the biggest little community in the path of this thing on Highway 31. Just be in your safe place. And I know you are tired of going to your safe place, especially if you are in a mobile home and you're having to go to a community shelter. Maybe you've been there 3 times before today. They're not the greatest place. They're not fun. I'll say this. They might not be the best place to be, but they are safe, and it's urgent that you be in a safe place. And I know it's horribly inconvenient to ask you one more time to go through your tornado precautions and go through your plan. But again, you have to look at the risk reward. You know, I mean, goodness, it's just not worth ignoring this. You've really got to go through with it. So just small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, helmet on. Okay, and if you're in a mobile home, you're going to a shelter or some type of business that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Do we have a John Brown's video?
Let's see.
I think he might be in Chilton County.
Yeah, let's pull up John's video. Okay.
I think, according to the chat, I think he's about 3 miles south of where this would cross 65.
Yeah, John's good. One thing about old John Brown, he doesn't mess around. You know, he's not going to sit there and eat bean burritos all night. He's going to go find a storm, and he's going to find the action. And so this is John Brown's video. John is 3 miles south of where this is going to cross Interstate 65. And again, we have one storm in progress in the whole state, and this is it. And so if nothing else, we'll double box this for just a little bit. And I know that some people get mad when we double box, or some people want to see the live stream, some people don't. Some people want to see the double box, some people don't. What we're trying to do is message this to reach the largest number of people we can with visuals that will make them do something. And again, we have worked extensively with social scientists. We don't know anything about human behavior. Our background is physical science. That's all we know. Yet we're asking people to do something. And one of the things we've learned is that when you show this, a live video of a tornado or a severe storm, people react, they do something. And that's why we often go to a double box, so we can hopefully show a wall cloud, show a tornado. Because when people see that, you know what most people see? They see a bucket of spill paint. They don't understand what that means. We try and explain it, but again, if we can do this, where we show the tornado, then everybody starts to do something. And that's one reason we try and do a lot of double boxes. I know some people like to see the radar full screen, but most people have really big TVs now. But some of you watch on your phone. We aren't able to make everybody happy. We're trying to do the right thing and encourage people to take action and be safe. The bottom line of all of this, it's to be sure that everybody is okay, mitigate loss of life. That's what we do. So again, what you're watching, we're watching a rotating thunderstorm right here that is approaching Interstate 65. The video that you see, this is from John Brown. John Brown is 3 miles south of where this is going to cross Interstate 65. This will be crossing the interstate about right here. John is a little north of the Pine Level exit, and so he's looking right into this thing from the south, and that's exactly where you want to be to stay safe. And the problem, of course, at night, it's night. But you have to wait for lightning to illuminate things, and so we're going to see if we can get a lightning bolt to illuminate a wall cloud, a tornado, and you think, well, that's not going to happen. It's happened. It's happened before. I'll never forget sitting out here on Veterans Day in 2002 when Old Shoe was up in Walker County near Carbon Hill, and the lightning was popping. We had 2 violent long-track tornadoes parallel to each other that basically one went on one side of John, one went on the other side, and the lightning was illuminating wall clouds and the tornado and everything that night. It was quite remarkable. So again, we're just going to leave John's video up and we're going to watch that kind of together. But he is just below on I-65 where this thing is going to cross. And one thing about it, looks like nobody's stopping down there. I mean, that's John. People say, well, why is John out there? Well, John's been trained for 12 years. He knows more about this than anybody else. He knows how to stay safe. That's what John does. He's been trained to do this. But everybody else out here, I don't think they've been trained for 12 years in storm spotting. They're just driving along like it's a sunny day. So, you know, I don't want to call anybody out here, but listen, if you're watching us or listening to us, if you have the ability to hear us in your car, we certainly don't want anybody traveling along this stretch of Interstate 65 near the Autauga-Chilton County line. So again, there's your velocity couplet right there. It's about to cross over Interstate 65, and we'll just kind of keep John's live stream up and see if anything happens. And Taylor, you ever chased at night?
I have not.
It's tough. Back when I was a youngster, we would do that, and we did some things we shouldn't do back then. We didn't know much. This was back in the World War I era, and but now most of the spotters and the chasers, they're safe. They know how to stay safe. But again, we're going to watch John's stream here, and again, John's going to move around. He's got high-resolution radar with him, and he's going to be in a place that's safe and hopefully enable us to see something in there. So
the trends on this storm have been positive in the fact that it does look like, I mean, based on, I'll move us back here a little while, and you can see what this couplet looked like when this was first warned. Right there, the bright greens, the bright reds. And at least for the moment, it's broadened out quite a bit.
Yeah, it's going downhill. That does not look like tornadoes there right now. That's the bottom line. But again, these have been cyclic, and we'll see if it ramps back up. And if this continues to not redevelop and not ramp back up, the Weather Service will let that one go and cancel it like they did the one for parts of Sumter and Greene.
And our National Weather Service here in Birmingham, they do a great job of that.
Yeah, the one thing about the Birmingham office, they're very cognizant about false alarms. And the last thing we want to do is just issue warning after warning after warning, and nothing ever happens. The false alarm ratio is off the charts. What good does that do? That's crying wolf. And so the Weather Service in Birmingham, they have really worked hard over the last 10 years to reduce the number of false alarms. And they've done an amazing job with that. They are good at keeping their finger off that warning button. The easiest thing to do if you're working the warning desk, issue a warning. Ooh, there's a couplet, warning. There's a hook, warning. There's a pendant, warning. It looks like a kidney bean, warning. Some guy called in and said he saw a wall cloud, warning. They don't do that. They've gone back to basic science in the warning process, and I really, really, really appreciate that. The number of false alarms has gotten so low coming from the Birmingham office. In my opinion, they lead the country in terms of reducing the number of false alarms while at the same time maintaining a high POD, that's probability of detection. So again, hats off to them. But again, we've got broad circulation. Again, John Brown, we got too many Johns working today. John Brown is on Interstate 65, and you can see his video stream there. He's down in Autauga County near the Chilton County line, and he's just south of where this is going to be crossing over. And again, we'll watch his stream, and he's trying to get in a position. John's going to be safe. He's not going to get in the middle of this, but he wants to catch this just below that as it crosses over Interstate 65, and that's what he's doing. But the circulation center is near the county line, the Autauga-Chilton County line right here. And again, that'll be crossing over the interstate. It's crossing the interstate basically right now. It's going to be crossing over Highway 31, probably staying a little south of Verbena. This thing will be maybe closer to Marbury, which is right here. But again, there's the inflow notch, and there's the potential tornado that would be right here, right on the interstate. And again, with John, we don't see anything going on right now, and I don't think we will. This is not producing a lot of lightning. It's just not. There's certainly some lightning out there. I mean, a lot of you are hearing the thunder tonight, but this particular storm is not. There's one strike right there, and there's one here, but just not that much. So tornado warning for southeastern Chilton. Again, we want to stress this does not include the city of Clanton. Earlier today, you had a rotating storm go right over the city. This does not include Clanton. In the polygon, this is from around the Alabama EMA facility right down to the Autauga County line into northern Autauga County. So again, Verbena is in the polygon here. If you're an enterprise, we'll give you an all clear from this. This possible tornado will not be affecting the town of Enterprise in Chilton County, not the one in Coffee County. Please don't send me a nasty email. Well, you can send me a nasty email. Taylor, you can't hurt my feelings. You know why.
You don't have any feelings. No
feelings left to hurt. There you go. So again, that storm is rotating and it's moving on over toward the community of Midway, Marbury. This is Verbena right here. And if it tries to ramp up again, the next county in line, it's going to be Coosa County up and through here. But this is pretty broad, and I just have a gut feeling the Weather Service will probably let this one go. We'll see. But again, they ramp up, they ramp down. They've been very cyclical today. So let's go full screen. I think John's it's tough. I mean, what John is trying to do out there, it is tough. Spot at night, waiting on a lightning strike with a storm that's not producing a whole lot of lightning. You see these lightning strikes in real time on here. There's just not that many. So again, a broad area of rotation in southern Chilton County that will be crossing over Highway 31. It's basically crossing over Highway 31 right now. Near or down below Verbena, down toward the Autauga County line. That'll keep on moving up here towards the northeast and ultimately crossing 22 up toward Kelly's Crossroads in Coosa County. But it's an awfully, awfully broad circulation. The storms have just had a hard time maintaining themselves today. And, if the best possible case here is a high-risk bust, where, yes, we've had tornadoes, we've had damage, we've had bad damage. We've had a lot of people that are suffering tonight because of what they've lost, their property. But at the same time, so far, this has not produced the number of tornadoes you'd expect in a high risk, and that's a good thing. And what you do, you go back and you do a study on it. Events like this in times past have produced horrible, horrible, horrible tornadoes. This one was an underproducer. Why was that the case? And that's what researchers do, and they present their papers, and we listen to them speak, and we learn. So we love to do case studies.
Canceled.
Okay, there you go. Tornado warning canceled. They're just having a hard time maintaining themselves. The updrafts here. So the tornado warning has been canceled now for southeastern Chilton County. Tornado warning canceled for southeastern Chilton County. And what we're going to do here, since it's 8:53, we're going to stay to the top of the hour. So we'll stay until 9 o'clock, and at 9 o'clock we'll go back to regular programming. And again, Taylor's put the lightning on, and yeah, there's a lot of lightning in some of these storms in West Alabama, but really and truly, I don't see any warnings except, and again, that warning in Autauga, that's over. That storm is out of Autauga County. We do have warnings down in South Alabama for parts of Monroe County, parts of Wilcox County, parts of Clark County for this line segment right here coming out of Marengo. This is the composite radar, and that's affecting our friends down in places like Camden, Franklin, Monroeville, Uriah, Frisco City, down in southwest Alabama. And the main issue down there, it's damaging straight line winds, and that'll be coming on through South Alabama. So again, watch out for the potential if you're watching us online, and many weather dweebs and nerds, dorks, geeks do all over the state and all over the country. If you're watching us online by chance down here in southwest Alabama, the main issue down here is going to be strong damaging straight line winds. That line goes back into parts of Mississippi. And we should mention this is it. This is the last line right here. There was some concern that additional storms might form along the actual cold front, but everybody with the Storm Prediction Center, they now agree that this is it, and it's really coming through ahead of schedule. Some of the good high-resolution model guidance suggested we might see storms until 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. tomorrow, but at the rate we're going, this thing is going to be winding down for West Alabama 11 o'clock midnight tonight. In fact, you can see the back edge of the storms over here near the Alabama-Mississippi state line right now, which is good that it's ahead of schedule. I'm not so sure I wanted to pull an all-nighter here tonight. Of course, I don't sleep anyway, but still, hopefully we can get this stuff out of here. We don't have tornado warnings at 3 a.m. That's the worst possible time to have these things. Up in Tennessee, for our friends up here, they've had no problems today. They've been in pretty stable air. I know they were under a significant risk, but again, they've been pretty quiet. East Alabama today, very quiet. Anniston, Gadsden, this wedge front has been kind of nosing in here. Can we pop the temperatures up by any chance? The regional numbers, maybe, Taylor? Sometimes cold air from New England, the northeast United States, drains all the way down the backbone of the Appalachian Mountains. And that cooler air drains down into Georgia and northeast Alabama, and we wind up with cold temperatures. But look, it's been scoured out, okay? So again, this is a look at just our part of the world here. And again, you can see the temperatures are in the 60s. All the way up into parts of northeast Alabama. Anniston 67, Gadsden 66. They've been steadily rising. Yesterday, Atlanta had 48. It was cold. Yesterday, we had 50s all up and through here. But again, that wedge is really eroded, and the warm air has taken over as we expected. So most of the state in warm, unstable air. So we'll go back to the radar quickly. And again, we're going to keep it here until the 9 o'clock. Top of the hour at 9 o'clock. So you guys back in the control room, you might want to count me down to whenever we need to get out, whether it's going into a commercial break or programming, whatever you guys want to do back there in the back. All right. So again, not a single warning for our part of the state, the northern half of the state. Now it's pouring. I mean, it is really raining heavily in parts of counties like Cullman and Winston and Jasper and Tuscaloosa, Hale, the Birmingham Metro, down into parts of Shelby County, Chilton, Coosa, parts of southern Talladega County. I mean, it is really coming down. There could be some flooding issues here. We've had some spots going over 3 inches of rain over the past 24 hours. So flooding is one thing we'll be watching for. But again, we're going to keep, these are flood warnings, by the way, flash flood warnings, parts of Cullman, Morgan, Walker, and Winston counties up in here in North Alabama. These are flash flood warnings. These are blue polygons for flash flood warnings. But again, we have zero tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings for the northern half of the state. But again, I stress we might have some later tonight. But the plan is, if we don't have any more tornado warnings for a while, we'll go back to ABC primetime programming at 9. We'll come back for the 10 o'clock news at 10 o'clock, and we'll just see how it goes from there. But we'll do more weather. We have a lot of damage to report. We've had reporters all over the state today, and I want to thank them. They do a great job. You know, we have the easiest job in the world. We're in a dry studio where it's comfortable. You know, we have climate control. Where the reporters in the field, it's borderline dangerous, you know, down there. You've got severe storms and tornadoes and flooding you're dealing with, and it's tough working out in the field. So we've had a really good response with our crews today, and we want to thank everybody, including our meteorologists, Brian Peters and Evan Chickvera. They were down out today in many locations, and they did a really good job. And I want to thank all of them and the reporters and the photographers for their work in the field today. And the engineers. We had some engineers working pretty hard getting our skycams back. I understand we got some of those back that were offline today. So, again, at 9 o'clock here in a couple of minutes, we're going to go back to programming. But can we pop the convective outlook up by any chance?
We sure can.
Thank you, ma'am. This is going to be the convective outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. And this is a high risk. Goodness, level 5 out of 5. This is rare. You really don't see these that often. You might see a high risk a couple of times a year, and that's it. I'm talking nationally, not just around here, nationally. These don't happen that often, and that means that conditions are just ripe for severe weather. And we have a PDS tornado watch. We can pop that up. There's a tornado watch in effect, and by PDS, that means this is a particularly dangerous situation. And you can see this includes basically all of our territory, all the counties here in yellow, and we think this is in effect until...
So 3 a.m. for...
Yep. 3 a.m.
most of our counties.
For most of you watching us, but for some counties up here in the Tennessee Valley, it's in effect until midnight.
And notice the watch that was off to the west across portions of Mississippi.
They
looks
cleared
like
it.
That's been dropped.
The back edge of the storms, it's coming through, it's coming to the Mississippi state line right now. So Mississippi is done with it, which is good, and the high risk has been dropped for them. So back to the radar one more time before we go back to regular programming. We have rain and thunderstorms in progress across all of Alabama, and we still have the chance of significant severe weather for the next several hours. And we're going to watch this stuff like a hawk, and if we have a tornado warning, we'll come right back on the air. But again, we do not have a tornado warning. There is no evidence of a tornado at this point. and things are quiet. So we're going to go back to ABC's primetime programming. We're going to come back in 1 hour for ABC 3340 News at 10 o'clock. We will see you then, but again, if there's a tornado warning, we'll be right back. So join us in 1 hour for ABC 3340 News at 10 o'clock for the latest on tonight's weather and what to expect over the next 10 days. We'll see you in exactly 1 hour.
This has been an ABC 3340 Storm Alert from the Weather Authority. We now return to our regular programming already in progress.